All right, welcome to the State House and the Alabama Senate. Great to have you all today. Senator Smitherman, do you want him to read the resolution?
Yes, sir. If I can have the resolution read at a particular time, and
All right.
if the desk would do so.
Yes, sir. Secretary, read the resolution.
Resolution commending Winona High School boys basketball team for winning the 2026 Alabama High School Athletic Association 5A state championship by Senator Smitherman. Whereas highest commendations are herein proudly presented to the Winona High School boys basketball team from Birmingham, Alabama, on winning the 2026 Alabama High School Athletic Association 5A state championship on March the 7th, 2026 at Legacy Arena in Birmingham. Whereas through teamwork, diligence, and a commitment to excellence, the Winona High School Dragons took the 101-40 victory over Sylacauga, making history as the first AHSAA boys team to score 100 points in a title game. The 61-point win set a new all-time record for the largest margin of victory in a title game. Whereas Brendan Davis was named the tournament most valuable player after an extraordinary performance supported by all-tournament team selections Jaree Smith, Santez Pendleton, and Demazia Taylor. Whereas the victory marks the 7th state title in the storied history of Winona High School basketball. Winona's victory avenged a 69-68 loss to Sylacauga in last year's Class 5A semifinals. The win reflects a tradition of excellence, discipline, and community pride. Whereas Brendan Davis led Winona with 42 points and 6 rebounds, and Santez Pendleton added 25 points, 19 rebounds, and 8 assists. Devontae Penn added 13 points, and Demazia Taylor scored 11. Whereas the Winona High School boys basketball team has been coached and inspired by head coach Cedric Lane and his staff. Under their leadership, the players have broadened their knowledge of the game, refined their skills in execution, and established a school tradition of superior play and true sportsmanship. Whereas the dedication of the entire roster, coaching staff, and the Winona community has brought great honor to the city of Birmingham and to the state of Alabama. Whereas the Winona High School boys basketball team's success is a tremendous source of pride for their families, classmates, teachers, administrators, and the entire community whose dedication and support have played a crucial role in motivating the team. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that the Winona High School boys basketball team and coaches are highly honored and commended on winning the AHSAA 5A state championship title, and we hereby dedicate this resolution to them in utmost admiration, along with best wishes for continued success. Signed, Patrick Harris, Secretary of the Senate, and Will Ainsworth, Lieutenant Governor.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman,
could I be recognized?
you're recognized.
First, I just want to say on behalf of the Alabama Senate, of course, you have other leaders in the Senate that was expressed as well. We're just so proud of you all, how successful, how you all performed, how you carried yourselves as great young men, and you coaches are to be commended for having them prepared for not only for ball, but for life. You know, most people see them from afar, but I had the chance to see them from up close. We played them twice. We played them at home, and they defeated us at home. And we played them in the Final 16, and they defeated us. And of course, you know, we are proud to know that if we had to lose, we lost to the 5A state champs. So I'm just real proud of them. And I was joking them in the hall, and I told them, I said, you know, God is good. And then I said, because, you know, he made sure these next 2 years we ain't going to have to play them in the playoffs. We going to be at 5A and they going to 4A. So I am just elated and everything else on top of all of that. But we are just so proud of you all and glad you could come and be a part of this. And let me just say this to you all. The resolution that you have will be etched into the history of the state of Alabama. Anybody from across this world that can go on the internet and go into our archives and history can see this resolution and see what we know the basketball team has done. So this is it's a very big thing to have this in the times of history. You can go back when none of us are here. This will be there to show the accomplishment that you all as coaches and administrators and young men, you were able to do this particular year with your basketball team. So for that, we're very proud of you. Before we leave, I have a copy of this resolution for every one of you young men and for the administrators and coaches. So you all can not only have the frame copy, but you'll have your individual copy that you may place and keep for keepsake yourself. At this time, Coach, if you'll come forward and speak with us, we would appreciate it. And if Mr. Goldsmith, the principal, as well, if you like.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd just like to take this time to say we appreciate having the opportunity to come here before you all, to give the guys the opportunity to see what's done above our heads on this level is a great thing. And I think they would say that they're grateful for the opportunity too. Thank you.
And on behalf of the administration of Winona High School, first I'd like to thank you, Senator Smitherman, and for you guys to allow us to be here. Coach Lane has come up with a great process. I'm proud of how these boys have developed. Great thing about it is there are very few seniors here, so they will be back next year. So I said the only thing they have to compete against next year are themselves, because you guys have broke all the records. I'm so proud of you. This is my last year. I'm retiring after 35 years. So best thing is you come in, I'm going out as a state champion. So it's a great thing. Thank you guys.
If there's anyone else, this be the time to come and speak. And if not, then we'll.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've done something in history that most people wish they could do, including myself, and that's win a state championship. You'll remember this from now on, and this going in the record of Alabama's history. You can always look back on it, ladies and gentlemen, for the rest of your life. We're a little bit older than you on this side, right? But at the same time, when you're my age, you can look back and say, I did that, because hardly anybody is able to do what you've done as a team. So we're very proud of you, and we're thankful that y'all are here today, and we're going to continue to celebrate y'all all the way through next year. Congratulations to you and your retirement, my friend. Thank y'all for being here from the Alabama State Senate. We applaud you.
To the Winona Dragons, I'm State Senator Marika Coleman. I don't represent Winona High School anymore, but when I served in the House, I represented Winona for 20 years. And over those 20 years, between the championships of the girls and the boys basketball, this is my most winningest, English teachers correct me, basketball program for the 24 years that I've served. I remember when Coach Lane was an assistant coach. And I go all the way back to Principal Goldsmith, to our college days, young men, when he was wearing those gold boots as a member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. So just congratulations to you all. You all have continued that legacy of winning, but also continued that legacy of academics. Job well done.
I'm Vivian Davis Figures, and I represent the Mobile and part of Baldwin County area. I also represent LaFleur High School, and I had the honor to be at that game and watch you guys defeat us. But I say congratulations to you. I had the honor of being the mother of two young men who each won state championships before, so they have stood where you are standing. And this is just such a wonderful thing, not only for you as the players, but for you as your parents. So I applaud your parents and say congratulations to them, to you, Coach, and your staff, to the principal. You all have done a great job. And I even told Senator Smitherman that I was so impressed with how you all did carry yourself. Such good sportsmen on the court when you played LaFleur. So I just love you, and I just pray God's richest blessings upon you as you go out through the journey of your lives. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
if it's appropriate at this time, can we take a picture?
Yeah, absolutely.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
While y'all are doing that, I'm Will Ainsworth, Lieutenant
Turn around,
Governor,
turn around,
huge
y'all.
basketball fan, but congratulations on a historic season. To win not only the margin you did in the championship game, I've been watching basketball a long time. I don't remember that ever happening. So let's give them a round of applause. Great job. Proud of y'all. And I've got one of my staff in the back is going to give each of y'all a challenge coin from our office, okay? Proud of y'all. All right, the Senate is back in session. Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 99, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 25th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill Number 99 by Senators Kelly and Sessions regarding the Ten Commandments. On page 23, Senate Bill 298 by Senator Barfoot regarding Class 3 municipalities. On page 56, House Bill Number 381 by Representatives Faulkner and others regarding camp safety. On page 70, Senate Bill Number 370 by Senators Livingston and others regarding tax increment districts. On page 55, Senate Bill 363 by Senators Chasteen and others regarding the Department of Economic and Community Affairs. On page 66, House Bill 466 by Representative Treadaway regarding firefighters. On page 25, House Bill Number 95 by Representative Lovern regarding elections. On page 56, House Bill 259 by Representative Shaw regarding stablecoin. On page 61, Senate Bill 342 by Senator Chambliss regarding education, followed by committee reports and House messages.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move the Senate adopt the report from the Committee on Rules using the previous roll call.
All right, any objection?
Had you?
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 99 by Senators Kelly and Sessions regarding the Ten Commandments. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Yes. Senator Kelly.
I move adoption of the BR and would like to speak to the motion, please.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. This bill is dealing with the Ten Commandments, and it's been in place for a very long time. We've worked with different groups over about the last 4 years to get different aspects of this bill put together. And this bill would require each local board of education to display the Ten Commandments and a contact statement in each history classroom serving students 5th grade through 12th grade, and in a common area of each school that serves only those students in the 5th grade or above. This bill would condition the requirements on the availability of donated displays and donated funds to purchase the displays, so it wouldn't be at any taxpayer expense. It also relieves the burden that if those are not available, it relieves the burden from the school to display those. This bill would require the State Department of Education to identify and publicize free resources that local boards of education may use to comply in the display requirements. This bill would also authorize the State Board of Education to adopt rules. The purpose of this bill, SB 99, ensures students will learn the full historical record of the ideas that shaped Western civilization and the American founding. The Ten Commandments are included not only as a religious mandate, but as a historical and cultural document that influenced early American law, moral philosophy, and civic development. Many of our laws are based on the Ten Commandments, and they've been around since they were given by God. The bill promotes historical literacy, civic understanding, and contextual education. What SB 99 actually requires is that local school boards must display a poster. And I actually have one of those here. This is the actual size that would be displayed. And on this display, it states that the Ten Commandments are a key part of the Judeo-Christian religious and moral tradition that shaped Western civilization and ultimately the founding of the United States. There are many versions of the Ten Commandments. The one that follows is a common translation, but not the only translation. You shall not have any other gods before me. You shall not make idols. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet. In 1813, future U.S. President John Quincy Adams wrote in a letter to his son that, quote, the law given from Sinai, end quote, that is the Ten Commandments, quote, was a civil and municipal as well as a moral and religious code, end quote. He noted that many of its provisions were of universal applications, laws essential to the existence of men in society, and most of which have been enacted by every nation which ever possessed any code of law. It further states that the Alabama Constitution provides that, quote, no religion shall be established by law, end quote. And the state of Alabama specifically respects the right of its public school students to be free from the state-established religion, recognizing that personal choice about matters of faith are left to students and their families. The purpose of this poster is to simply acknowledge the historical role of the Ten Commandments and the broader Judeo-Christian tradition in shaping American civil society. It also contains quotes from the Mayflower Compact of 1620. America's first written constitution contained a covenant with Almighty God by pilgrims to America to form a civil body politic. It also has a quote from the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, quote, extended the fundamental principles of civil and religious liberty to the Western territories, becoming states that provided that, quote, religion, morality, and the knowledge being necessary to good government and happiness and the happiness of mankind, schools, and the means of education shall forever be encouraged, rather. It also has a quote from the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence of 1776 described all men as being created equal and acknowledging that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that the United States Constitution of 1787 in its preamble stated one of its purposes to securing the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. So what I've done, I've just read you what the poster says. In the bill, it also has distinguishes the size that the poster shall be. So that's what this size is right here. So that's what we're talking about right here. Just what I read. It's not anything to do with trying to get religion in schools. It's a historical document taking us back to the foundings of our country, to the foundings of our laws and the words and the rules of the day that our laws were built on. Now, this bill also, what it actually requires.
Do you want me to recognize some special guests in the gallery? Do you care?
Yes, sir,
I
please.
believe they're your guest, the guest of Senator Kelly, the Calhoun County Chamber of Commerce leadership class. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have you today.
I'm glad you're here today. I hope you've enjoyed your visit to the Capitol, and we will continue on for you to observe what's going on in state government, and I know that you will go down and look at the House a little later if you haven't been there. But thank you for being here and taking an interest in your leadership in our communities. So what SB 99 actually does, or actually requires, is local school boards must display a poster that is entitled The Ten Commandments and America's Founding Documents. Now, the displays are to be in every 5th through 12th grade that teaches U.S. history in the classrooms, and at least one common area in the schools serving grades 5 and above. The display includes the Ten Commandments, the Declaration of Independence, Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Alabama's Constitution preamble. All displays must include the clear disclaimer stating that Alabama is not establishing a religion, that matters of faith remain personal choices for students and their families.
Would the gentleman here
Why
for a question?
SB 199 is needed, students deserve to understand where American law and civic ideals came from. Many foundational documents referenced God, moral order, natural rights, but these connections are often omitted or downplayed in modern curricula. SB 99 restores historical accuracy, not religious instruction. The bill ensures that students see the full context of America's development, including the moral and philosophical influences that shape our legal system. Constitutional foundations are bound by this. The U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the Ten Commandments may be displayed in an educational, historical, or cultural context. SB 99 follows that guidance. It follows it by presenting the commandments alongside secular founding documents, including a neutral academic disclaimer, avoiding any requirement for instruction, recitation, or endorsement. That has been some of the conditions and things for law.
All right, time's expired on the BIR. What was your motion?
I moved to pass the BIR, sir.
Right, did you want to use the short roll or long roll?
Long roll, please.
Long roll?
Long roll.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Thirty ayes, 4 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 99 by Senators Kelly and Sessions regarding the Ten Commandments.
All right, before we get started, I want to recognize another special guest in the gallery, a guest of the entire Senate, and also the Lieutenant Governor's office, Pastor Jamel J. Brown. If you could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Great to have you today. Enjoy the videos. They're good. So, all right, Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of SB 99. I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was mentioning before, the U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the Ten Commandments may be displayed in an educational, historical, or cultural context. SB 99 follows that guidance by presenting the commandments alongside secular founding documents, including a neutral academic disclaimer, avoiding any requirement for instruction.
All right, we have a report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate, we, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate persuade to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill number 99, shall cease at 2:17 o'clock on March the 31st, 2026.
I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
Avoiding
All right, Senator Kelly.
Mr. President.
any requirement
Mr. President.
for instruction.
Oh, Mr.
excuse me.
President, point of order.
Or
Point
endorsement.
of order, Mr. President.
This
Hold
is
on.
a historic.
Senator,
Point of order.
no, Senator Singleton, I
Point of order.
recognize
Point of
Senator
order.
Kelly to talk on
Religious
Point
this.
of order.
exercise.
Point of order.
What? Hold on.
Benefits
Let's
to
state your
the
point of
student.
order.
Point of order.
Strengthens understanding.
Senator
did
Kelly,
you-
hold on 1 second.
right.
All right.
Mr. President, you looked at me, acknowledged that I had my hand raised before he even started. You just went right back to him. I understand your game plan here, but be fair about it.
No, I'm going to be fair. I mean, but
Be fair with your game plan. Look, you looked me in my eyes,
I went like this.
and you went
because-
another way.
No, not at all. I mean, I just did this because you had your hand up to let you know I acknowledged you.
Ask for a point to
Right, and
speak.
it's my decision who I decide, and he wanted to speak as well, so I went to
But he
him.
didn't even ask to
I
speak.
answered your point
He
of
didn't
order.
even ask
All right,
to
Senator
speak, Mr.
Kelly, you're up.
President.
Go.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, he didn't even ask to speak.
The Constitution and Foundation of the United States has reinforced these in the Constitution itself, and we've got a lot of benefits to students that come out of this legislation. It strengthens the understanding of American history, civic development, and legal heritage. It helps students to have ideas about justice, rights, moral order, evolved over time. It encourages critical thinking, which is desperately needed in our schools to this day. It encourages the thought on sources of American law and how our country got to where it is today. It provides a richer, more complete educational experience. Now, it has some benefits to schools as well. It creates a uniform, statewide standard for historical displays. It reinforces community values of heritage, responsibility, and civic virtue. Costs are minimized because the displays may be donated by civic groups, churches, nonprofits, and private citizens. It does not use any taxpayer money whatsoever. And should a donation of this poster not be able to be obtained by the school, it relieves them of the burden of having to display it. What SB 99 does not do is it does not require religious instruction. It does not require students to read, recite, or affirm the Ten Commandments. It does not promote one faith over another. It does not violate the Establishment Clause. It follows this established constitutional precedent. It does not impose any cost whatsoever on the schools. So it's a historical truth bill, not a religious bill. It ensures students learn the full history of America's founding, including the moral and philosophical differences that shape our laws. It's constitutional, balanced, and rooted in Alabama's commitment to freedom, faith, and families. This bill is about historical truth, civic literacy, and teaching students the full story of America's foundations. For generations, the Ten Commandments have been recognized not only as a religious text, but as one of the most influential documents in the development of Western law and moral philosophy. Our foundations reference these principles when shaping ideas about justice, rights, and personal responsibility. SB 99 simply ensures that students see the historical influence that shaped the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and every legal traditions of this country. The displays required by this bill are educational, historical, and contextual. It includes a clear disclaimer stating that Alabama is not establishing a religion and that matters of faith remain personal choices for students and families. This is not a mandate for religious instruction. It's a mandate for historical accuracy. Students deserve to understand the full context of America's founding, including the moral, philosophical ideas that influenced our legal system. SB 99 provides that context in a balanced way. It has the information that is beneficial to the students, where they can see our founding documents all at one place and how they affected each other. Now, some may say this violates separation of church and state. The Supreme Court has consistently upheld the Ten Commandments displays when presented in a historical education context. SB 99 includes a clear disclaimer and places the commandments alongside secular foundation documents. Some may say this is a religious indoctrination. There is no instruction, recitation, or endorsement. Students are not required to engage with the text. It's strictly a historical display, not a religious one. Some may say this will lead to further lawsuits. SB 99 is drafted to align with existing constitutional precedent, the inclusion of a disclaimer, and the contextual presentation significantly reducing the legal risk. It also is not the same bill that came before this body last year, as it has been adapted from court cases that were at that time pending but now have results, and it is not in conflict with any of those suits. Some may say schools should focus more on academics, not religion. I reiterate, this bill is about academics, specifically historical literacy. The Ten Commandments are presented as part of the historical influences of American law, not religious document. This imposes cost on schools. As I said before, the displays may be donated by civic groups, churches, nonprofits, or private citizens. SB 99 does not require schools to spend that money. Some must say this favors one religion. The Ten Commandments are presented in a historical document, not a religious mandate. They are displayed alongside the Constitution, the Declaration, and the Bill of Rights, all secular documents. Thank you. This legislation has been in the works for quite a time. A lot of adaptations, a lot of people have had input on it.
Shaking your head, you started staring them.
This bill actually, if you look at the Ten Commandments and its effect on our laws and laws of other countries around the nation, you can take a look back that the Ten Commandments are one of the oldest known legal codes. They originated in ancient Near East around the 13th century, a time when law, codes, and moral teachings were being established across various civilizations. As a historical document, the Ten Commandments have shaped the development of Western legal traditions and morality. They lay the foundation for concepts like justice, honesty, and personal responsibility, attributes that we could use more in our society now than we have ever had before. The Ten Commandments are part of the Torah. As such, they are central not only to Judaism, but also to broader Abrahamic tradition, which translates Christianity and Islam. The moral laws embedded in the Ten Commandments have shaped the laws and ethics of countless societies over the centuries. The influence that the Ten Commandments have had on other legal codes, they predate many modern legal systems, which their principles were clearly influential on later codes, including the Code of Hammurabi, which similarly dealt with theft, adultery, and murder. They are considered to be the precursor to modern legal and moral frameworks, influencing everything from criminal law to property rights and human rights. Many of the commandments reflect concepts that were groundbreaking at the time, such as the sanctity of human life, thou shalt not kill, and the importance of truthful testimony, thou shalt not bear false witness. The historical role in the development of the West, in the Western world, the Ten Commandments played a pivotal role in shaping Judeo-Christian culture. The moral and ethical framework they offer has been incorporated into philosophy of the Western civilization, influencing thinkers, leaders, legal systems, political figures, and leaders from all forms of business throughout our history, from the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and beyond. They provide the foundation for the rule of law, the concept of justice, which are cornerstones of modern Western legal systems. They have educational value as well. The Ten Commandments serve as the starting point for discussions on ethics, morality, and values. They provide clear principles regarding right and wrong, which can stimulate critical thinking and ethical reflections among students. In a world where students are exposed to diverse cultures and belief systems, learning about the Ten Commandments offers a way to discuss how moral codes have evolved and their universal relevance in different societies. This can help students understand different worldviews and historical roots and the laws that we follow today. It can lead to spirited discussions among college campuses around because they learned these in high school. Understanding the Ten Commandments is part of being culturally literate in the context of Western civilization. They've had a profound influence not just on religion, but also on art, literature, philosophy, and history. Many works of classical literature and art reference or are based on the Ten Commandments, and a deep understanding of this document enriches the student's ability to engage with Western culture. The Ten Commandments appear frequently in historical and political discussions, from the American Revolution to the Civil Rights Movement. Teaching students about the Ten Commandments ensures that they are exposed to key parts of the cultural and historical landscape that they inhabit. Fostering respect for laws and personal responsibility is the cornerstone of our society. Displaying the Ten Commandments in schools could encourage respect for the law and instill a sense of personal responsibility in students. By reflecting the ethical principles in the Ten Commandments, honor your father and mother, do not covet, students can better understand the importance of personal integrity and responsibility toward others in society. These moral teachings underscore the value of honesty, fairness, respect, principles that are important in developing good citizens and fostering a healthy school culture. Also will make them better citizens when they are out of school and better workers in the workplace. And there are some legal and constitutional considerations. The display of the Ten Commandments in schools can be defended on the grounds of historical and educational value rather than religious endorsement. The First Amendment guarantees the freedom of religion, but it does not prohibit the teaching or display of historical documents. That they have shaped our cultural and legal landscape is indisputable. Courts have upheld the teaching of religious history or text with historical significance when presented in a secular context, as this is attempting to do. For example, the study of the Bible as part of history of religion or literature is not necessarily a violation of the Establishment Clause, as long as it is not promoting any particular religious belief, just as this poster does not promote any particular religious belief. There are some legal precedents for this. In Stone versus Graham, in 1980, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against displaying the Ten Commandments in public schools as part of a religious program. However, there's precedent for the historical significance of the Ten Commandments being recognized as part of the American cultural heritage. In some cases, especially when they are shown alongside other historical documents, it's easy to see the influence that the Ten Commandments have had on other historical documents and our nation's history. The Van Orden versus Perry, 2005. That case upheld that the Ten Commandments on the grounds of the Texas State Capitol, acknowledging their role in historical and cultural landscape rather than a religious endorsement. There's some more educational benefits in the diverse of society. Displaying the Ten Commandments is consistent with the goal of fostering cultural understanding and tolerance in the pluralistic society. Understanding historical documents that have shaped our society's moral and legal framework helps students gain a deeper appreciation for the diverse religious, cultural, and philosophical traditions that contribute to our contemporary life. While the Ten Commandments are central to Judaism, Christianity, and even Islam, their ethical teachings have a broader relevance and are shared by people of various faiths, various cultures, various countries, and those with no religious affiliation. The Ten Commandments should be viewed as a historical document of immense cultural and legal importance. Their influence on the development of the Western legal system, moral philosophy, and ethical values cannot be overstated. Displaying the Ten Commandments in schools serves as an educational purpose, offering students insight into the historical roots of moral codes that continue to reshape modern societies. By displaying the Ten Commandments in schools, educators would provide a framework for discussions on ethics, civics, and cultural history, encouraging students to understand and appreciate the moral foundations that underpin the laws and the systems in which they live. It would be also an enhancement to students' cultural library and promote respect for the laws and ethical values that have shaped the world in which we live and their fellow man. The Ten Commandments should be treated as an important historical document and an educational resource, not as a religious one in this case. And their display in schools should be embraced as a valuable teaching tool to foster better civilizations more culturally than aware of the student body. Sir William Blackstone, an influential English jurist and legal scholar, acknowledged the Ten Commandments as an important source for moral and legal principles in the development of Western law. While Blackstone authored his famous work, Commentaries on the Laws of England, his ideas and the legal system he helped shape were deeply influenced by the Ten Commandments. Blackstone's legal philosophy was grounded in the belief that law should be aligned with divine law, which he saw as part of a higher moral order. He argued that laws of England were not merely human creations, but were divinely inspired, and thus they reflected natural law, a law that was in accordance with both reason and divine will. This concept of natural law was strongly connected to principles embodied in the Ten Commandments. Specific influences of the Ten Commandments on Blackstone's thought were the sanctity of life and the prohibition against murder. The sixth commandment, thou shalt not kill, was central to Blackstone's view on the sanctity of life. He emphasized that murder was a grave offense, not only against human law, but also against divine law. This commandment directly influenced his stance on the protection of life and the severity of punishments for taking a life unjustly. I think we can all agree the sanctity of life is extremely important and must be honored in our law and our society, for without it, we have hysteria. The prohibition against stealing, the eighth commandment, thou shalt not steal, was fundamental in Blackstone's understanding of property rights. He viewed the protection of private property as a key element of natural law and a principle that should be upheld by the legal system. Theft, in Blackstone's view, was a direct violation of both divine and human law, and the protection of property was essential to maintaining law and order and social order. We see these evidences now by gangs of youth that go in to a store and steal and overwhelm the employees and leave. We could use a little bit more of the Ten Commandments in our society today. Moral foundations of law. Blackstone believed that laws should reflect moral principles and serve to uphold a just and orderly society. Many of the moral principles embodied in the Ten Commandments, such as honesty, respect of others, property, and sanctity of life, were aligned with Blackstone's view of law and the instrument to promote moral behavior and protect individuals from harm. In the context of natural law, he argues that the foundation of all human law is the law of nature, which is accessible to human reason and rooted in divine law. The Ten Commandments, as part of moral teachings, were seen as fundamental resource of this natural law. For Blackstone, divine law and moral principles, such as those found in the Ten Commandments, provide a framework for understanding and applying human law. He believed that human law, in order to be just, must align with the natural law, which in turn reflects God's will. We've had influence of this on the American legal tradition. Blackstone's commentary on the laws of England had a profound influence on the development of American law. Many of the founding fathers, including John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, were familiar with Blackstone's works and incorporated his ideas into the structure of the legal thought. The moral and legal principles that Blackstone discussed.
All right, the time's expired. Secretary called the long roll.
I'd like to have it read at the proper time.
All right.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton.
No.
Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
$27 ayes, 7 nays. The cloture petition's adopted. And then you wanted the bill read at length?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Please.
Secretary, read the bill.
Relating to public schools to provide legislative findings to require certain local boards of education to display the Ten Commandments and certain other documents related to the formation of this nation, subject to the availability of donations, to provide for the use of donations, to comply with the display requirement, and to authorize the State Board of Education to adopt rules. The legislature finds and declares all of the following. 1, the Ten Commandments are a key part of the Judeo-Christian religious and moral tradition that shaped Western civilization and ultimately the founding of the United States, in particular because they include what John Quincy Adams described as both civil and municipal provisions as well as moral and religious provisions. The Ten Commandments have historical significance as one of the foundations of our legal system. Teaching students about the Ten Commandments promotes historical understanding and helps to foster a common cultural heritage and awareness. Documents created to shape civil society during the founding era of this nation include direct and indirect references to God and religion. These documents include the following. The Mayflower Compact of 1620, America's first written constitution, was a covenant made among the Pilgrims with Almighty God to form a civil body politic. The Mayflower Compact was the first purely American document of self-government and affirmed the link between civil society and God. The Declaration of Independence described all men as being created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The United States Constitution stated in its preamble that one of the purposes was to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, and closed with a reference to the date of execution as the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord, 1787. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a method of admitting new states to the Union from territories as the country expanded westward. The Northwest Ordinance extended the fundamental principles of civil and religious liberty to the territories and stated that religion, morality, and knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. References to God and religion in public documents and other public contexts did not end at the founding, but rather have occurred throughout our nation's history, without any serious claim that such references violate the Establishment Clause. Examples include displays associated with the Ten Commandments in the Supreme Court of the United States, the Library of Congress, the Ronald Reagan International Trade Building, and the National Archives. Public references to God have occurred repeatedly over the nation's history. No outcry followed Abraham Lincoln's reference to God in his Gettysburg Address in 1863. Our coinage has borne the phrase, "In God We Trust," since 1865. Prayers have opened our legislative sessions for hundreds of years. In 1932, Congress adopted our national anthem and included in the last verse, "In God We Trust." In 1952, Congress proclaimed a National Day of Prayer. In 1954, Congress added "Under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance. The display of the Ten Commandments as provided in this act with an appropriate context statement and integrated with the approved public school social studies curriculum is consistent with these historical practices and understandings, and at a minimum furthers the same interest as the interest served by these historical practice and understanding. The 2024 social studies curriculum approved by the Alabama State Board of Education provides social studies education in Alabama aims to prepare students to become knowledgeable, engaged, and responsible citizens in society. Social studies reflects the achievements, struggles, interactions, and endeavors that have characterized human society as it has changed over time and places to shape the world today. The discipline of social studies include, but are not limited to, anthropology, archaeology, civics, economics, geography, government, history, philosophy, psychology, religion, and sociology. Display of the Ten Commandments with an appropriate context statement is essential to the fulfillment of the mandate of the State Board of Education in the education of students in the areas of civics, government, history, and philosophy. 2 generations of Alabama students have attended public schools in an era governed by the now abandoned test articulated in Lemon v. Kurtzman for compliance with the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution, assuring restoration to the classroom of historical truths surrounding the founding of our nation, including those truths that partake of the religious Kennedy versus Bremerton, is vital to remedying the legal error of Lemon v. Kurtzman and to securing a complete education of our students. Due to reliance on misinterpretations about the meaning of the Establishment Clause or due to their own personal policy preferences, a significant number of Alabama teachers are unlikely to expose public school students to these historical truths if left with any direction about how or whether to present these truths. Posting these historical truths in classrooms and school common areas is thus an essential means of accomplishing the state's educational objectives in teaching students about the historical and cultural significance of the Ten Commandments on development of the United States and is apparent from accompanying founding era documents, including in the posting a reference to the state's Establishment Clause and a recognition that personal choice about matters of faith are left to students and their families will further the state's interest in avoiding the establishment or religion or interfering with the free exercise of religion. Such disclaimers will also serve the state's educational objectives because they will make it likely that the classroom teachers will become comfortable discussing the historical truths that are included in the poster. This act does not create an unfunded mandate on any public school governing authority. Local boards of education are encouraged to use documents that are printed and made available to the schools free of charge. Beginning on January 1st, 2027, and subject to the availability of donated funds or donated displays pursuant to subsection C, as determined by the State Superintendent of Education, each local Board of Education shall display a poster or framed document that meets the requirements of subsection B in each of the following locations. Every 5th through 12th grade classroom where United States history is routinely taught according to the Alabama course of study. an entryway or common area, such as the cafeteria or school library, in every school within the jurisdiction of the local Board of Education, except that this subdivision shall not apply to any school that serves students in kindergarten through 4th grade. The poster or frame document required by subsection A shall meet each of the following requirements. 1, the poster or frame document shall be at least 11 inches by 14 inches in size. 2, the layout and design of the poster frame document shall be approved by the State Superintendent of Education. 3, the poster or frame document shall contain the following content: historical truths, the 10 Commandments, and America's founding documents. The 10 Commandments are a key part of the Judeo-Christian religious moral tradition that shaped Western civilization and ultimately the founding of the United States. There are many versions of the 10 Commandments. The one that follows is a common translation, but not the only translation. You shall not have other gods before me. You shall not make idols. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet. In 1813, future U.S. President John Quincy Adams wrote in a letter to his son that the law given from Sinai, in other words, the 10 Commandments, was a civil and municipal as well as moral and religious code. He noted that many of its provisions were of universal applications, laws essential to the existence of men in society and most of which have been enacted by every nation which ever possessed any code of law. The Alabama Constitution provides that no religion shall be established by law, and the state of Alabama specifically respects the rights of its public school students to be free from state-established religion, recognizing that personal choice about matters of faith are left to students and their families. The purpose of this poster is simply to acknowledge the historical role of the 10 Commandments and the broader Judeo-Christian tradition in shaping American civil society. The Mayflower Compact of 1620, America's first written constitution, contained a covenant with Almighty God by pilgrims to America to form a civil body politic. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 extended fundamental principles of civil and religious liberty to Western territories, becoming states, and provided that religion, morality, and knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. The Declaration of Independence described all men as being created equal and acknowledged that they are endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights. The United States Constitution, in its preamble, stated that one of its purposes to be securing the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity. From the tradition emerged that one nation under God that we have inherited today. This section may be construed to require a local Board of Education to spend its funds to purchase the displays required by this section. To fund the displays free of charge, a local Board of Education may accept donated funds to purchase the displays or may accept donated displays. The State Department of Education shall identify appropriate resources for local boards of education to comply with this section free of charge. Once identified, the department shall list the free resources on the department's website. The State Board of Education may adopt rules to implement this section. Section 3, this act shall become effective October 1, 2026.
Yeah. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods,
Twenty-seven ayes, 6 nays. Senate Bill 99 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kelly. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 298 by Senator Barfoot regarding Class 3 municipalities.
Mr. President,
Senator Barfoot.
move for adoption of the BIR using previous role, and I'd like to speak to that amendment.
All right, you're recognized.
Speak to that motion. Mr. President, SB 298 has gotten a lot of discussion over the past couple of weeks. Now I'd like to separate fact from fiction. And during the BIR, if I could, I'd like to read exactly what this bill does. The synopsis provides that this bill would provide minimum staffing requirements for Class 3 municipal law enforcement agencies. The requirements would include a minimum ratio of 2 full-time law enforcement officers for every 1,000 residents of the municipality. This bill would establish a 5-year compliance period for municipalities that are not in compliance on the effective date of this act. During this compliance period, the municipality would be required to meet certain goals and increases in staffing. This bill would provide that if a municipality fails to satisfy certain requirements for staffing, the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency would be authorized to assume oversight of the municipal law enforcement agency. This bill would authorize the Attorney General to seek to recoup any cost incurred by the state in the oversight of a municipal law enforcement agency. This bill would also authorize the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency to adopt rules. Now, that's the synopsis. As we move into the bill, let's talk about some of the specifics of the piece of legislation. Section 1 provides that each Class 3 municipality shall maintain a ratio of 2 full-time law enforcement officers for every 1,000 residents of the municipality. And that's determined by the 2020 federal decennial census. In other words, it's a static number. That number is in place from the census from 2020. A Class 3 municipality that does not meet the requirements of subsection A, which I just read, on October the 1st, 2026, shall be granted an initial grace period of 5 years to achieve full compliance. The municipality shall be exempt from satisfying the requirements of subsection A during the grace period, provided the municipality complies with the requirements of subsection C, which we'll get to, and the other applicable provisions of this act. Subsection C states, during the grace period under subsection B, the municipality shall make annual improvements of not less than 10% of the deficit between the current officer ratio and the required ratio provided under subsection A. Annually, during the grace period, the governing body of the municipality and the chief of police shall submit a report to the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency, demonstrating that the municipality is making the required annual improvements. Move on, Section 2. On an annual basis by December the 1st, the governing body of each Class 3 municipality shall submit all of the following to the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency. Number 1, the number of sworn officers as of October 31st of the current year. Number 2, the population used for compliance calculation. Number 3, the steps taken to recruit, hire, or train additional officers. As we move on, Section 3 says, if a Class 3 municipality is in violation of Section 1, the state of Alabama, through the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency, or ALEA, may assume operational oversight of the police department of the municipality and may execute one or more of the following actions. Number one, establish a corrective action plan for the municipality to regain compliance. Number two, deploy supplemental law enforcement personnel or resources. Number three, appoint a chief administrative law enforcement officer who shall have the authority to act in all matters and for all purposes regarding the police department of the municipality, including but not limited to personnel actions, administrative procedures, enforcement strategies, and recruitment and retention methods. Number four, enter into a cooperative enforcement agreement with the county sheriff, adjacent jurisdictions, or state agencies. B, the operational oversight of the Class 3 municipal police department pursuant to subsection A shall continue until the passage of 365 calendar days following the municipality's compliance with the requirements of this act. Section 4, the state of Alabama and its effective agencies and any supporting political subdivision of the state shall be entitled to full restitution for the cost to deploy supplemental law enforcement officers during any period of operational oversight of a Class 3 municipal police department pursuant to Section 3. Restitution shall include payment payable to the state and its affected agencies for cost incurred implementing and administrating a period of operational oversight, including the deployment of supplemental law enforcement officers. B, on behalf of the state of Alabama, its affected agencies, and any supporting political subdivision of the state, the Attorney General shall submit a petition for restitution that shall include all of the following. 1, the name of the agency requesting restitution. 2, the name and rank of each supplemental law enforcement officer deployed for operational oversight of the Class 3 municipality. 3, the number of hours each supplemental law enforcement officer was deployed. 4, the hourly rate at which each supplemental law enforcement officer was paid, including fringe benefits, mileage, and per diem. 5, the total amount of non-personnel operational costs incurred, including costs for equipment, vehicles, and fuel. 6, the total amount of money requested as restitution by the agency. 7, any supporting documentation necessary to establish any expenditure under this subsection. And then C, the court shall hold a hearing on the petition and shall grant the petition if the court is reasonably satisfied from the evidence that the petitioner has satisfied the requirements of this section. Section 5, the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency may adopt rules to implement and administer this section. And then Section 6, this act shall become effective October 1st, 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, SB 298 has gotten a lot of coverage lately. Some of it fact, some of it fiction. I've just read the bill to you, let you determine what's fact and what's fiction. Core staffing requirements as required by SB 298 suggest or claim that there needs to be 2 law enforcement officers per 1,000 residents. And again, that's based on the 2020 census. That number for Montgomery, based on the 2020 census, would be approximately 400 officers. The annual reporting that's required by this SB 298 is by December the 1st of each year, the municipal governing body's got to submit the number of sworn officers, the population used for calculation, the recruitment, hiring steps taken by the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency. Compliance grace period. Again, it's a 5-year window. That's calculated by the number of law enforcement officers needed based on that 2020 population, by the number of officers that Montgomery, for instance, would have. And the deficit there, let's just say, if there's a needed 400 officers, and let's just say for argument's sake that 250 officers is what Montgomery has, well, that's a deficit of 150. 10% of that would be 15. There's a net improvement or gain required by this of 15 officers in the first year. Again, not a hard hill to climb, or at least it shouldn't be. Now, as I continue through the bill, those progress reports must be submitted to Aaliyah to show the improvement. We've had conversations. We had a public hearing. You saw the chief of police say that he didn't think that this bill would ever come into effect because he thought Montgomery would have the required number of officers. Well, I hope so. Said that in committee, say that here on the floor today. I hope that's the case because nobody wants to have to come in and have this bill controlled.
All right, time's up on the BIR, and we had a request for the long roll. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Twenty-six ayes, 7 ayes. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 298 by Senator Barfoot regarding Class 3 municipalities.
Mr. President,
Senator Barfoot.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd move for final passage. I'd like to speak to that amendment.
All right, your motion, two bills speaking at the same time, was final passage. You want to speak to that?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Objection. I'd like to speak on the bill.
All right,
I'm not calling
thank you,
them.
Mr. President. So discussion has been had about motivation for this piece of legislation. The motivation for this piece of legislation, as a matter of fact, I had a text earlier this morning asking me what my motivation is. That motivation is simple. It's the public safety of the citizens of Montgomery, those who live here, those who work here, those who own businesses here, and the safety of those police officers, the men and women of the Montgomery Police Department that go to work every single day to protect us, every single day to protect us. You know, I've gotten calls, more calls about this piece of legislation than any other piece of legislation that I have been a part of or have seen in my 8 years here. And I got to tell you, the number of calls that are in support are dwarf the 15 to 20 text or emails that I've gotten in opposition. You look on social media, you look on text messages, emails, phone calls, and men and women across Montgomery, from east to west to north or south, are tired of turning on the news and hearing about the violence that we've had here in Montgomery. We're tired of having the thefts that are occurring. We're tired of having the robberies, the home invasions, and believe me, that is across Montgomery. There is no question about that. So that's the motivation. You know, we talk about public safety, and I just mentioned the fact that that we've had many calls. Those silent folks, the ones who are with the police department that need backup, that have that they know that when they go into a fight, and believe me, it is a fight. It's a fight between good and bad. And those men and women that put on a badge every single day are in that fight. And they don't have the backup that they need from Montgomery.
Senator Barfoot, you care if I recognize special guests in the gallery real quick?
Yes, go right ahead.
Forgot to do this earlier. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The guest of Senator Figures, Dr. Lonnie Johnson and wife Linda. Then let me read real quick about them. You could please stand. And then let me read his bio real quick. Mobilian, Dr. Lonnie Johnson has worked on a system design engineer on several NASA missions, including Voyager, Galileo to Jupiter, and Cassini mission to Saturn. He is a 10-year veteran U.S. Air Force officer who helped develop the B-2 bomber. He is now developing renewable energy technology and electric batteries that will extend the range of EVs from 300 miles to 600 miles and has over 160 patents. He's a Tuskegee University graduate and is best known as the inventor of the Super Soaker water gun. So, yep.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Barfoot,
Thank
you still
you.
got the mic. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So, I've addressed the motivation. Let me just say this. It's long been a saying of mine that doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it's never wrong. This is the right thing for Montgomery. There is no question about that. You know, I've had conversations and heard folks saying that they were thunderstruck, that they were surprised at this piece of legislation. You know, 2 years ago, and I believe even last year, there was some legislation that addressed the Montgomery Police Department and the need for extra officers there. This bill is not a surprise. It's disingenuous to say that no conversations have been had. I'll say this, the bill was filed on February the 12th of 2026. My colleague across the way and I publicly acknowledged my missteps in not assessing that, not having that conversation with them. But since February the 12th of 2026, we had a public hearing on February the 17th of 2026. We had a committee vote on February the 24th, 2026, and today, March the 31st, we're here on the floor. That's 47 days since it was introduced. Not one time have I gotten a call from the mayor of Montgomery. Not one time have I gotten a call from the police chief of Montgomery. Not one time. So 47 days since it's been filed. Tell you who I have gotten calls from, who I have had conversations from, and that's some folks from Huntsville. The folks in Huntsville have been proactive, coming to me about potentially making changes. You'll hear about that at some point in time. But I have not had any conversation with the mayor of Montgomery or the police chief of Montgomery. Not one time have they called me about this bill.
Did you ask them?
As we continue, so during the time, as I said, I've heard from countless people, including law enforcement officers for the city of Montgomery. Those who have left Montgomery to go to other jurisdictions, who did not leave because they wanted to, but they left because they didn't feel there was the support there. During that time, people have said that they haven't heard about anybody saying that we need more officers. Well, I'll tell you this. My wife for the past 4 or 5 years has told me that I might need hearing aids, that she's tired of telling me the same thing over and over and over again. Well, I probably do. She tells me it's frustrating when she says something and she's not heard. Well, guess what? It is frustrating. It's frustrating for her, and it's frustrating for the citizens of Montgomery whenever they're the victims and their neighbors are victims, and on the nightly news, you see everything that's going on, and you know at the very least that it's partially because Montgomery doesn't have the law enforcement officers that they need. Now, I had some criticisms about the bill. Some of those involved unfunded mandates, tax raises. You heard some of that discussion. Well, in fact, it's not an unfunded mandate. and there is no need to raise taxes. You see, I looked at the Montgomery budget in 2022. By the way, the city of Montgomery's done a pretty good job of budgeting for law enforcement folks. That number has continued to go up under the mayor and the city council, so kudos for them. In 2022, there was $53 million, to be exact, $53,661 budgeted for police or law enforcement. 2023, that number was $53,469,000. 2024 went up to $59,614,000. 2025, $59,089,000, and then the most recent one, 2026, $62,227,000. That total is about $288 million expended on law enforcement for the city of Montgomery, or budgeted, excuse me. The problem with that is despite Montgomery's best efforts, we've nowhere near paid for or gotten the officers that we require. Those total expenditures over a 5-year period of time beginning in 2020 through 2024 total $234 million, a deficit of, I expect, somewhere around $40 million from what's been budgeted to what's been spent. The money is there, it is in the city coffers, and there is not a reason or a need to raise taxes for this particular piece of legislation. Now, the other thing I've heard is that my colleagues, I've heard some of them say, and some on social media, well, if it's good for Montgomery, surely it's good for everybody else. Valid question, valid question. But let me tell you why it doesn't apply to everybody else. And let me tell you why other cities don't need that. So let's talk about Mobile for a second. Mobile has a population, by the way, Montgomery in the 2020 census is about 200,000 people. So let's look at what Mobile. Well, Mobile actually has a population of less than Montgomery, according to the 2020 census. But you know what? They've budgeted for 516 officers. They have 504, and they will increase to 535 in June. Mobile is doing a great job of getting the officers that they need.
Tell us about Pritchard. They need officers.
As far as Birmingham, let's talk about Birmingham. Well, my hat is off to Birmingham. Birmingham delegation, you ought to go back to your mayor and tell him he's doing a great job. And let me explain that. So I noticed, I looked on the Birmingham webpage, and in August of 2025, there is a news article, August the 21st of 2025. The Birmingham Police Department just made history. On Tuesday, Chief Pickett and Birmingham Police Department leadership welcomed 93 new recruits, the largest academy class in department history, as they began their journey in recruiting session 128 to 160. These future officers will spend the coming months with intensive training, preparing to serve and protect our city with integrity and skill. With this milestone class, Birmingham Police Department has hired a total of 202 new officers since January. That was August of 2025. From January of 25 to August of 25, that's 202 officers Birmingham's done. Mayor Woodfin has done an outstanding job of getting those individuals up there in Birmingham. Why can't we do that here in Montgomery? I heard comments yesterday that we could hire 1,000 more people in Montgomery at the flip of the switch, but we needed people with the right tenor and demeanor and tone. Are you saying that Mayor Woodfin doesn't have the right tenor and tone? I don't think so, because I am proud to say that it sounds like Birmingham is addressing that problem. So again, Birmingham doesn't have the issue. Mobile doesn't have that issue. I'm here and I represent Montgomery. Mr. President, I continue along. So Montgomery, by comparison, I've pointed out what other large municipalities in the state. Montgomery, by comparison, in 2019, the Montgomery Police Department had 485 officers. 485 officers. In a city council meeting, Councilman Pruitt on April the 18th of 2023 said Montgomery at that time was down to 354 officers. That's about 3 years ago. Today, it's estimated that Montgomery has somewhere between 220 and 230. I say estimated because public can't find out what those numbers are. I certainly hadn't ever been able to find out, and it is almost like trying to get the nuclear codes. It's just impossible. So what we do know is that we need law enforcement at the 400 level mark. That's what the bill calls for. Now let me say this. That 400 number is just not a pulling something out of the air. You know, there was a public safety meeting pursuant to the city of Montgomery. That public safety meeting happened back on April the 16th of 2024, again, almost 2 years ago. And I'm looking at the meeting notes. Public Safety Standing Committee, MPD, pay incentives and longevity bonuses. At that meeting, the meeting notes indicate that Chief Hall, who at the time was the interim police chief, was asked how many officers were needed to be effective on the streets. He stated they needed 400 to be operational, and this was the bottom number needed. It's not the politicians talking about it. That's the law enforcement, the police chief of the city of Montgomery in April of 2014. You know, we've talked a lot today about what the bill does, and now I'd like to tell you what the bill doesn't do. Let me back up. Before we get there, you know, there's been some news coverage, and just to highlight to you, and by the way, I am proud that Montgomery is taking steps, and this is not to beat up on the city of Montgomery because I represent Montgomery. My colleague across the way represents Montgomery.
Yes.
Montgomery is doing the best of their ability right now to try to address that problem because they are now running ads on TV acknowledging that they need to hire more individuals. But I'll say, and I'm not steeped in the politics of the city council, but there was a news article here back a couple months ago that the city of Montgomery was actually having to hire an out-of-state private entity to pay them $1.45 million a year for 3 vehicles to work minor traffic accidents. On one hand, I applaud Montgomery for trying to do something, but I'm not sure why that money couldn't be spent in different ways to help the citizens of Montgomery to hire other officers to engage the sheriff's department to help out local people to help. That's what this bill does. We would also note that back in August of this year, there were some crime statistics that were not reported. Aaliyah had sent out on August the 18th, 2025, that and I quote, all Alabama law enforcement agencies are required to electronically file submissions to the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency CJIS division at least monthly. The Montgomery Police Department has not submitted uniform crime reporting data for May, June, or July as required by Alabama Administrative Code 265-X-3-.06. Now that is from the Alabama Justice Information Center. I hope that Montgomery has caught those numbers up. But again, I'm sure that's probably because a lack of numbers of law enforcement officers. So as we continue, there's been some conversations about the Montgomery Sheriff's Office. Well, the Montgomery Sheriff's Office is ready, willing, and able. They are fully staffed with a waiting list, fully staffed. The city of Montgomery has been paying $50,000 to the Sheriff's Department a month for their help. The Sheriff's Department, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department had to open an office in Eastchase. That ought to be an affront to the city, men and women of the city of Montgomery, to the police department, that the Sheriff's Office has had to come in and open an office over there in Eastchase. Over the last 7 years, we've had 5 different police chiefs in the city of Montgomery. That's probably part of the reason. May not be the entire reason, but that's probably part of the reason that Montgomery's ranks are declining. Men and women of the Montgomery Police Department deserve our support. Citizens of the Montgomery demand it. Ladies and gentlemen, at the appropriate time, I'll be asking for you to vote for this bill, for the men and women of the Montgomery Police Department, all of their efforts and everything that we need to do to help them to make sure that we get crime under control in Montgomery. It's not a silver bullet, but it is a start. Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
I will.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Mr. President, can I speak to the amendment?
He's got to read the amendment in. Hold on.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 298 by Senator Albritton. Replace line 42 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 66 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 72 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 95 on page 4 with the following. Replace line 98 on page 4 with the following. Replace lines 101 through 102 on page 4 with the following. Replace line 118 on page 5 with the following. Replace lines 120 through 125 on page 5 with the following.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the amendment and wish to speak to the
Mr. President, I'd like to
Senator
speak to the
Albritton,
amendment.
you're recognized.
Thank you.
And just,
Mr. President, I come to you and to this body with a few changes. Now, these were not all these are not my changes, but we are able to put them together in a cohesive manner. And I'll go through and explain some of these. First off, let me compliment my colleague who's evidently passionate about his city and about the area and the difficulties that we're facing here. And it is imperative that we get this bill passed and we get these remedies resolved that we need to for the safety of the people in Montgomery. I am only a visitor here periodically as I come in, and I've seen things that are somewhat disturbing and challenging, and so I appreciate the representative of Montgomery bringing these, and I appreciate my colleague across the way who also represents Montgomery has many of the same concerns.
we have a petition from Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate persuade to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill number 298, shall cease at 3:23 o'clock on March the 31st, 2026.
Mr. President, if I may continue?
Yeah, Senator Albritton.
I'd like to now go through this amendment. It's about 4 pages, and I will take some time to go through and explain what the changes are as we move through it. First off, there's a replacement changing the minimum ratio of law enforcement officers. This was originally a 2 per 1,000, I think it was, population. And because of the input that came in, I think, from the other Class 3 municipality and the discussions that went on from that, this change has been brought forward. And this changes it from a 2 down to a 1.9 full-time law enforcement officers. The second change here has to deal that the number of law enforcement, the date of which that's to be handled on, and that was changed to an October 31st. Then as we move on, it gets down to the third section, or third change, dealing with the violation of Section 1 on or before October 1st of 2031, basically assigning out a time frame of when all the things will occur at particular sunset. It's not a sunset, but a particular goal time for these things to be achieved. Then we get down to the next one. May petition the local circuit court for restitution to enforce this act upon a finding that a Class 3 municipality violated Section 1. the court shall award the state full restitution for the cost to deploy. Now, this has to deal, in the original bill and the one that's there, the one that was before us on this, there is a means so that the city will restore the cost to the state when the state comes in and does things. This means that when the state comes in and provides police services, personnel, equipment, and whatever else that comes into play, time and administrative cost, that will have to be accounted for. That's later on. But in this means is it says that to recover that cost, that it has to be proven to a local circuit court that that restitution was valid and that restitution is appropriate. And then, if those findings are there, and this further clarifies in the amendment, then the restitution shall be ordered. Basically, it's a means of protecting. Because if we don't do this, if we don't have a means so that the city restores that cost, we're going to have an unintended consequence whereby the state and the state police, which we don't have any really, will become part of governing and patrolling the streets of the city. And the extensions of that can become problematic. So this is a means that we retain the local responsibility and the local controls and the local responsibilities of policing and such. So anyway, this is a means so that there's a court oversight as to the costs and things that go on. Next change that we have is the restitution shall include, but not be limited to, payment. In other words, it will include some administrative costs and things which are in the original bill. It also calls for operational oversight, that costs to deploy any supplemental law enforcement officers and the full cost of indemnification of the state, its affected agencies, or any supporting political subdivisions. This means that not just the state can come in, but also the county. That the county has an obligation and responsibility, but the county doesn't have to bear the full burden of cost either. So we have that protections there, and also an aspect and a legal ramifications in the law so that this can become a legal opportunity for governing and for patrolling. The next change comes down. The cost of indemnification of any claim arising from the deployment of the state, its affiliated agencies, and any supporting political subdivisions, any other additional expenses incurred by the state, its affected agencies, or any supporting political subdivisions, and the total amount of money requested as restitution. So there's protections here, again, so that when the costs come down, whether it be in the gasoline costs, whether it be in the destruction or use of particular equipment, the depreciation factor that comes into play, all of those things can come into play because the city is responsible for those costs. It is the city's means of protecting its public, protecting its citizens, and when the state and the other agencies come in and fulfill these obligations, they should be bearing the cost on that. The next change comes in. Any supporting documentation necessary to establish any expenditure under this subsection. ALEA shall maintain a detailed record of all expenditures made in furtherance of this act and shall submit a report quarterly to those expenditures to the governor, the chair of the Finance Taxation General Fund Committee, the chair of the House and Ways General Fund Committee, the mayor of any municipality subject to operational oversight. This gives a responsibility to other executives and legislative leaders to make sure that the costs are being properly recorded, properly tracked, properly appropriated, and apportioned out as they are. We don't want a state trooper who's running down I-65 to turn off, or I-85 and turn off and run over to the Walmart over on Ann Street and run in and get gas or something or whatever he may do, and then run over and charge that to the city. This is a means so that we have careful oversight and controls and reports made. The Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court, upon request from the Attorney General, may appoint a sitting or retired circuit judge to preside over all proceedings under this section. If the Chief Justice determines that approving the request would serve the public interest, he or she shall appoint a visiting judge. The visiting judge shall serve until the final adjudication of the matter for which he or she was appointed. A visiting judge appointed shall confer on the visiting judge, the visiting judge appointment shall confer on the visiting judge all powers, authority, and jurisdiction of the respective judgeship to which he or she has been appointed. What this means is that if we go to the circuit court, and the circuit court is in Montgomery County, the Supreme Court, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court can appoint another judge to come in. And this is to avoid any appearance of any issues dealing with opportunities like what we call in the courthouses too often home cooking, to be involved in this. So this is a means of which we can find an unbiased and a visiting judge to sit in and to make sure that these things are appropriately viewed. The court shall hold a hearing on the petition and shall grant the petition if the court is reasonably satisfied from the evidence that the petitioner is entitled to restitution pursuant to this section. This means that the legislature doesn't have the full final say on how much to pay and how to collect it. This means that we have to involve the judiciary on the circuit court level to be able to bring in people and to bring in a clear oversight on what the costs are. This means that the legislature is working with the rest of the government to ensure that the citizens are prepared and that the citizens are protected. The court shall hold a hearing on the petition, shall grant the petition if the court is reasonably satisfied from the evidence that the petitioner is entitled to restitution pursuant to this section. The petitioner, of course, would be Aaliyah or even the county, Montgomery County, whoever other entity has come in and provided services, they would have that reasonable opportunity for review. Following any award of restitution under this section, the Class 3 municipality shall have not less than 6 months to make the complete payment of the restitution. Thereafter, if the restitution payments have not been completed, the Class 3 municipality shall become ineligible to receive any of the following. Now, this is a matter of how do you collect the money. Well, first off, remember, you've got the services provided, you've got the reports that have to be made, you've got the reports that have to go out to the governor and the legislature, and then after that, you have to petition the court for repayment. And then you have a hearing, and then the municipality has 6 months. So you got a long wait time here between when you put the services on the ground and when the restitution is due to be paid. But after all that, if restitution is not paid, there are matters and methods of which collection may be achieved. And that are, in the amendment, as follows. Any state grant, gift, endowment, or any other sum of money or aid from the state of Alabama or department, board, or agency thereof. In other words, the city then, if they have not made the payment or restitution after this, after the hearing, after the judgment, after the reporting, then the city would become and also after 6 months, the city would become ineligible for any of these monies that would be coming to it. So the monies that they were entitled to receive or subject to receive could be used to make those payments. Any allocation of state revenues directly shared with local governing bodies, not otherwise guaranteed by the Constitution of Alabama of 2022, including but not limited to revenue from the Rebuild Alabama Act, Act 2019-2, 2019 First Special Session, and the net profits derived from the proceeds of the Alabama liquor stores as provided under Section 283-74. The Finance Director shall direct the Comptroller to withhold the distribution of revenue described under this subsection to which the Class 3 municipality would otherwise be entitled to a special fund within the state treasury. The legislature, by independent supplemental appropriation, may use monies in the special fund to satisfy the restitution payments, meaning that should this money have to be withheld or in some way, it would go into another special fund, and then for the agency to be repaid, that would have to come through a separate supplemental appropriation that this body would have to approve. And then that money would be going to the agency. So what we have from this amendment and from this bill are certain things that are imperative that we provide for the citizens of Montgomery. Number one, it provides a clear means so that we can obtain and have resources of police authority here within the city. We have clear means where that can be drawn upon sources from the state and drawn upon from the county and drawn upon actually from any other sources that have the opportunity and ability. That's where we are with this, is we are providing a means so that this can be achieved. We can gain the safety in Alabama and in Montgomery that we need here from the state. We can ensure that our citizens are protected. The second thing is we don't place an undue burden on the other citizens or the remainder of the state, because what we have is a methodology and a means whereby payment can be determined. Those are, of course, specified as we've gone through. The data is collected, the data is retained, the data is cataloged, and then it is reported to the legislature and to the executive and to the municipalities. After that reporting, the petitioner, in other words, the one who has provided the services, would have to go to a circuit court to obtain a circuit court judgment by the relevant evidence that they have provided to show that is the correct and true restitution, that these are the true costs that it came from, that these matters are the correct amounts that should be paid, that they are entitled to be paid, that they actually did provide those services, how and when that occurred. The court would have the ability to review that, to question that, to have witnesses called and questioned on that under oath to determine and make sure that they are reasonably convinced that the evidence is there, that the costs are just, that they are reasonable, and they are due to be paid. When that is done and that judgment is rendered in that court, then that adjudication is sent to the municipality. The municipality then has the option of paying in full within 6 months' time of that or receiving that adjudication. When that 6 months' time has expired, assuming that the city does not make a full payment, then the next option that the municipality or the other entity, the one who provided the service, would be then to approach the state and say, state, here is the judgment, here is where this has occurred, here is what we have not received. You have the authority of confiscating, that's too strong of a word, let me rephrase that. You would have the ability to be able to come in and take the monies, use the monies that's due to be paid to Montgomery from several sources to take that amount, put it into a special account, and then for the legislature to make the payment from those funds that's there. It's simply a matter of movement of funds from one bucket to another bucket, still providing the services. Now again, this is a method that I think is well thought out. I again applaud my colleagues who have brought this forward, developed this into a means that is truly workable, that is truly sensitive to the needs of where we are. I don't think anyone has any questions that in Montgomery, we have difficulties with law enforcement, and we have difficulties with traffic controls at times, and everyone does. But it seems that here we don't have, in Montgomery, the number of police and the numbers of people, not just the police, but others, the other infrastructure there is limited. We haven't been able to get the people here, to serve here. But this gives us a means so we can pull from the sources. We can pull from sources of the county, we can pull resources from the state, and again, to reiterate, we can pull from resources from others. And then, once those services are completed or are done, restitution can be made so that it's not a burden. This helps everyone. This is a means, this is the way that government should function. This is the method in which government becomes the doer of good. By providing a means, and the first thing the government is to do is to protect people, is to protect our citizens in every way that we possibly can, and to protect their property, and to protect their ability to earn a living, to protect their children when they go to school, and to protect them at their home, at their work, and in their school. This is our first responsibility. This is our attempt to make a move forward toward achieving that which we need to. And that achievement is a matter of getting to a point of providing the services that's required, and we have discovered and found a methodology to make that work. Now all we have to do is get this bill passed. Now I think we're coming up on a time frame when we'll have the votes here. I believe we will have the votes to make this and bring it into fruition. I hope for the benefit of Montgomery, I hope for the benefit of the state that we can bring this into play and actually make it work. And I do truly believe that this is also a pattern for the future. I think has pulled in to a means that is completely a means of a pattern, if you will, that should we find other circumstances, and trust me, there are other circumstances in the state that need to have these resources. I believe this
All right, time's up on the cloture petition. Secretary called the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 27 ayes, 7 nays. The cloture
Mr. President, I'd
petition's
like to have the
adopted.
bill read in its entirety.
Okay, Secretary, read the bill. All right, vote on the amendment, then we'll have it read at length.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 25 ayes, 8 nays. The Senator Albritton amendment's adopted. All right, and then we have a,
President.
yeah, bill read.
Personal privilege.
All right, Secretary, read the bill, please.
Senate Bill 298, Section 1A, each Class 3 municipality shall maintain a minimum ratio of 2 full-time law enforcement officers for every 1,000 residents of the municipality as determined by the 2020 federal decennial census. B, a Class 3 municipality that does not meet the requirements of subsection A on October the 1st, 2026 shall be granted an initial grace period of 5 years to achieve full compliance. The municipality shall be exempt from satisfying the requirements of subsection A during the grace period provided by the municipality complies with the requirements of subsection C and the other applicable provisions of this act. During the grace period under subsection B, the municipality shall make annual improvements of not less than 10% of the deficit between the current officer ratio and the required ratio provided under subsection A. Annually during the grace period, the governing body of the municipality and the chief of police shall submit a report to the Secretary of the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency demonstrating that the municipality is making the required annual improvements. Section 2, on an annual basis, by December 1st, the governing body of each Class 3 municipality shall submit all of the following to the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency: the number of sworn officers as of October 31st of the current year, the population used for compliance calculation, steps taken to recruit, hire, or train additional officers. Section 3, if a Class 3 municipality is in violation of Section 1, the state of Alabama, through the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency, may assume operational oversight of the police department of the municipality and may execute one or more of the following actions. 1, establish a corrective action plan for the municipality to regain compliance. 2, deploy supplemental law enforcement personnel or resources. 3, appoint a chief administrative law enforcement officer who shall have the authority to act in all matters and for all purposes regarding the police department of the municipality, including but not limited to personnel actions, administrative procedures, enforcement strategies, and the recruitment and retention methods. 4, enter into cooperative enforcement agreements with the county sheriff, adjacent jurisdictions, or state agencies. The operational oversight of the Class 3 municipal police department pursuant to the subsection A shall continue until the passage of 365 calendar days following the municipality's compliance with the requirements of this act. Section 4, the state of Alabama and its affected agencies and any supporting political subdivision of the state shall be entitled to full restitution for the cost to deploy supplemental law enforcement officers during any period of operational oversight of a Class 3 municipal police department pursuant to Section 3. Restitution shall include payment payable to the state and its affected agencies for cost incurred implementing and administering a period of operational oversight, including the deployment of supplemental law enforcement officers. On behalf of the state of Alabama and its affected agencies and any supporting political subdivision of the state, the Attorney General shall submit a petition for restitution that shall include all of the following. 1, the name of the agency requesting restitution. 2, the name and rank of each supplemental law enforcement officer deployed for operational oversight of the Class 3 municipality. 3, the number of hours each supplemental law enforcement officer was deployed. 4, the hourly rate at which supplemental law enforcement officers were paid, including fringe benefits, mileage, and per diem. 5, the total amount of non-personnel operational costs incurred, including costs for equipment, vehicles, and fuel. 6, the total amount of money requested as restitution by the agency. 7, any supporting documentation necessary to establish any expenditure under this subsection. C, the court shall hold a hearing on the petition and shall grant the petition if the court is reasonably satisfied from the evidence that the petitioner has satisfied the requirements of this section. Section 5, the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency may adopt rules to implement and administer this section. Section 6, this act shall become effective on October the 1st, 2026.
All right, Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 28 ayes, 7 nays. Senate Bill 298 passes. All right, Secretary, I call the next bill.
That's for a point of privilege.
Okay, all right, you're recognized.
Thank you. If I've ever seen anything in my life that even remotely comes to what it means when the rabbit has the gun, it has been just these past few minutes. I represent over 100,000 people here in Montgomery. And at no point, despite my colleagues offering an apology on the floor to me for not sharing with me about this, the introduction of this bill, at no point has there been a conversation with me as an individual who represents the majority of the city of Montgomery. And to think that somewhere along the way, in the midst of this chamber, a bill that I'm considering to be a local bill, because Montgomery has been picked on today. And while I am absolutely beside myself, I'm beside myself for the people in Montgomery. I'm beside myself because they didn't get a voice today. They didn't get the other person who represents them did not have an opportunity to say a single word on this bill, and now it's passed. And now it's passed. And we say it's because of safety. What else will we be distracted with? What I've come to believe is that when everybody around you has everything they need, that's the safest we will be. When people have health care, when people have food, SNAP benefits, that's the safest we will be. And I see individuals wearing the blue badge. Support the blue. If you really want to support them, you'll repeal permitless carry. If you really want to support these police officers who will get out and sacrifice every single day, that's what we would do. I don't understand how in this chamber we found ourselves in a moment like this. I don't. Democracy has not been put on display in this moment, not at all. And I won't forget it. And I hope the people of Montgomery will not forget what they've seen here today. Because fully, at least a full half of the city has not been recognized because their representative is just now getting to speak again in the aftermath of the bill. What a shame that here it is, a person representing at least 88% of the city did not get to speak, and yet an individual who represents no part of the city was able to speak on his own amendment. What a shame. What a shame that individuals potentially in that gallery who are Montgomeryans, whether you're on, I don't care what side of this issue you're on, all of us seek and desire to be safe. Safe in our homes, safe in our places of business, safe at entertainment, at venues, and all of these aspects of things that we seek to do to be safe, want to be safe. Nobody is against that. The question is, if you really wanted to do this in a way that really speaks to what it means to be a community, we would have had a discussion about this. This wouldn't have been shoved down our throats. That is unforgivable. And I'd say this, because I do believe this to be true. I believe there are good people in this chamber. I believe there are people who want to do what's right. I do believe that there are people in this chamber who respect and appreciate each other, care for each other's families. And I also believe that in many instances, we do get it wrong. And when we do get it wrong, I hope that we will have the courage to do the things to make it right. This is a bill that we have passed that will no doubt see its day in court. Because if it has done nothing else, it has demonstrated that in the interest of looking out for the other Class 3 municipality, and I would quote, I would like to give them breathing room. No breathing room was offered for Montgomery. So in this moment right now, what I would hope will be the thing that will come about for all of us as we seek to do the people's work and stop with the distractions that ultimately do not speak to where people live, the affordability issues that people are having. People are hurting.
Senator,
Whether they're hurting at the gas pump or wherever
Senator,
else
your
they're
time's
hurting.
expired.
The desire is for
Wrap it
them
up.
to be able to live their lives better and safer. And for that, this day will be remembered.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
President.
thank you, Senator Hatcher. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 381 by Representatives Faulkner and others regarding the camp safety, BR pending.
Mr. President, may I speak to the BR, please?
Senator Roberts.
I'd like to move the BR and speak to that motion.
All right, you're recognized.
Today, we're dealing with HB 381. It came about from an event that took place July 4th, 2025. There was flooding conditions that negatively impacted Camp Mystic in Texas, and we lost 27 people that day. One of them was our very own Sarah Marsh, an 8-year-old young lady that lives in Cherokee Bend, in the same elementary school that I did. Lost her life in a catastrophic flash flood while attending Camp Mystic in Texas. This act honors the memory of not only Sarah, but what is commonly referred to as Sarah Marsh's Heavenly 27 Camp Safety Act. The act honors the efforts of camps around Alabama. We've had multiple changes to this bill since it was filed in the House. The camps have come together. We have so many outstanding camps from the very tip of North Alabama down to our coast, whose needs, whose topography are all different, and yet, how do we keep them safety? Most of our camps have excellent records from the way that they conduct the businesses of their camps, the way they have their safety records. What do you do in the event of a flash flood when you're at a camp? You come up with a safety plan. In our camps, most of them have safety plans. This is simply creating a way so that all of the camps of Alabama will be in a situation to take great care of children who go to camp. And so it's been a great coordination of efforts that have taken place. We've had different interest groups get involved who represent camps, and we've had House members and Senate members get involved to pull this together into what it is today. There have been multiple amendments, there have been multiple suggestions, and then working through how do we get this taken care of well. The bill reads, under existing law, Alabama Department of Public Health regulates the sanitation of food preparation and lodging facilities at campsites, but there's no standards to ensure that camp operations have plans in place to address a range of situations in which campers and staff may be endangered, such as severe weather, flash flooding, or other natural disasters or man-made emergencies. So it's been a great exercise for our camps to go through. How do we handle this? This bill will require camps with residential facilities for campers to obtain an emergency preparedness license from the Alabama EMA as a condition for operating by demonstrating that certain requirements are met. These include requirements for hiring staff members, effective means of communication between staff members and campers in the event of an emergency, flood safety, sheltering, and emergency and evacuation plans to include the coordination with local emergency management organizations. Many of these camps already had these in place. Many of them were already doing background checks on whomever was going to be working with the children. But pulling this together with emergency groups that surround these camps is something that will allow all of these to come together. So in the unfortunate event that we have something similar to what took place in Texas or any other type of situations that could come up, that we've got a plan for that to ensure the safety of the children. So what we're trying to accomplish here is, of course, to get this bill passed, but in regarding to camp safety, to provide minimum requirements for emergency preparedness licensure of residential campsites by the Alabama EMA, including staff retention and training, weather monitoring and communication, flood and weather safety, and emergency and evacuation plans Starting out, the act would be known and cited as the Sarah Marsh Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act. For purpose of this act, the following terms will have the following meaning. Agency is the Alabama Emergency Agency. Cabin, any structure in which campers sleep, including but not limited to a cabin, dormitory, or bunkhouse, regardless of the camper's capacity. A camp is any dedicated site in the state of Alabama where campers temporarily gather for recreation, religious, social, educational, or therapeutic purposes, whether operated for profit or nonprofit purposes, and which provide cabins for campers to stay overnight. The term does not include a dedicated location or structure for hunting or fishing, or the use of available dormitory spaces or other residences at an educational institution. A camper is any individual who is 16 years of age or younger who is present and lodging at a camp for the purpose of participating in the recreational, religious, social, educational, or therapeutic activities provided under the supervision of the camp operator and the staff. Camp operations, physical custody of campers outside of the presence of parents or legal guardians for a period of days which requires staying overnight, during which the camp operator or staff supervise campers, where camp staff supervise campers. Participation in the recreational, religious, social, or educational or therapeutic activities. A camp operator, the term includes any individual or entity that administers camp operations, including the provision of staff, regardless of any ownership interest in the camp operations, assets, personal property, or the site on which the camp is located. An individual or entity that maintains the camp that includes staff members who may service dining, recreation, or other facilities, but which otherwise does not administer camp operations or leases the camp to other organizations to conduct camp operations. The term does not include any of the following: an organization that leases a camp from a camp operator for the purpose of administrating camp operations, an individual or entity that leases a camp for a retreat, seminar, training in which the majority of participants are individuals who are 19 years of age or older. 3, an individual or entity that operates a conference center, hotel, resort that is leased by individuals or entities but is not responsible for custodial oversight of the guests. 4, the owner of the land that leases the land to a camp operator but does not engage itself in camp operations on the land. Emergency preparedness license. The license issued by the agency to a camp operator which certifies that a camp complies with this act. 8, floodplain. And this is probably where the situation with Camp Mystic was probably most caught. Any area within a 100-year floodplain is designated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency pursuant to the National Flood Insurance Act of 1968. And it cites there, including a letter of map revisions based on fill or a similar administrative process by Federal Emergency Management Agency. Local organization. The local organization for emergency management is authorized in Section 31-9-10 Code of Alabama 1975, and then defining staff member, an individual who is retained on an employment, contractual, or voluntary basis by a camp operator to provide camp operations, including security, maintenance.
All right, time's up on the BIR. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts,
Aye.
Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods.
$32 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 381 by Representative Faulkner and others regarding camp safety.
All right, Senator Roberts.
Substitute pending.
Mr. President, this bill was subbed in committee, and I'd like to move to table that
All right,
sub.
all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the committee substitute's tabled.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer a sub,
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
and I'd like to speak to it, sir.
Let me get that, let them read it first, and
Yes,
we'll.
sir.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute for House Bill 381 by Senator Roberts.
Motion to adopt, sir.
All right, Senator Roberts, we're on to substitute now. You're recognized.
Sir, I'd like to speak to that.
All right,
Motion to adopt.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak.
yeah, you're recognized, Senator Roberts.
This is one more.
All right, we have a report from Committee on Rules. Senator Wagner.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill 381, shall cease at 4:13 on March the 31st, 2026.
Mr. President, may I speak to the motion, please?
Mr. President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, sir. Emergency preparedness license.
I guess I'm just gonna get
starting
ignored all
January
day.
1, 2027. Every residential camp in Alabama will be required to obtain an emergency preparedness license from the Alabama Emergency Management Agency. This license will require, in addition to the existing sanitation permits issued by the Alabama Department of Public Health, licenses will be valid for 5 years and must be updated if a camp changes its boundaries or adds new cabins. The other step, public registry of licensed camp. Parents will be able to visit the Alabama Emergency Management Association website to confirm that their child's camp has a valid emergency preparedness license. It required emergency action planning. Camps will be required to create and update annual emergency plans that cover flooding, fire, severe injury or illness, epidemics, lost campers, intruders, transportation emergencies, aquatic accidents, and other natural disasters. Evacuation and shelter-in-place plans with adequate shelter capacity. And then communication plans with parents, staff, and local emergency officials. mandatory safety systems. Camp will be required to have NOAA weather radios that transmit all hazardous notifications. Notification protocol to communicate with staff without reliance on cellular services or text messaging, and then camp-wide alarms that are audible both indoors and outdoors without an internet connection. And then transparency with parents and guardians. Camps must provide a summary of their emergency plan and a copy of the most recent safety license to any parent or registered camper. In an emergency, if an emergency occurs, the camp must notify parents in the event and the safety measures taken as soon as reasonably possible. And require safety training drills. Camps are required to provide campers with an age-appropriate safety orientation within the first 24 hours of arrival. And staff and volunteers will be required to train annually on the emergency plan with records kept. And then prohibition of cabins in floodplains. After January 1, 2027, no camp may construct a cabin, dormitory, or bunkhouse located within a designated 100-year floodplain. And for any existing cabin in a floodplain, camps must provide additional data to demonstrate that campers are not in danger while sleeping in their cabins. And then, of course, background checks, which most of our camps have been doing for the duration of their existence.
Senator Roberts, do you mind if I recognize some guests in the gallery?
That would be great.
The guests of Senator Roberts, if you'll please stand. Patrick and Jill Marsh, they're the parents of Sarah Marsh, one of Heaven's 27. 8-year-old Sarah perished when Camp Mystic flooded on July 4th, 2025 in Texas. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Condolences to you. All right, Senator Roberts.
Patrick and Jill, y'all have been troopers with this. Thank you very much for being here today. The goal is really to create and maintain emergency preparedness plans, ensure background checks are done thoroughly, and train all staff on implementation of emergency evacuation and responsive plans. The legislation also prohibits building cabins in floodplain lands with some exceptions for already existing cabins that have rigorous and specific safety measures that are already in place. Every overnight camp in the state must apply for and receive an emergency preparedness license. This license is valid for 5 years, as I said earlier, unless the camp operator makes a material change to their campus. Every overnight camp must do background checks on every employee, regardless of the role at the camp. And camps are prohibited from hiring anyone with a sexual or violent crime in their criminal history. And on January 1, 2027, the camp operators shall construct or expand a cabin, not expand or construct a cabin in the floodplain. A camp may operate an existing cabin in a floodplain if the finished floor elevation of the cabin is built above the base floodplain elevation, the height the flood could conceivably reach during a flood event. There are high water marks installed near the cabin to make sure that staff know when to evacuate during a flood emergency, and a cabin is not located in a designated regulatory floodway, the area where water flows during a flood. And their emergency plan includes a differentiated evacuation procedure for that cabin. These are common sense things that our camps have been doing for many, many years here in Alabama, and we're grateful for the camps that are already in place and for the service that they do for our children all around the state. As we know, you can go to Huntsville and attend Space Camp. You can go down to the coast and attend camps there on the coast that deal with all types of marine biology and things like that. And then Skyline Camp is in one of my colleagues here on the floor, Stills District. And kids go there every summer and their corresponding camps with them. The main goal is to, in the event of a natural disaster or an emergency, that our children are kept safe and that they are well taken care of. Because the lessons that we have been able to learn from what took place at Camp Mystic are something that we ought not repeat. And states around the country will be doing things similar to this because we never want to repeat what took place in July of 2025. So some of the other benefits that we have that are coming with this, as I read earlier, camp operator, after this goes into effect January 1, 27, have an emergency preparedness license and be valid. A supplemental application to maintain an emergency preparedness license that has been issued and shall be submitted at any time within 45 days of any of the following material changes to the camp. The boundary lines of the camp are changed or altered. The number of cabins is increased. Any renovation to an existing cabin which results in an increase of more than 3 in camper activity. When granting an approval to an application for an emergency preparedness license, the agency shall include the notice of approval to the camp operator, the date in which the 5-year period shall expire, which shall be the deadline by which the license shall be renewed by submission of a supplemental application. And then 2, if a camp operator submits a supplemental application to maintain an emergency preparedness license in compliance with subsection C upon approval of the supplemental application, the agency may extend the deadline required under the subdivision 1, but no extension may be made for a period longer than 5 years from the date of approval of a supplemental deadline. No less than 90 days before the deadline set by the agency under subsection 1 and subdivision 2, the agency shall remind the camp operator by written and digital notice of the deadline for the submission of the supplemental application for renewal of license. Nevertheless, the deadline, a license shall remain valid pending the agency's determination to renew the license on a supplemental application that is submitted no later than the deadline. No camp operator may apply for an emergency preparedness license without presenting documentation to the agency that the camp is required by the Alabama Department of Public Health for the sanitation of food and preparation and lodging facilities as evidenced in a valid permit, that the camp and camp operators are covered by the liability insurance, by their liability insurance. When an initial application is submitted for an emergency preparedness license, within 90 days, the agency shall notify the camp operator of the determined approving or disapproving of the application. The agency may prescribe by rule or the condition required to implement the application and approval period conditions required in this section and shall develop application forms and written instructions to the camp operator for documentation necessary to substantiate compliance with each section of this act. If a camp operator or administrator, camp operations at more than one camp, a separate emergency preparedness license shall be required for each one of those camps. The agency shall post and maintain or update on the agency's website a list of each camp that has a valid license pursuant to this act, and no individual may be retained by a camp operator as a staff member who has been convicted of a crime that involves a sexual or violent act, including those unlawful under Chapter 6. As disclosed by the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency or contractor that is recognized as reliable among professional camping organizations to perform criminal history background checks on a prospective staff member or is approved by the agency. Each camp operator shall submit to the agency a list of staff members retained by the camp in the initial emergency preparedness licensure application and any supplemental application for renewal of the license due to expiration of an application deadline set by the agency pursuant to Section 3D. Section 5, as of January 1, 2027, no camp operator shall construct or expand a cabin located in a floodplain. B, notwithstanding subsection A, the agency shall approve the contingent operation of an existing cabin located in a floodplain if the camp operator demonstrates to the agency all of the following. 1, the lowest finished floor elevation of the cabin is at least 2 feet above the applicable base flood elevation. Where a base flood elevation is not provided, the camp operator shall obtain and utilize the best available flood data to determine flood risk for an affected cabin. 2, 1 or more high water markers, HWMs, as needed based upon on-the-ground measures and real-time conditions are installed at appropriate locations near the affected cabin. And 3, the cabin is not located within a designated regulatory floodway as identified on the most current flood hazard map published by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And then 4, the emergency plan required under Section 8 includes enhanced evacuation procedures specific to the flood risk. It's just good common sense, Mr. President, to continue to do these things. And then any cabin located or to be located in a camp that is located in or contiguous to a zone mapped by FEMA as Zone 5 or Zone VE in a coastal high hazard area is exempt from provisions of this subsection regardless of the FEMA zone classification in which the cabin is located. And that's part of the amendment that we dealt with dealing with our coastal area. And then as a condition for renewing an emergency preparedness license, a camp shall operate with all of the following equipment and capabilities. A NOAA weather radio. That makes total sense that they would have access to that, but not totally dependent upon the internet. A protocol to alert essential staff members on an emergency, including a redundant procedure that does not rely on text messaging or cellular service. And then 3, a notification system that does not rely on or an internet connection that is capable of providing an alarm or notification of emergency, which is audible both inside and outside to staff members and campers. Each camp shall have as many designated sheltering spaces as are necessary to afford capacity for the maximum number of campers and staff members who are overnight residences. And then Section 8 goes to deal with the agency shall not approve an emergency prepared license for a camp unless the camp maintains an emergency plan that provides for the protection and safety of campers and complies with the requirements of this section. An emergency plan shall contain procedures for responding to all of the following situations: a lost camper, a fire on camp premises, a severe illness, injury, death of a camper, staff member, or visitor which occurs on camp premises or while under the supervision of a staff member. 4, an incident or condition involving a water course, lake, pond within or near the camp. 5, a warning of implementing severe weather such as torrential rain, hail, thunderstorms, or a tornado. An outbreak or sickness or an epidemic, an unauthorized individual who comes onto the campsite, any natural disaster that threatens life or property, an emergency or incident related to transportation of campers or staff members during the day of camp session. An emergency plan shall designate one or more locations for campers and staff members to gather in case of an emergency that requires an evacuation of the camp or a shelter in place. An emergency plan shall contain a procedure for response to emergency threats as applicable to the camp as listed in subsection B, which shall include but not be limited to both of the following: communication to campers and staff members on use of prescribed evacuation routes, procedures for nighttime evacuation. The agency shall prescribe that each camp have one or more staff members to be the designated emergency preparedness coordinator to monitor weather conditions, acts of larceny with the local organizations, and ensure compliance with staff training pursuant to Section 10. An emergency plan shall contain a procedure to shelter in place in case of a tornado. And what's really great about this is most of our camps already have these emergency plans in place. But in the event that they don't, this is to ensure a thorough safety for our campers. It shall contain a procedure for shelter in place in case of severe thunderstorms, warning, or sudden threat in which evacuation is impractical and increase the risk of harm to campers. The procedures developed pursuant to these subsections through B through E shall include any of the following: a protocol for identifying and accounting for each camper affected by an emergency event, so that can be done quickly. Notification of the local organization with provisions for ongoing communication with that local organization as conditions unfold during an emergency, and ongoing communication between camp operator and all essential staff members pursuant to Section 6.2. Notification to each parent or legal guardian of a camper of the emergency event and the safety measures taken as soon as reasonably possible in relation to the emergency. And in the preparation of emergency plan, a camp operator or emergency preparedness coordinator may consult with the local organization, the agency, the American Camp Association, or another professional group for camps concerning the implementation of best practices. And then Section 9, a camp operator shall submit the emergency plan required in Section 8 to the agency for approval with the initial application for an emergency preparedness licensure. The plan shall be updated or amended if supplemental applications to maintain an emergency preparedness
All right, time's expired on the cloture petition. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods.
All right, 27 ayes, 6 nays. The cloture petition's adopted.
Mr. President, I'd like to move final passage using the previous role without objection.
Yeah, it's going to just go to it. It's the substitute now, so long roll in the substitute.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot,
Get it read.
Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods,
All right, 32 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Senator Roberts substitutes adopted. All right, and then Senator Smitherman, you wanted the bill. What was your motion?
Has he made, Mr. Chairman, I'm just getting a point of order. Has he first made the motion for it to be passed,
Yes, sir.
Then I'd like to be recognized for it to be read.
All right, Secretary, at the appropriate time, read the bill at length, please.
Just give it to me.
Section 2. Section 2. For purposes of this act, the following terms have the following meanings. 1. Agency. The Alabama Emergency Management Agency. 2. Cabin. Any structure in which campers sleep, including, but not limited to, a cabin, dormitory, or bunkhouse, regardless of camper capacity. 3. Camp. Any dedicated site in the state of Alabama where campers temporarily gather for recreational, religious, social, educational, or therapeutic purposes, whether operated for profit or non-profit purposes, and which provides cabins for campers to stay overnight. The term does not include a dedicated location or structure for hunting or fishing or the use of available dormitory space or other residences at an educational institution. 4. Camper. An individual who is 16 years of age or younger who is present and lodging at a camp for the purpose of participating in the recreational, religious, social, educational, or therapeutic activities provided under the supervision of the camp operator and staff. 5. Camp operations. Physical custody of campers outside of the presence of parents or legal guardians for a period of days which requires staying overnight, during which the camp operator and staff supervise campers' participation in recreational, religious, social, educational, or therapeutic activities. 6. Camp operator. A. The term includes, 1. An individual or entity that administers camp operations, 7 BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 2 including the provision of staff, regardless of any ownership interest in the camp operations, assets, personal property, or the site on which the camp is located. 2. An individual or entity that maintains a camp that includes staff members who may service dining, recreational, or other facilities, but which otherwise does not administer camp operations and leases the camp to other organizations to conduct camp operations. B. The term does not include any of the following. 1. An organization that leases a camp from a camp operator for the purpose of administering camp operations. 2. An individual or entity that leases a camp for a retreat, seminar, or training in which the majority of participants are individuals who are 19 years of age or older. 3. An individual or entity that operates a conference center, hotel, or resort that is leased by individuals or entities, but is not responsible for custodial oversight of the guests. 4. An owner of land that leases the land to a camp operator but does not engage itself in camp operations on the land. 7. Emergency Preparedness License. The license issued by the agency to a camp operator which certifies that a camp complies with this act. 8. Floodplain. Any area within a 100-year floodplain as designated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency pursuant to the National Flood Insurance Act of 1968, 42 U.S.C. 4001 ETSEQ, including a letter of map revision based on fill, or a similar administrative process by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. 9. Local organization. The local organization for emergency 7BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 3 management as authorized in section 31-9-10, Code of Alabama 1975. 10. Staff member. An individual who is retained on an employment, contractual, or volunteer basis by a camp operator to provide camp operations, including security, maintenance, orientation, organization, scheduling, instruction, hospitality, emotional support, counseling, worship, meals or refreshments, first aid, or supervision of recreation, sports, or crafts. Section 3. A. On and after January 1, 2027, a camp operator shall apply for and obtain an emergency preparedness license in accordance with the requirements of this act as a condition for conducting camp operations. B. An emergency preparedness license shall be valid for a period of 5 years from the date of approval, unless a camp operator within that period makes a material change to the camp as described in subsection C. C. A supplemental application to maintain an emergency preparedness license that has been issued shall be submitted at any time within 45 days of any of the following material changes to the camp. 1. The boundaries of the camp are altered. 2. The number of cabins is increased. 3. Any renovation to an existing cabin which results in an increase of more than 3 in camper capacity. D. 1. When granting an approval to an application for an emergency preparedness license, the agency shall include in the notice of approval to the camp operator the date on which the 5-year period shall expire, which shall be the deadline by which the license shall be renewed by submission of a supplemental 7BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 4 application. 2. If a camp operator submits a supplemental application to maintain an emergency preparedness license in compliance with subsection C, upon approval of the supplemental application, the agency may extend the deadline required under subdivision 1, but no extension may be made for a period longer than 5 years from the date of approval of the supplemental application. 3. No less than 90 days before the deadline set by the agency under subdivision 1, or subdivision 2, the agency shall remind the camp operator by a written and digital notice of the deadline for submission of the supplemental application for renewal of the license. Notwithstanding the deadline, a license shall remain valid pending the agency's determination to renew the license on a supplemental application that is submitted no later than the deadline. E. No camp operator may apply for an emergency preparedness license without presenting documentation to the agency, I, that the camp is regulated by the Alabama Department of Public Health for the sanitation of food preparation and lodging facilities as evidenced by a valid permit, and 2. That the camp and camp operations are covered by liability insurance. F. When an initial application is submitted for an emergency preparedness license, within 90 days the agency shall notify the camp operator of the determination approving or disapproving the application. G. The agency may prescribe by rule the conditions required to implement the application and approval period conditions required in this section, and shall develop application forms and written 7BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 5 instructions to a camp operator for documentation necessary to substantiate compliance with each section of this act. H. If a camp operator administers camp operations at more than one camp, a separate emergency preparedness license shall be required for each camp. I. The agency shall post, maintain, or update on the agency's website a list of each camp that has a valid license pursuant to this act. Section 4. A. No individual may be retained by a camp operator as a staff member who has been convicted of a crime that involves a sexual or violent act, including those unlawful under Chapter 6 of Title 13A, Code of Alabama 1975, as disclosed by the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency or a contractor that is, I, recognized as reliable among professional camping organizations to perform criminal history background checks on prospective staff members, or, 2, is approved by the agency. B. Each camp operator shall submit to the agency a list of staff members retained by a camp, in the initial emergency preparedness license application, or 2, any supplemental application for renewal of the license due to expiration of an application deadline set by the agency pursuant to Section 3, D. Section 5. A. As of January 1, 2027, no camp operator shall construct or expand a cabin located in a floodplain. B. Notwithstanding subsection A, the agency shall approve the continued operation of an existing cabin located in a floodplain if the camp operator demonstrates to the agency all of the following. 1. The lowest finished floor elevation of the cabin is at least 2 feet above the applicable base flood elevation. Whereas 7 BLD 8 F 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 6 base flood elevation is not provided, the camp operator shall obtain and utilize the best available flood data to determine flood risk for the affected cabin. 2. One or more high water markers, HWM, as needed, based upon on-the-ground measures and real-time conditions, are installed at appropriate locations near the affected cabin. 3. The cabin is not located within a designated regulatory floodway as identified on the most current flood hazard map published by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. 4. The emergency plan required under Section 8 includes enhanced evacuation procedures specific to flood risk. C. Any cabin located or to be located in a camp that is located in or contiguous to a zone mapped by FEMA as Zone V or Zone VE in a coastal high hazard area is exempt from the provisions of this section regardless of the FEMA zone classification in which the cabin is located. Section 6. As a condition for receiving an emergency preparedness license, a camp shall operate with all of the following equipment or capabilities. 1. A NOAA weather radio that transmits all hazards notifications. 2. A protocol to alert essential staff members of an emergency, including a redundant procedure that does not rely on text messaging or cellular service. 3. A notification system that does not rely on an internet connection and that is capable of providing an alarm and notification of an emergency which is audible both indoors and outdoors to staff members and campers. 7 BLD 8 F1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 7 section 7. Each camp shall have as many designated sheltering spaces as are necessary to afford capacity for the maximum number of campers and staff members who are overnight residents. Section 8. A. The agency shall not approve an emergency preparedness license for a camp unless the camp maintains an emergency plan that provides for the protection and safety of campers and complies with the requirements of this section. B. An emergency plan shall contain procedures for responding to all of the following situations. 1. A lost camper. 2. A fire on camp premises. 3. A severe illness, injury, or death of a camper, staff member, or visitor which occurs on camp premises or while under the supervision of a staff member. 4. An incident or condition involving a watercourse, lake, or pond within or near the camp. 5. A warning of impending severe weather, such as torrential rain, hail, thunderstorm, or a tornado. 6. An outbreak of sickness or an epidemic. 7. An unauthorized individual on the campsite. 8. Any natural disaster that threatens life or property. 9. An emergency or incident related to transportation of campers or staff members during the days of a camp session. C. An emergency plan shall designate one or more locations for campers and staff members to gather in case of an emergency that requires an evacuation of the camp or a shelter in place. D. 1. An emergency plan shall contain a procedure for responses to emergency threats as applicable to the camp as listed 7 BLD 8 F1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 8 in subsection B, which shall include, but not be limited to, both of the following. A. Communication to campers and staff members on use of prescribed evacuation routes. B. Procedures for nighttime evacuation. 2. The agency may prescribe that each camp have one or more staff members to be the designated emergency preparedness coordinators to monitor weather conditions, act as liaison with the local organization, and ensure compliance with staff training pursuant to Section 10, C, 2. E. An emergency plan shall contain a procedure to shelter in place in case of a tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning, or other sudden threat in which evacuation is impractical or increases the risk of harm to campers. F. The procedures developed pursuant to subsections B through E shall include all of the following. 1. A protocol for identifying and accounting for each camper affected by the emergency event. 2. Notification of the local organization, with a provision for ongoing communication with the local organization as conditions unfold during an emergency. 3. Ongoing communication between the camp operator and all essential staff members pursuant to Section 6, 2. 4. Notification to each parent or legal guardian of a camper of the emergency event and the safety measures taken as soon as reasonably possible in relation to the emergency. G. In the preparation of an emergency plan, a camp operator or emergency preparedness coordinator may consult with the local 7 BLD 8 F1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 9 organization, the agency, the American Camp Association, or another professional group for camps concerning the implementation of best practices. Section 9. A. 1. A camp operator shall submit the emergency plan required in Section 8 to the agency for approval with the initial application for an emergency preparedness license. 2. The plan shall be updated or amended if a supplemental application to maintain an emergency preparedness license is required pursuant to Section 3(c), and included with the supplemental application as a condition for approval. 3. If the plan is updated or amended for any reason other than for a mandatory condition pursuant to Section 3(c), the updated plan shall be submitted within 10 days of the update or amendment to the agency for approval, and the agency may dispense with resubmission of the updated or amended plan with the next required supplemental application for a renewal license in compliance with a deadline set by the agency pursuant to Section 3(d). 4. If the agency determines that the emergency plan does not meet the minimum standards prescribed by Section 8, the agency shall notify the camp operator of the plan's deficiencies, and the camp operator shall remedy and resubmit a revised plan no later than 90 days after receiving the notice. 5. Upon approval by the agency shall also provide a copy of an updated or amended version of the emergency plan to the local organization. B. The agency shall store the most recent version of an approved emergency plan in a digital database. Section 10. A. 1. Upon request by a parent or legal guardian 7 BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 10 of a registered camper, a camp operator shall provide, I, a copy of the camp's current emergency preparedness license, and, 2, a short, written summary of the camp's emergency procedures. 2. Upon request by a parent or legal guardian of a prospective camper, a camp operator shall provide a copy of the camp's emergency preparedness license. 3. Upon request by a parent or legal guardian of a registered or prospective camper, a camp operator shall provide notice of any cabin that is located on a floodplain. B. Not more than 24 hours after the start of a camp session, the camp operator and staff members shall conduct a mandatory safety orientation that includes all of the following information. 1. The camp's boundaries and any hazards present on camp premises. 2. Developmentally appropriate instruction on the appropriate actions, including evacuation procedures, to take in case of an emergency event which conform to the emergency plan. C. 1. Each staff member shall participate in a review of the most recent version of the camp's emergency plan at least once a year or upon approval of the agency of an amendment or update to the plan pursuant to Section 9(a). 2. Each staff member shall successfully complete annual training on the proper procedures to follow according to the emergency plan. 3. A camp operator shall maintain a written or digital record documenting each staff member's successful completion of the training required under subdivision 2. D. 1. A camp operator as defined in Section 2(6), A.2, shall 7 BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 11 require, by lease or contract, that an organization that is using the camp to administer camp operations do all of the following. A. Verify that the staff members supplied by the organization to administer camp operations have been subjected to a criminal history background check as provided in Section 4(a). B. Agree that the staff members supplied by the organization to administer camp operations shall familiarize themselves with the camp operator's emergency plan and plan for evacuation. C. Agree that the staff members supplied by the organization to administer camp operations, within 24 hours of the arrival of campers, shall provide developmentally appropriate instruction to the campers on the appropriate actions to take during an emergency event which conform to the camp operator's emergency plan. 2. The emergency preparedness coordinator designated by the camp operator pursuant to Section 8(d) 2, shall provide an orientation and review of the camp emergency and evacuation plans to the staff members supplied by the organization to administer camp operations upon their arrival at the camp. Section 11. A. An agency disapproval of an initial or supplemental application for an emergency preparedness license, including disapproval of an emergency plan, shall specify in writing the condition or requirement in this act or in an agency rule which the applicant failed to meet or satisfy with sufficient detail that the applicant may understand the action or measure required to remedy the deficiency. B. 1. Any applicant, upon receipt of an agency disapproval under subsection A, may submit a written appeal to the director of the agency within 30 days of receiving the decision of disapproval 7 BLD 8 Ev 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L, LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 12 for reconsideration. The applicant may include with the appeal a written explanation as to why the application or submission should be approved. The director may afford the applicant an informal hearing to explain the reason the application or submission should be approved. 2. Upon reconsideration, the director may A. Reverse the decision based on the applicant's written explanation or information gathered at an informal hearing, or B. Uphold the decision based on the applicant's written explanation or information gathered at an informal hearing. 3. The decision of the agency director pursuant to subdivision 2 shall be final but without prejudice to the applicant's right to again apply for approval at any time. C. The agency may adopt rules to govern appeals, with criteria for granting a variance to a condition or requirement when an applicant demonstrates that the measures being planned or implemented otherwise protect the safety of campers. Section 12. A. The agency may inspect a camp to verify compliance. Except in an emergency, or when responding to a specific, credible complaint alleging noncompliance or unsafe conditions, the agency shall conduct the inspection at a time agreed upon with the camp operator. B. An inspection shall be limited to verifying required documentation, staff member training records, and the on-site availability of safety plans approved by the agency. Section 13. A. A Youth Camp Safety Advisory Council, Advisory Council, is established as an independent council to advise the agency on the implementation of the requirements of this Act. I. 7 BLD 8 F 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L. LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 13 during the period between the passage of this Act and January 1, 2027, and 2. On an ongoing basis after the Act takes effect. This council shall be advisory only and shall have no independent regulatory authority. B. 1. The membership of the Advisory Council shall consist of all of the following: A. The Director of the Alabama Emergency Management Agency, or his or her designee. B. A representative of the Alabama Department of Public Health, to be appointed by the State Health Officer. C. The Chief of the Alabama Office of Water Resources of the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs, or his or her designee. D. The Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency, or his or her designee. E. 2 representatives from the Association of Alabama Camps, to be appointed by the President. F. A representative from the Alabama Association of Rescue Squads, to be appointed by the Executive Board Director. G. A representative from the Campaign for Camp Safety who is a resident of the state and who has attended a camp in the state or has a child or close relative who is attending a camp in the state, to be chosen by the membership. H. A representative from the Alabama Association of Emergency Managers. I. A representative from the YMCA who is experienced in camping matters, to be appointed by the Governor. J. A representative from Scouting America who is experienced 7 BLD 8 F 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L. LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 14 in camping matters, to be appointed by the Governor. K. A representative from Camp McDowell, to be appointed by the Board of Directors of the camp. 2. Appointments to the Advisory Council shall be coordinated to assure that council membership is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. 3. Members from state departments or agencies shall serve terms that coincide with their respective offices or appointments. No individual shall continue to serve on the Advisory Council when he or she or, if applicable, the designating officer, no longer serves in the office to which he or she was appointed. 4. Members shall serve without compensation and be reimbursed by their respective departments or agencies or, if applicable, according to the policy of their respective organizations. C. 1. The Advisory Council shall hold an organizational meeting in person no later than 45 days after the enactment of this section at the call of the chair, who shall be the Director of the Alabama Emergency Management Agency, or his or her designee. 2. At the organizational meeting, the council shall elect a co-chair, who shall be one of representatives from the Association of Alabama Camps. 3. After the organizational meeting, the Advisory Council shall meet at the call of the chair and proceedings may be conducted by electronic means. 4. The Advisory Council shall meet as necessary to fulfill the responsibilities described in subsection A. 7 BLD 8 F 1 March 31, 2026 JC, L. LG 2025-3458 sub HB 381 page 15, D. The Advisory Council shall dissolve 3 years from the date the section takes effect. Section 14. Nothing in this Act shall be interpreted to change any element of civil liability with respect to any possible claim against a camp nor create a cause of action solely for a violation of this Act. Section 15. The agency is authorized to adopt rules necessary to implement, administer, and enforce the requirements of this Act, and may not adopt any rules that expand the scope of this Act or which impose additional duties not expressly provided for herein. Section 16. This Act shall become effective on January 1, 2027, except Section 13 shall take effect immediately upon approval by the Governor.
All right, Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smithman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods,
$33 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 381 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 70 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 370 by Senators Livingston and others regarding tax increment districts. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
President, I move the BIR, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Under existing law, a major 21st century manufacturing zone is suitable for the site of certain manufacturing facilities, and they may be established within a tax increment district and must complete at least 50% of the tax increment, compromise at least 50% of the tax increment district within which it zoned is. This bill would allow a major 21st century manufacturing zone to be located within a tax increment district without regard to the size of such increment district, and to allow the ad valorem taxes and revenues collected within this tax district to be used for reimbursed costs incurred by a public utility to acquire land within the 21st major 21st century manufacturing zone. This is a pretty simple bill. It's something we passed in Huntsville a number of years ago, and it helps them be able to go out and recruit industries. It also allows them to do this with some help and provides for schools. So relating to economic development, to amend section 11-99-2, section 11-99-4, as amended by the Act 2026-104 of the 2026 regular session and sections 11-99-5 and 11-99-6 Code of Alabama to allow a major 21st century manufacturing zone to be located within a tax increment district without regard to the size of the tax increment district. Tax increment districts to allow ad valorem taxes to be collected within the tax increment districts to be used to reimburse costs incurred by a public entity to acquire lands within the major 21st century manufacturing zone prior to the creation of the tax increment districts, and to make non-substantial technical revisions to the updated existing code language to the current style. Be it enacted by the state of the legislature, Section 1, Section 11-99-2, Section 11-99-4, as last amended by Act 2026-106 of the 2026 regular session, and the Sections 11-99-5 and 11-99-6 the Code of Alabama 1975 are hereby read as follows. 11-99-2, as used in this chapter, the following terms should have the following meanings. Blighted or economically distressed area, any of the following, any area with which structures, buildings, and improvements by reason of dilapidation, deterioration, age, obsolescence, inadequate provisions for ventilation, light, air, sanitation, or open spaces, high density or population of overcrowding, or the existence of conditions that endanger life or property by fire or other causes, and a combination of factors such as ill health, transmission of disease, infant mortality, juvenile delinquency, or crime, and are determined detrimental to public health, safety, morale, and welfare. Any area that by reason of the presence of the substantial number of substandard, slum, deteriorated, or deteriorating structures, predominance of defective and inadequate street layout, faulty lot layout in relation to the size, adequacy, accessibility, or usefulness, unsanitary or unsafe conditions, deterioration of the site or other improvements, diversity of the ownership, tax or special assessment delinquencies exceeding the fair market fair value of the lands, defective or unusual conditions of the title, or the existence of the conditions that endanger life or liberty by fire or cause, or any combination of the foregoing substantiality, improvements, arrest the sound economic growth of an area, or hinders the provision of housing accommodations and constitutes an economic or social liability and its detriment to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare in the region present such. Any area that is predominantly open, which because of the obsolete plotting, diversity of ownership, deterioration of structures, or site improvements, or otherwise substantially impairs or arrests the sound economic growth of an area. D, any area that the local government governing body, number one, determines it is in need of development, rehabilitation, or revitalization to provide for economic growth and development of the area. Two, certifies is in need of redevelopment, rehabilitation as a result of flood, fire, hurricane, tornado, earthquake, storm, or other catastrophe, which the governor of the state of Alabama has certified for disaster relief assistance under federal law. Excuse me. Any area containing excessive vacant land on which structures were previously located, on which were located on abandoned or vacant buildings, or in old buildings where excessive vacancies exist in existing buildings which contain substandard structures, or with respect to their existing delinquencies in payment of real property taxes. Deferred tax recipient. Each taxing authority that receives an ad valorem tax with respect to the property located in a proposed tax increment district, an enhanced use land area, any area of a military installation which contains an underutilized real or personal property and or that is leased by a secretary of a military department to a leasee pursuant to the authority provided in Title 10 USC 2667. Definition of local financing officer, the legally authorized officer, agent responsible for receipt and disbursement of the revenues of a taxing authority, local and governing body, the governing body of a county or municipality, which proposes to create or has created a tax increment district. 6, a major 21st century manufacturing zone in any areas aggregating not less than 250 contiguous acres of real property determined by local governing body to meet all the following criteria. Number 1, A, is located in whole or in part within the boundaries or corporate limits. B, it is suitable for the site of an automotive-related industry, aviation-related industry, medical, pharmaceutical, semiconductor, computer electronics, energy conservation, cyber technology, or biomedical industry, manufacturing plant, or facilities. It is in an area within, which is not less than $100 million of capital investments in connection with the establishment, the expansion of the construction, rigging, development, rehabilitation, or the redevelopment of the facility or facilities is anticipated to be made by based upon representations, information, and provided by the anticipated user and users of the facility or facilities, and other information as located providing by the body shall be available and deems it aggregate. 7, the municipality, any incorporated municipality in this state, the project undertakings and activities of a public entity in a tax increment district for any one or more of the following. A, as determined by local governing body, the elimination and prevention of the development or spread of blight in, or the redevelopment or the revitalization of a blighted or economically distressed area, including but not limited to property acquisitions, property clearance, development, preservation.
All right, Senator Livingston, BR. Long roll. Secretary called the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smotherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR is adopted. Secretary called the bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 370 by Senators Livingston and others regarding tax increment districts.
Mr. President, I have an amendment, and I'd like to speak to that amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 370 by Senator Livingston. Replace line 115 on page 5 with the following. Replace line 153 on page 6 with the following.
All right, Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move passage of the amendment.
All right, using
Previous roll if available.
Did you want to speak to your amendment? Long roll?
I'd like to speak to it.
All right, long roll. Well, he's recognized, but yeah. You want to be recognized, correct?
Sir, Mr. President,
Yeah.
I ask to be recognized.
Okay.
So, thank you very much. So project, definition of projects, an undertaking and activities of a public entity in a tax increment district or any or more of the following, as determined by local governing body, the elimination, prevention of development or spread of blight, redevelopment, revitalization of a blighted economic area, listed, limited to property acquisitions and property clearance, development and preservation, the redevelopment, rehabilitation, renovation, or conservation, or combination of part therefore, and is according to located in an according plan, utilization or underutilization of real or personal property, or both, is in the use area, in the use lease area include, but not limited to property acquisition, property clearance, property development, redevelopment, rehabilitation, conservation, or combination of part therefore. Reutilization of the underutilized real property is in an area determined by a local government body to be a major 21st century zone, including but not limited to the property acquisition, the property clearance, development, including without limitation the public infrastructure and improvement and that any other improvements or construction.
All right, Senator Livingston, got a report from Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill number 370, shall cease at 5:18 on March the 31st, 2026.
Mr. President, I'd like to continue.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you. Anyway, so this is without limitation to public infrastructure improvements and any other improvements for the construction and equipping of automotive-related, aviation-related, medical, pharmaceutical, semiconductor, computer and electronics, energy conservation, cyber technology, or medical biomedical industry, manufacturing, or redevelopment, and rehabilitation and conservation, or a combination of those parts, therefore above in a project plan. Project cost. Any expenditures may be made or estimated to be made or monetary incurred or estimated to be incurred by a public entity, which is in the case of expenditures for or within a major 21st century manufacturing zone, may be directly incurred by the public entity or may be by a private entity, with the funds being granted by or otherwise made available from a public entity, which are listed in the project plan as cost of public works or improvements, or in the case of improvements within a major 21st century zone, manufacturing zone, public works or improvements or private improvements within a tax increment district, plus any cost incidental to thereof and diminished by the special assets received or reasonably expected to be received by the public entity in connection with the implementation of a project plan. Project costs include, but are not limited to, all the following. A, capital cost, including the cost of the acquisition, installation, or construction of a public works or improvements, new buildings, facilities, or improvements, structures and fixtures, the reservation of and renovation of properties of historic significance, facades of properties, the demolition, alteration, remodeling, repair, reconstruction of and existing buildings and structures or facilities and fixtures, the improvements and maintenance of repair and renovation and replacement of the property pursuant to a project plan, the acquisition of the equipment, the acquisition and clearing and grading of the land, environmental remediation of real property, and the acquisition of interest in land. Financing cost includes all interest paid to the holders of the tax increment obligations during the period of implementation of the project plan, the cost of any form of credit enhancement, printing and trustee courts cost, and the premium paid in excess of principal amount, therefore, because of the redemption of the obligations of the prior to the maturity. Real property has assembly cost, and meaning that any deficit resulting from the sale or lease as a lessor by a public entity of a real or personal property within a tax increment district for the combination which is less than its cost to the public entity. Part D, professional service accounts cost include those costs incurred for architectural, planning, engineering, finance underwriting, legal advice and services, and consulting and management as services. Part E, imputed administrative costs, including a reasonable charge for time spent by officers and employees of a public entity in connection with the implementation of a project plan. Relocation costs, including those relocation payments made following the condemnation under Chapter 1A of Title 18. Organizational costs, including the cost of conducting environmental impact and other studies, and the cost of informing the public with respect to the creation of a tax increment district and the implementation of the project plans. Part H, the amount of the contributions made in connection with the implementations of the project plan that are within the limits prescribed by law. I, payments made at the discretion of the local governing body, which are to be necessary or convenient to create the tax increment districts or implementation and management of the project plans. For the purpose of any tax increment district in which not less than 50% by area of real property within the tax increment district is enhanced use of the lease agreement, all costs described in this subsection, which are expanded by a public entity or a developer within 3 years immediately preceding the date of the creation of the tax increment district. For most purposes, of any tax increment district within which includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, the cost incurred by a public entity to acquire land or interest in land forming all or part of such major 21st century manufacturing zone prior to the creation of the date of the tax increment districts, provided to incur such costs to the local governing body of such public entity that has received its intent to reimburse costs from an ad valorem tax collected within a future tax increment district. Number 10, the project plan. The properly provided plan by the public entity creating a tax increment district for the development, redevelopment, revitalization of a tax increment district, including all properly approved amendments. Number 11, the public entity in any municipality or county inside the state. Thank you. Tax increment district. Number 12, that amount obtained by multiplying the total revenue derived from an ad valorem tax levied by all local taxing authorities on all taxable property within the tax increment district in any tax year by a fraction having a numerator equal to that of the tax year's market value of the taxable property in the district minus the tax increment and a denominator equal to that tax year's equalized value of all taxable property in the district. In any tax year, a tax increment is positive if the tax increment base is less than the aggregate value of the taxable property as equalized by the Department of Revenue. It is negative if the base exceeds that value. Number 13, the tax increment base. the aggregate value as equalized by the Department of Revenue of all taxable property located within the tax increment district on the date of the district is created and determined as provided in section 1199-5. 14, the tax increment districts, a continuous geographic area within the boundaries of a public entity defined as created by the resolution of the local government body. 15, the tax increment fund, a fund into which all the tax increments not retained by the taxing authority as provided by section 1199-10A are paid and formed, which money is dispersed to satisfy claims of holders of tax increment obligations and issued for the tax increment district. Number 16, tax increment obligations, bonds, warrants, notes, other evidence of indebtedness issued by the public entity to fund all of the project cost, all or any of the project cost. 17, the taxable property, all real or personal property is located in a tax increment district which is subject to ad valorem taxes on the date of the adoption of the resolution creating the tax of the increment district. Number 18, the taxing authority. A, for a tax increment district in which not less than 50% by area of a real property within the tax increment district is blighted or economically distressed. The term means municipality, county, or other taxing authority has the power to levy taxes on property within the tax increment district. For tax increment districts in which not less than 50% by area of the real property within the tax increment district is in an enhanced use or leased area, the term means the state or the municipality, county, or other taxing authority has the power to levy taxes on property within the tax increment district. Part C, for the tax increment districts, which include an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone. The term means that the state or any municipality, county, or other taxing authority that has the power to levy taxes on the property within the tax increment district. 11-99-4A, in order to exercise its powers under this chapter, a public entity shall take the following steps. 1, the local governing body shall hold a public hearing at which all interested parties are afforded a reasonable opportunity to express their views on, and part I is the concept of the tax increment financing. Part 2, the proposed creation of the tax increment district and its proposed boundaries. And part 3, its benefits to the public entity. Notice of the hearing shall be published in the newspaper or the general circulation in which either the county or the city, as the case may be, in which the proposed tax increment district is to be located within. Notice to be published at least twice in a 15-day period, immediately preceding the date of immediately preceding the date of the hearing. Prior to the publication, a copy of the notice shall be sent to the first class by first class mail to the chief executive officer of each of the deferred tax recipients. 2-A, in addition to the notice required by the subdivision, or subdivision 1, and either before or after the public hearing, the local governing body shall make a written submission to the governing body of each deferred tax recipient. The submission shall include a description of the proposed boundaries of the tax increment district, the tentative plans for the development, redevelopment, revitalization of the tax increment district, and an estimate of the general impact of the proposed plan on the public, on property values and the tax revenues. Section B, not later than the 15th day after the date on which the notice is sent out, notice is required by a subdivision, is mailed and deferred. Each deferred tax recipient shall designate a representative empowered to meet with the local governing body to discuss the project plan, the tax increment financing, and shall notify the local governing body of its designation. Failure of any of the deferred tax receipts to designate a representative within the 15-day period, or to notify the local governing body of its designation, shall not prevent the local governing body from proceeding hereunder. If a deferred tax recipient who has failed to designate a representative, therefore designates a representative and notifies the local governing body of the designation, the representative shall be entitled to notice of any meetings and held therefore pursuant to this, any meetings held therefore pursuant to this section, and shall be entitled to attend to the meetings, but shall have no right to have matters discussed again and which have already been discussed. Section C, the local governing body shall call a meeting or meetings of the representatives of the deferred tax recipients to be held at any time 20 days from the mailing notice referred into the subdivision 1. Each representative shall be notified of each meeting at least 3 days before the meeting is to be held, but notice may be waived. At meetings, the local governing body and the representatives of the deferred tax recipients may discuss boundaries of the tax increment districts, development within the tax increment districts, and the exclusion of particular parcels of property from the district, and tax collection for the district. On the motion of a local governing body, any other matters relevant to the proposed tax increment district may be discussed. The local governing body shall adopt a resolution which need not be published, but which does all of the following things. A, describes the boundaries of the tax increment district with sufficient definitiveness to identify ordinary and reasonable certainty the territory to be included. The description shall include only those whole units of property other than the publicly owned property, such as streets, easements, and rights-of-ways, assessed for the general property tax purposes. If public entity is a county, the description shall include only those areas that lie outside the corporate limits of any municipality, unless it's the governing body of a municipality, unless has consented to the inclusion of land within its corporate limits within a tax increment district formed by a county. Section B creates a tax increment district as of a given date after the date of an adoption of the resolution. The date of the creation of the tax increment district may be a date subsequent to the date of expiration of the period of the duration of a tax increment financing district of the public entity. Section C fixes the period for the duration of the tax increment districts. 1, the duration may be for the period not to exceed 30 years from the date of creation of the tax increment district in the case of a tax increment district in which not less than 50% by area of the real property within the tax increment district is blighted or economically distressed. Section 2, the duration may be for a period not to exceed 35 years from the date of the creation of the tax increment district in the case of a district in which not less than 50% by area of the real property within the tax increment district is in an enhanced use lease area, or which includes an area that a local government body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, unless an amendment is made to the project plan under Section 7. Excuse me. D, it assigns a name to the tax increment district for the identification purchases, such as tax instrument district number 1 contains findings which shall not be subject to judicial review except after a showing of fraud, corruption, or undue influence that 1A, not less than 50% by area of the real estate of the real property within the tax increment district is, number 1, is in need of rehabilitation, redevelopment, revitalization, or conservation work, or 2, enhanced use lease area, or B, the tax increment district includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a 21st century manufacturing zone, and 2, the aggregate value of the equalized property is in the tax increment financing district, plus all the existing tax increment district created by the public entity does not exceed 10% of the total value equalized by taxable property within the public entity, and or 50% if the public, 50% if the public entity.
All right, time's up on cloture petition. Secretary call long roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
At length.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 26 ayes, 8 nays. The cloture petition is adopted. And then we had a Having a hard time hearing. You said you wanted the first page read. Is that what I heard?
In entirety.
Oh, you wanted the whole bill read. Okay.
Yes,
All right,
in its
Secretary,
entirety.
read the entire bill.
Every period, every comma.
All right. All right. After we do this amendment, then we'll do that. Thank you.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Livingston amendment's adopted. All right, now we need the bill read.
Read. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Be it enacted by the Legislature of Alabama, Section 1. Section 11-99-2, Section 11-99-4, as last amended by Act 2026-106 of the 2026 regular session, and Sections 11-99-5 and 11-99-6, Code of Alabama 1975, are hereby amended to read as follows: 11-99-2 as used in this chapter. The following terms have the following meanings. 1. Blighted or economically distressed area. Any of the following: A. Any area in which the structures, buildings, or improvements, by reason of dilapidation, deterioration, age, or obsolescence, inadequate provision for ventilation, light, air, sanitation, or open spaces, high density of population and overcrowding, or the existence of conditions that endanger life or property by fire and other causes, or any combination of such factors, are conducive to ill health, transmission of disease, infant mortality, juvenile delinquency, or crime and are detrimental to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare. B. Any area that by reason of the presence of a substantial number of substandard, slum, deteriorated, or deteriorating structures, predominance of defective or inadequate street layout, SB 370 introduced page 3 faulty lot layout in relation to size, adequacy, accessibility, or usefulness, unsanitary or unsafe conditions, deterioration of site or other improvements, diversity of ownership, tax or special assessment delinquencies exceeding the fair value of the land, defective or unusual conditions of title, or the existence of conditions that endanger life or property by fire and other causes, or any combination of the foregoing, substantially impairs or arrests the sound economic growth of an area, hinders the provision of housing accommodations, or constitutes an economic or social liability and is a detriment to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare in its present condition and use. C. Any area that is predominantly open and which because of obsolete platting, diversity of ownership, deterioration of structures or of site improvements, or otherwise, substantially impairs or arrests the sound economic growth of an area. D. Any area that the local governing body, I, determines is in need of redevelopment, rehabilitation, or revitalization to provide for the economic growth and development of the area, or 2. Certifies is in need of redevelopment or rehabilitation as a result of flood, fire, hurricane, tornado, earthquake, storm, or other catastrophe which the governor of the state has certified the need for disaster assistance under federal law. E. Any area containing excessive vacant land on which structures were previously located, on which are located abandoned or vacant buildings or old buildings, where excessive vacancies exist in existing buildings, which contain substandard structures, or with respect to which there exist delinquencies in payment of real property taxes. SB 370 introduced page 4, 2, deferred tax recipient. Each taxing authority that receives ad valorem taxes with respect to property located in a proposed tax increment district. 3, enhanced use lease area. Any area of a military installation which contains underutilized real or personal property, or both, that is leased by a secretary of a military department to a lessee pursuant to the authority provided in Title 10 U.S.C. 2667. 4. Local finance officer. The legally authorized officer or agent responsible for receipt and disbursement of the revenues of a taxing authority. 5. Local governing body. The governing body of a county or municipality which proposes to create or has created a tax increment district. 6. Major 21st century manufacturing zone. Any area aggregating not less than 250 contiguous acres of real property determined by a local governing body to meet all of the following criteria. A. Is located, in whole or part, within its boundaries or corporate limits. B. Is suitable for the site of an automotive industry related, aviation industry related, medical, pharmaceutical, semiconductor, computer, electronics, energy conservation, cyber technology, or biomedical industry manufacturing facility or facilities. C. Is an area within which not less than $100 million of capital expenditure in connection with the establishment, expansion, construction, equipping, development, rehabilitation, or redevelopment of the facility or facilities is SB 370 introduced page 5 anticipated to be made based upon representations and information provided by the anticipated user or users of the facility or facilities and other information as the local governing body shall have available to it and deems appropriate. 7. Municipality. Any incorporated municipality in the state. 8. Project. Undertakings and activities of a public entity in a tax increment district for any one or more of the following. A. As determined by the local governing body, the elimination and prevention of the development or spread of blight in, or the redevelopment or revitalization of, a blighted or economically distressed area, including, but not limited to, property acquisition, property clearance, development, preservation, redevelopment, rehabilitation, renovation, or conservation, or a combination or part thereof, in accordance with a project plan. B. The utilization of underutilized real or personal property, or both, in an enhanced use lease area, including, but not limited to, property acquisition, property clearance, development, redevelopment, rehabilitation, or conservation, or a combination or part thereof, in accordance with a project plan. C. The utilization of underutilized real property in an area determined by a local governing body to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, including, but not limited to, property acquisition, property clearance, development, including, without limitation, public infrastructure improvements and any other improvements for the construction and equipping of automotive industry related, aviation industry related, medical, pharmaceutical, semiconductor, computer, electronics. SB 370 introduced page 6 energy conservation, cyber technology, or biomedical industry manufacturing facilities, or the redevelopment, rehabilitation, or conservation, or a combination or part thereof, in accordance with a project plan. 9. Project costs. Any expenditures made or estimated to be made or monetary obligations incurred or estimated to be incurred by a public entity, which in the case of expenditures for or within a major 21st century manufacturing zone may be incurred directly by the public entity or by a private entity with funds granted by, or otherwise made available from, a public entity, which are listed in a project plan as costs of public works or improvements or, in the case of improvements within a major 21st century manufacturing zone, public works or improvements or private improvements, within a tax increment district, plus any costs incidental thereto, diminished by any special assessments, received or reasonably expected to be received by the public entity in connection with the implementation of the project plan. Project costs include, but are not limited to, all of the following. A. Capital costs, including the costs of the acquisition, installation, or construction of public works or improvements, new buildings, facilities or improvements, structures and fixtures, the preservation and renovation of properties of historic significance and facades of properties, the demolition, alteration, remodeling, repair, or reconstruction of existing buildings, structures, facilities, and fixtures, the improvement, maintenance, repair, renovation, and replacement of property pursuant to a project plan, the acquisition of equipment, the acquisition, clearing, and grading of land, environmental remediation of real property, and the SB 370 introduced page 7 acquisition of interests in land. B. Financing costs, including all interest paid to holders of tax increment obligations during the period of implementation of the project plan, the costs of any form of credit enhancement, printing, and trustee costs, and any premium paid in excess of the principal amount thereof because of the redemption of the obligations prior to maturity. C. Real property assembly costs, meaning any deficit resulting from the sale or lease as lessor by the public entity of real or personal property within a tax increment district for consideration which is less than its cost to the public entity. D. Professional service costs, including those costs incurred for architectural, planning, engineering, fiscal, underwriting, legal advice and services, and consulting and management services. E. Imputed administrative costs, including reasonable charges for the time spent by officers and employees of the public entity in connection with the implementation of a project plan. F. Relocation costs, including those relocation payments made following condemnation under Chapter 1A of Title 18. G. Organizational costs, including the costs of conducting environmental impact and other studies and the costs of informing the public with respect to the creation of tax increment districts and the implementation of project plans. H. The amount of any contributions made in connection with the implementation of the project plan that are within limits prescribed by law. I. Payments made, at the discretion of the local governing body, which are to be necessary or convenient to the creation of Tax SB 370 introduced page 8 increment districts or the implementation and management of project plans. J. For purposes of any tax increment district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is an enhanced use lease area, all costs described in the subdivision which are expended by a public entity or a developer within 3 years immediately preceding the date of the creation of the tax increment district. K. For purposes of any tax increment district which includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, the costs incurred by a public entity to acquire land or interests in land forming all or part of such major 21st century manufacturing zone prior to the date of creation of the tax increment district, provided, prior to incurring such costs the local governing body of such public entity has recited its intent to reimburse such costs from ad valorem taxes collected within a future tax increment district. 10. Project plan. The properly approved plan by the public entity creating a tax increment district for the development, redevelopment, or revitalization of a tax increment district, including all properly approved amendments thereto. 11. Public entity. Any municipality or county in the state. 12. Tax increment. That amount obtained by multiplying the total revenue derived from ad valorem taxes levied by all local taxing authorities on all taxable property within a tax increment district in any tax year by a fraction having a numerator equal to that tax year's market value of all taxable property in the district minus the tax increment base and a denominator equal to that tax year's SB 370 introduced page 9 equalized value of all taxable property in the district. In any tax year, a tax increment is positive if the tax increment base is less than the aggregate value of taxable property as equalized by the Department of Revenue. It is negative if the base exceeds that value. 13. Tax increment base. The aggregate value, as equalized by the Department of Revenue, of all taxable property located within a tax increment district on the date the district is created, determined as provided in Section 11-99-5. 14. Tax increment district. A contiguous geographic area within the boundaries of a public entity defined and created by resolution of the local governing body. 15. Tax increment fund. A fund into which all tax increments not retained by a taxing authority as provided by Section 11-99-10, are paid, and from which money is dispersed to satisfy claims of holders of tax increment obligations issued for the tax increment district. 16. Tax increment obligations. Bonds, warrants, notes, or other evidences of indebtedness issued by a public entity to fund all or any project costs. 17. Taxable property. All real and personal property located in a tax increment district which is subject to ad valorem taxation on the date of adoption of the resolution creating the tax increment district. 18. Taxing authority. A. For tax increment districts in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is a blighted or economically distressed area, the term means any municipality, county, or other taxing authority that has SB 370 introduced page 10 the power to levy taxes on property within the tax increment districts. B. For tax increment districts in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is an enhanced use lease area, the term means the state or any municipality, county, or other taxing authority that has the power to levy taxes on property within the tax increment district. C. For tax increment districts in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is which include an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, the term means the state or any municipality, county, or other taxing authority that has the power to levy taxes on property within the tax increment district. 11-99-4, A. In order to exercise its powers under this chapter, a public entity shall take the following steps. 1. The local governing body shall hold a public hearing at which all interested parties are afforded a reasonable opportunity to express their views on I. The concept of tax increment financing, 2. The proposed creation of a tax increment district and its proposed boundaries, and 3. Its benefits to the public entity. Notice of the hearing shall be published in a newspaper of general circulation in either the county or in the city, as the case may be, in which the proposed tax increment district is to be located with notice to be published at least twice in the 15-day period immediately preceding the date of the hearing. Prior to publication, a copy of the notice shall be sent by first-class mail to the Chief Executive SB 370 introduced page 11 officer of each deferred tax recipient. 2. A. In addition to the notice required by subdivision 1, and either before or after the public hearing, the local governing body shall make a written submission to the governing body of each deferred tax recipient. The submission shall include a description of the proposed boundaries of the tax increment district, the tentative plans for the development, redevelopment, or revitalization of the tax increment district, and an estimate of the general impact of the proposed project plan on property values and tax revenues. B. Not later than the 15th day after the date on which the notice required by subdivision 1 is mailed, each deferred tax recipient shall designate a representative empowered to meet with the local governing body to discuss the project plan and the tax increment financing and shall notify the local governing body of its designation. Failure of any deferred tax recipient to designate a representative within the 15-day period, or to notify the local governing body of its designation, shall not prevent the local governing body from proceeding hereunder. If a deferred tax recipient who has failed to so designate a representative thereafter designates a representative and notifies the local governing body of the designation, the representative shall be entitled to notice of any meetings held thereafter pursuant to this section, and shall be entitled to attend the meetings, but shall have no right to have matters discussed again which have already been discussed. C. The local governing body shall call a meeting, or meetings, of the representatives of the deferred tax recipients to be held at any time after 20 days from the mailing notice referred to in SB 370 introduced page 12 subdivision 1. Each representative shall be notified of each meeting at least 3 days before the meeting is to be held, but notice may be waived. At the meetings, the local governing body and the representatives of the deferred tax recipients may discuss the boundaries of the tax increment district, development within the tax increment district, the exclusion of particular parcels of property from the district, and tax collection for the district. On the motion of the local governing body, any other matter relevant to the proposed tax increment district may be discussed. 3. The local governing body shall adopt a resolution, which need not be published, which does all of the following. A. Describes the boundaries of the tax increment district with sufficient definiteness to identify with ordinary and reasonable certainty the territory included. The description shall include only those whole units of property, other than publicly owned property such as streets, easements, and rights-of-way, assessed for general property tax purposes. If the public entity is a county, the description shall include only those areas that lie outside the corporate limits of any municipality, unless the governing body of a municipality has consented to the inclusion of land within its corporate limits within a tax increment district formed by a county. B. Creates the tax increment district as of a given date after the date of adoption of the resolution. The date of creation of the tax increment district may be a date subsequent to the date of expiration of the period of duration of an existing tax increment district of the public entity. C. Fixes the period for the duration of the tax increment district. SB 370 introduced page 13.1. The duration may be for a period not to exceed 30 years from the date of creation of the tax increment district in the case of a tax increment district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is a blighted or economically distressed area. 2. The duration may be for a period not to exceed 35 years from the date of creation of the tax increment district in the case of a district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is an enhanced use lease area or which includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, unless an amendment is made to the project plan under subdivision 7. D. Assigns a name to the tax increment district for identification purposes, such as tax increment district number 1. E. Contains findings, which shall not be subject to judicial review except after a showing of fraud, corruption, or undue influence, that 1. A. Not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is, I, in need of rehabilitation, redevelopment, revitalization, or conservation work, or, 2, an enhanced use lease area, or, 3, B, the tax increment district includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, and 2. The aggregate value of equalized taxable property in the tax increment district plus all existing tax increment districts created by the public entity does not exceed 10% of the total value of equalized taxable property within the public entity or 50 SB 370 introduced page 14% if the public entity is a Class 2 or Class 3 municipality. Provided, however, that equalized taxable property located within the boundaries of a military reservation, jurisdiction over which has been ceded to the United States pursuant to Section March 1, 42, shall be excluded from aggregated value. 4. The local governmental body shall prepare and adopt a project plan for each tax increment district. The plan shall include all of the following. 1. A statement listing the proposed projects, including, without limitation and if applicable, the kind, number, and location of all proposed public works or improvements or, in the case of a major 21st century manufacturing zone, public works or improvements or private improvements, within the district. 2. A detailed list of estimated project costs. 3. A description of the methods of financing all estimated project costs and the time when related costs or monetary obligations are to be incurred. 4. A map showing existing uses and condition of real property in the district. 5. A map or description showing proposed improvements and uses therein. 6. Proposed changes of zoning, master map plan, building code, and other ordinances or resolutions affecting the district. 7. A list of estimated non-project costs. 8. A proposed plan for the relocation of any families, individuals, and businesses to be temporarily or permanently displaced from housing or commercial facilities in the district by implementation of the plan. SB 370 introduced page 15b. For purposes of this chapter, any work or improvement for a military installation and located within an enhanced use lease area shall be deemed to be for public uses and purposes. 5. The local governing body shall certify all of the following before approving the project plan. A. That a feasible method exists for the relocation and compensation of any individuals, families, and businesses that will be displaced by the project in decent, safe, and sanitary accommodations within their means and without undue hardship to such individuals, families, and businesses. B. That the project plan conforms to the applicable master plan of the local entity, if there is one. C. That the project plan will afford maximum opportunity, consistent with the sound needs of the public entity as a whole, for the rehabilitation, redevelopment, or revitalization of the tax increment district by private enterprise. 6. A copy of the project plan shall be mailed to the governing body of each deferred tax recipient, before approval of the project plan. 7. The local governing body may at any time adopt an amendment to a project plan by complying with the procedures for the original adoption of a project plan. 8. The public entity that created the tax increment district, and each deferred tax recipient with respect to the tax increment district, notwithstanding any provision in this chapter to the contrary, by written mutual agreement duly authorized, executed, and delivered thereby, may establish an advisory board for the tax increment district composed of the mayor or the chair of the county. SB 370 introduced page 16 Commission of the public entity, as appropriate, a member of the governing body of the public entity that represents the largest area in the tax increment district, and other members as the respective governing body, or its designee, of each deferred tax recipient may appoint, provided a majority of the members of an advisory board must be members of the governing body of the public entity. B. Judicial review of a decision of a public entity related to a tax increment district shall be as provided by law. 11-99-5, A. The tax increment base shall be determined as provided in this section. B. Upon application in writing by the local finance officer, the tax assessor, or the officer of the county performing the duties of a tax assessor, for each county in which any part of the district is located shall determine, according to his or her best judgment from all sources available to him or her, the full aggregate value of the taxable property in the district located in that county as of the date of creation of the tax increment district. The aggregate valuation from all such tax assessors or other such public officials, upon certification to the local finance officer, shall constitute the tax increment base of the district, provided, however, if a public entity creates a district that is to succeed and continue the programs and project plans for redevelopment and revitalization of property in an existing tax increment district upon its expiration, the public entity and each deferred tax recipient with respect to the successor tax increment district, notwithstanding any provision in this chapter to the contrary, by written mutual agreement duly authorized, executed, and delivered thereby, may agree that the SB 370 introduced page 17 aggregate value of all taxable property included in both the expiring district and the successor district shall be the aggregate value of the taxable property as originally determined for the tax increment base of the expiring district as of the date of creation of the expiring district, and without redetermination of the value of the taxable property as of the date of creation of the successor district or some other date. C. If the public entity that created a tax increment district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is a blighted or economically distressed area adopts an amendment to the original project plan for the tax increment district that includes additional project costs for which tax increments may be received by the public entity, the tax increment base for the district shall not be redetermined. D. If the public entity that created a tax increment district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is an enhanced use lease area or which includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone adopts an amendment to the original project plan for the tax increment district that includes additional project costs for which tax increments may be received by the public entity or an expansion of the tax increment district, the tax increment base for the district shall not be redetermined. E. There shall be a rebuttable presumption that any property within a tax increment district, acquired or leased as lessee by the public entity or any agency or instrumentality thereof within 1 year immediately preceding the date of the creation of the district, was so acquired or leased in contemplation of the creation of the SB 370 introduced page 18 district. The presumption may be rebutted by the public entity with proof that the property was so leased or acquired primarily for a purpose other than to reduce the tax increment base. If the presumption is not rebutted, in determining the tax increment base of the district, but for no other purpose, the taxable status of the property shall be determined as though the lease or acquisition had not occurred. F. The local tax assessor or person performing his or her duties shall identify upon the tax records prepared by him or her under Chapter 7 of Title 40 those parcels of property which are within each existing tax increment district, specifying the name of each district. A similar notation shall also appear on the tax records made by the local finance officer. G. The Department of Revenue shall annually give notice to the designated finance officer of all taxing authorities levying taxes on property within each district as to both the assessed and equalized value of the property and the assessed and equalized value of the tax increment base. The notice shall state that the taxes collected in excess of the base will be paid to the public entity. 11-99-6. A. Positive tax increments of a tax increment district shall be allocated and paid over to the public entity that created the district for each year commencing on the October 1st following the date when the district is created until the earlier of 1. That time, after I. The period of duration of the tax increment district, as established pursuant to this chapter, has expired, and 2. The completion of all projects and public improvements specified in, or purposes of, the project plan or SB 370 introduced page 19 amendments thereto, when the public entity has received aggregate tax increments from the district in an amount equal to the aggregate of all expenditures previously made or monetary obligations previously incurred for project costs for the district, or 2. 35 years after the last expenditure identified in the project plan is made. No expenditure may be provided for in the project plan to be made more than 5 years after the district is created, except as may be provided in an amendment to the project plan, and except in Class 3 municipalities where the expenditures may be made not more than 10 years thereafter if so provided, and in tax increment districts in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is an enhanced use lease area where the expenditures may be made. Not more than 15 years thereafter if so provided, unless an amendment is adopted by the local governing body under subdivision 7 of Section 11-99-4, 7. B. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, every officer charged by law to collect and pay over or retain local general property taxes in the case of a tax increment district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is a blighted or economically distressed area, or state and local general property taxes in the case of a tax increment district in which not less than 50%, by area, of the real property within the tax increment district is an enhanced use lease area or which includes an area that a local governing body has determined to be a major 21st century manufacturing zone, shall first, on the next settlement date provided by law, pay over to the local finance officer out of all the taxes that have been collected, that portion that represents a tax increment allocable to a tax SB 370 introduced page 20 increment district, identifying the amount for each district. C. All tax increments received for a tax increment district, upon receipt by the local finance officer, shall be deposited into the tax increment fund for that district. The local finance officer may deposit additional monies into the fund pursuant to an appropriation by the local governing body. Monies shall be paid out of the fund only for direct payment of, or to reimburse the public entity for payments theretofore made by it for principal of or interest on tax increment obligations for that district if the obligations are general obligations of the public entity, or to satisfy claims of holders of tax increment obligations issued for that district, or for direct payment of, or to reimburse the public entity for payments theretofore made by the public entity that are used to pay project costs. Subject to any agreement with security holders, monies in the fund may be temporarily invested in the same manner as other surplus funds of the public entity. After the principal of and interest on all tax increment obligations of the district have been paid or provided for, subject to any agreement with security holders, if there remains in the fund any monies, they shall be paid over to the chief finance officer of the state, each county, each municipality, each school district, and to the general fund of the public entity in amounts as are due to each respectively, having due regard for what portion of these monies, if any, represents tax increments not allocated to the public entity and what portion thereof, if any, represents voluntary deposits of the public entity into the fund. Section 2. This act shall become effective immediately.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 370 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill 363 by Senator Chasteen and others regarding the Department of Economic and Community Affairs. BR pending.
Mr. President, I'd like to adopt the BR using the previous role and ask to speak to the motion.
All right. All right, you're recognized.
You ain't ready.
The long roll?
Yeah, whenever.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
No, he said he wanted to speak on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said.
No, I said after.
I said short roll.
I meant, I should have said it, be clear, after he speak, I have a request in the long roll.
Okay.
All right. So.
Okay, so Senate Bill 63 creates a centralized grant database at ADECA that helps Alabama communities identify funding opportunities and connect with grant writing assistance, strengthening Alabama's community's ability to capture federal and private investments. This bill came from our rural roadmap that many of us participated in over the summer. And right now, the grant information is scattered across multiple agencies and websites, which makes it difficult, especially for small towns, rural counties, volunteer fire departments, nonprofits, to even know what funding they qualify for. The grant portal will be publicly accessible and list federal, state, and other grant opportunities available to Alabama communities. The bill creates a one-stop resource that lists those opportunities, provides guidance for applicants, and includes a voluntary registry of grant writers who can assist communities that lack the expertise. This bill is about making sure Alabama communities, especially rural communities, do not miss opportunities simply because they lack access to information and technical assistance. This creates the Alabama Centralized Grant Management Database within ADECA to provide a single, publicly accessible platform listing grant opportunities available to Alabama entities. The platform will include federal, state, local, and private grant opportunities and a registry of grant writers and technical assistance providers who can help applicants secure funding. State agencies will work with ADECA to ensure grant opportunities are accurate and up to date. A voluntary registry of grant writers and consultants will help communities find qualified professionals to assist them. This is especially helpful for small rural communities that can't afford full-time grant writing staffs. The goal is simple: to make it easier for Alabama communities, nonprofits, and businesses to find and compete for grant funding. Currently, grant opportunities are scattered across multiple state agencies, federal websites, and private sources, and communities must spend significant time searching for opportunities instead of focusing on applying for them. Smaller cities, rural counties, volunteer fire departments, and nonprofit organizations often do not have the professional grant staff. The portal grant system will provide guidance on how to identify and apply for grants, along with support from local governments, small businesses, nonprofits, and community organizations. Many rural communities' priorities rely on grant funding: broadband expansion, rural health care access, water, sewer, infrastructure, EMS, public safety, and workforce development. This system will help local communities identify funding for those priorities. This bill establishes the Alabama Centralized Grant Management Database within the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs. The bill would require the department, through the implementation of the database, to maintain an online platform that provides a centralized listing of all available federal, state, local, and private grants. This bill would require that the department, through the implementation of the database, to maintain a registry of individuals and firms that may be available to assist in grant applications. Relating to state government, to establish the Alabama Centralized Grant Management Database within the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs, to require the department to maintain a list of all grants for which Alabama entities are eligible, and to require the department to maintain a registry of individuals and firms that may be available to assist in the grant applications. This act shall be known and may be cited as the Alabama Centralized Grant Management Act. The Alabama Grant Management Database is established within the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs. The department, through the implementation of the database, shall develop and maintain a centralized, publicly accessible online platform listing all available federal and state grant opportunities administered by the state agencies for which Alabama entities are eligible. Publish and maintain a voluntary registry, qualified grant writers, consultants, technical assistants, providers who may be available to assist grant applicants. Provide grant assistance to local governments, small businesses, nonprofits, and other eligible entities in identifying and applying for grants. Coordinate with state agencies to ensure grant information is timely and accurate, and to submit an annual report to the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House of Representatives, President Pro Tem of the Senate on the number of grants listed, the number of users of the database, and any barriers to administration of the database identified by the department. Section 3, the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs shall establish and maintain a voluntary registry of individuals and firms who provide grant writing or technical assistance services. Individuals and firms who wish to appear on the registry shall submit relevant qualifications, experience, contact information as determined by rule of the department pursuant to Section 4. The registry shall be made publicly and available on the same online platform as the listing of grant pursuant to Section 2. The Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs may adopt rules to implement and administer this act. All state agencies shall cooperate with the department by providing the contact information and information pertaining to their prospective grant processes necessary to carry out the purposes of this act. This database will be funded through the appropriations by the legislature and will be effective on October 1st of 2026. The mission statement of the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs is to improve and strengthen communities and the quality of life in Alabama through a wide range of diverse and comprehensive programs involving economic development, infrastructure, law enforcement, education, energy conservation, and technology upgrades, and responsible management of water resources. One of the programs is housed in the Department of Department of ADECA is the Alabama Digital Expansion Authority. And over the years, since the first passage of the Alabama Broadband Accessibility Fund, we've come a long way from the initial funding in 2018 of $7.2 million. We're now spending millions of dollars each year in the deployment of high-speed internet to unserved people in the state of Alabama. The rapid expansion of high-speed internet access to all parts of the state shows no signs of slowing down, and the momentum is carrying us into 2026. ADECA's Alabama Digital Expansion Division continues to be at the forefront of the state's broadband progress. The Alabama legislature creates the Alabama Digital Expansion Authority in 2021. The division coordinates efforts to deliver high-speed internet access to unserved and underserved communities in all parts of the state, including many rural areas. Altogether, Alabama has invested more than $500 million in state and federal funds during Governor Ivey's administration. The results are real and measurable. Access to world-class broadband is now available at nearly 50% or more locations than in 2021. Fiber availability has more than doubled in the same period. Nearly 40% more Alabamians now subscribe to wired broadband than in 2018. The Alabama Broadband Map plays an important role in determining what areas have the greatest need for upgrades in internet service. Alabama Digital Expansion Authority developed the map and upgrades it regularly with the help of broadband providers. This highly detailed, colored-coded map shows exactly where there are gaps in coverage and can be seen at broadband.alabama.gov. Alabama State Middle Mile Network Grant Program. The Middle Mile projects are designed to bridge gaps in broadband expansion and pave the way for providers to expand services to end users. Using $82.5 million of funds designated by the Alabama Rescue Plan Act, Governor Ivey awarded the Alabama Fiber Network the opportunity to deploy critical infrastructure in all 67 counties.
All right, time's up on the BIR. Secretary, call the long roll.
Long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 363 by Senators Chasteen and others regarding the Department of Economic and Community Affairs.
Mr. President, I move for final passage, and I'd like to speak to that motion.
All right, you're recognized. All right,
the Middle Mile projects are designed.
All right, we got a report from Committee on Rules.
Okay.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill number 363, shall cease at 6:23 on March 31st, 2026.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the
Chasteen.
motion.
The Middle Mile projects are designed to bridge gaps in broadband expansion and pave the way for providers to extend services to end users. Using $82.5 million of funds designated from the Alabama Rescue Plan, Governor Ivey awarded the Alabama Fiber Network the opportunity to deploy critical infrastructure in all 67 counties in the state. At the end of 2025, the project was 98% complete, with 3,370 miles of fiber installed, with 100% completion expected by the end of 2026. The Alabama Anchor Institute Middle Mile Program. Previously, Governor Ivey had awarded a grant totaling $239 million to 9 internet service providers to install 3,680 miles of infrastructure as part of the Alabama Anchor Institute Middle Mile Program during 3 phases of awards. Anchor institutions included colleges and universities, hospitals, medical facilities, government and public safety buildings. DECA anticipates the Anchor Institute Middle Mile projects to be completed by the end of 2026. The Capital Funds project is Middle Mile projects set the stage for the Last Mile projects, that bring high-speed internet access directly into neighborhoods and businesses and institutions. The Capital Projects Fund award grants to internet service providers to support this final step in the process of providing access to the end user. In 2025, work continued on the project supported by the 74 Capital Project Fund grants totaling more than $176 million previously awarded dollars. Once completed, these projects will extend broadband access to nearly 65,000 households, businesses, and anchor institutions in parts of 48 counties. ADECA does expect these projects to be completed by the end of 2026. In June of 25, the National Telecommunications and Information Broadband issued a policy notice that restructured the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. ADECA revised the state's original proposal to address the changes made in the policy. Through competition and negotiations, Alabama secured commitments that represented savings of more than $800 million for Alabama's ongoing BEAD allocation of $1.4 billion, which was recently announced. The governor announced over $460 million that will go to BEAD projects, which is the last mile projects. ADECA submitted the final proposal to a BEAD proposal and received an approval by the end of 26. The state is proceeding to award grants to approve last mile projects across Alabama. The Community of Economic and Development Division is home to several diverse ADECA programs that assist communities across Alabama to complete vital projects that improve the quality of life. These programs include the Community Development Block Grants, which is one of the most popular and well-known grant programs in Alabama. Through Governor Ivey, ADECA awards community grant development block grants to assist Alabama municipalities and counties with projects that create jobs, address traditional infrastructure needs, and enhance the quality of life. The funds are made available to the state by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The majority of the CDBG grants are awarded for roads, water, sewer projects, as well as the removal of blight and slum conditions. Annual competitive grants are awarded in several categories, including small cities with a population of 3,000 and below, large cities, population 3,001 and above, counties projected mainly in unincorporated areas, and community enhancement, special projects beyond infrastructure, and planning grants. In 2025, Governor Ivey awarded nearly $5 million in CDBG grants for 14 projects. Among those projects was a $400,000 grant to the city of Andalusia to help Conecuh Sausage, an Alabama food icon, construct a 102,000 square foot manufacturing plant. CDBG funds were used to provide sewer and water services to the plant, which employs 50 people. Another CDB program used sparingly is the Urgent Need Fund. This fund assists communities with emergency situations like road or bridge washouts and collapses, and urgent water failures that need immediate assistance. In 2025, Governor Ivey awarded the city of Scottsboro $600,000 for urgent need CDBG to reroute a damaged storm drainage pipe that was causing flooding in the downtown area. Yes, sir. When major disasters strike, CDBG funds can be specially appropriated at the federal level. In recent years, Alabama has received storm relief funding for Selma, Dallas County, and Autauga counties following the tornado in 2023. ADECA has received about $18 million, which will be used to provide single-family housing repair and reconstruction through the Home Recovery Alabama program, the tornado recovery. The Emergency Grant Solutions is another program housed in ADECA. In 2025, Governor Ivey awarded $2.7 million to the Emergency Solutions Grant to aid the fight against homelessness in Alabama. The funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development were awarded to 11 local governments and nonprofits agencies to provide housing and related services to individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, including victims of abuse who must leave their homes to protect themselves and their children. The Healthy Food Financing Program was established by the Alabama legislature to assist Alabamians who lack ready access to grocery stores or food stands in both rural and urban environments where they can buy fresh and healthy foods. Projects awarded by the program include food trucks, pantries, neighborhood grocery stores, and fruit and vegetable stands. Recently, Healthy Foods grants were awarded to the Madison County Commission in support of a 26-acre community garden and distribution center where local residents and students at Alabama A&M University assist people in growing fresh vegetables. Each year, the Alabama legislature appropriates funds to be awarded to cities, towns, and nonprofit organizations for various projects. They're all housed under ADECA. The Office of Minority Affairs the office provides certification to qualified women and minority-owned businesses. The certification can help in allowing businesses to compete for government-related contracts. Federal Initiatives and Recreation Divisions. The Federal Initiative and Recreation Division houses several longstanding ADECA programs that target specific regions and are focused on outdoor recreation. The Appalachians Regional Commission, the Delta Regional Authority, and the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission are federal-state partnerships that direct resources to counties located within these areas. The division also administers the Land and Water Conservation Fund and the Recreational Trails Program, which bolster local efforts to enhance operations for those seeking to enjoy the outdoors. Late 2025, Governor Ivey named ADECA as Alabama's lead agency for the Alabama Rural Health Transformation Program, which will also be housed in ADECA. Created in 1965, the Appalachian Regional Commission partners with 13 state governments to spur economic development and improve the quality of life in Appalachia. In Alabama, 37 counties are part of the ARC region and are eligible for funds. The ARC provides federal grant money to upgrade infrastructure, to improve education and health care and stimulate job growth. In 2025, the ARC awarded 37 grants totaling $14.4 million in projects in Alabama. These projects include 2 focused on supporting and expanding Alabama's automotive industry in Tuscaloosa and Macon County. A $1 million ARC grant will be used to renovate a 5,733 square foot section of downtown Tuscaloosa building in Automotive Training Center. Graduates of the training program will help staff the nearby Mercedes plant in Vance, the 20 automotive suppliers in Tuscaloosa, and automotive facilities throughout the state. In Macon County, a $433,000 ARC grant is funding the infrastructure development needed for automobile component suppliers to locate in the town of Shorter, which supplies Hyundai, Kia, and other auto manufacturers in a building that's off I-85. The Delta Regional Authority works to stimulate economic development and improve the overall quality of life in the Mississippi River and Alabama's Black Belt. The DRA was established in 2000 as a federal-state partnership and comprises all or parts of 8 states, including 20 Alabama counties. The areas the DRA serves are generally defined as economically distressed and is funded through projects that support basic infrastructure, education, health care, and job training. 8 grants totaling $3.7 million were awarded through the DRA in 2025. In Clark County, the City of Jackson completed phase 1 of a project funded by a $373,000 DRA grant to address flooding issues that affected businesses, residents, and city infrastructure. The city was able to rehabilitate storm and drainage by adding 24-inch drains in a flood-prone area. The Southeast Crescent Regional Commission encompasses parts or 6 states and all of Alabama, or all of Florida. In Alabama, it provides funds for projects in 13 counties, including Mobile and Baldwin and parts of the southeastern region of the state. Created in 2008, the SCRC missions aligns with those of ARC and DRA. SCRA announced 5 grants for the project in the region in 2025 totaling $2.1 million. This includes a $569,000 project to Highland Home to install 13,200 feet of water main to restore reliable water pressure to 280 customers. Another SCRC grant will help fund a Henry County project to create 27,000 square feet workforce technology center to consolidate career and technical education programs for hardship training, dual enrollment, and seamless career pathways for students and adults who previously had no career center in that county. Let's talk about we mentioned earlier the Rural Health Transformation Program. This is a catalyst to ignite transformational change to Alabama's healthcare delivery system. Specifically, the Alabama Rural Health Transformation Plan targets improvements to healthcare access, healthcare quality, healthcare outcomes for over 1.6 million Alabama citizens who live in one of the state's 58 rural counties. The funding and investments promised by Congress and the Trump administration are significant and needed, but even more importantly, the Rural Health Transformation represents a comprehensive strategy of state policy reforms, innovative startup healthcare initiatives, expansion of proven methods, and general retooling of healthcare services delivery in Alabama. With guiding principles of transformation, sustainability, and accountability, the Rural Health Transformation will provide health outcomes in Alabama and achieve key focuses of the Rural Health Transformation Program, promoting innovation, fostering strategic partnerships, enhancing infrastructure development, and bolstering workforce investment. The initiatives within the Rural Health Transformation Program will also accomplish each of the strategic goals to make rural America healthy again, develop more sustainable access to care, achieve meaningful workforce development, and spark innovative care and deploy needed tech innovation. Each year, rural Alabama's deteriorating health system contributes to worsening health and economic stability. Rural healthcare facilities are closing and losing importantly special services due to the declining population. Alabama's private insurance reimbursements are among the lowest in the nation. Many Alabamians are uninsured or underinsured, and access barriers, including residential proximity to healthcare facilities, emergency transportation, all compound the sustainable financial condition of rural health care in Alabama. Health metrics in Alabama trail national benchmarks. Chronic disease, including diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease and cancer, prevail at higher rates than in most states. Infant mortality are higher than national averages, and behavioral health crises, including substance use disorders, intensify amid provider shortages. With transformative change, these and other health indicators will continue to decline. Despite the current trajectory of Alabama's rural healthcare economy, or ecosystem, higher quality care and improved health conditions are within reach for Alabama's 1.6 million rural citizens. This program will stabilize essential services, strengthen providers' networks, expand healthcare access through innovative telehealth, teleconsulting, and reimagining workforce pipelines that bring services, training directly to rural communities, and redesign rural health delivery systems around modern community needs. It will target key populations, including rural low-income families, elderly citizens, pregnant women and their children, chronic disease patients, deserving veterans, and individuals in medically underserved areas. Coupled with targeted investment and intentional policy reforms, Alabama, and specifically rural Alabama, will achieve a sustainable system of health care delivery and a healthier population. Aimed some of the rural health needs in targeted populations, approximately 32% of Alabama's population, over 1.6 million citizens, live in rural counties. These communities experience persistent disparities in income, health outcomes, and health care access compared with their urban counterparts. Rural residents have higher rates of chronic disease, higher uninsured or underinsured rates, lower health care accessibility, especially maternity, emergency, and special care services. Alabama Medicaid and the Alabama Department of Public Health in 2025 calculated Alabama's rural population and rural counties using census tracts defined as rural by the Health Resources and Service Administration. 58 of Alabama's 67 counties are rural or partially or fully, representing approximately 1.6 million citizens. Per the requirements of the Notice of Funding Opportunities, this application identifies rural areas according to the HRSA. This data included in this application was developed by various sources which may be relied on with definitions of rural. The overview of the rural demographics: 58 of Alabama's 67 counties were considered rural or partially rural. 1.6 million, or 32% of Alabamians, live in rural areas. Population density, approximately 99.2 people per square mile statewide, with significantly lower density in rural tracts. The per capita income in Alabama in 2023 was $54,112, third lowest in the United States. Alabama is a poor state relative to others, and rural areas in Alabama are poorer than urban areas. Per capita income in 2023 was $45,725 in rural Alabama and $56,594 in urban Alabama. The percentage of people living in poverty in Alabama was 15.6%, eighth highest in the United States. The U.S. was at 12.5%. Within Alabama, 19.1% of the people live in poverty in rural Alabama compared to 14.8% in urban Alabama. The percentage of Alabamians with a bachelor's degree in 2019 and through 2023 was 28.9%, eighth lowest in the United States. Within Alabama, the percentage of people with a bachelor's degree or higher in 2019 was 16.9% in rural Alabama and 30.9% in urban Alabama. The unemployment rate in 2023 was 2.8% in rural Alabama and 2.4% in urban Alabama. Notably, Alabama's labor force participation rate during that time was 55% in rural Alabama and 60% in urban Alabama. Healthcare access. In rural, there are 52 hospitals in 41 of Alabama's rural counties. 12 of Alabama's rural counties have labor and delivery units. Maternal distance to care. The percentage of women in Alabama living more than 30 miles from a birthing hospital, according to a 2022 report, was 89.9% of rural areas and 26% in urban areas. The emergency medical response, the statewide average response time, and the workforce shortage, primary care providers, these were 241% primary care providers. The workforce shortage of dentists, there were 3.2 dentists per 10,000 residents in rural areas and 5.5 in urban areas. Compared to other states, Alabama in 2024 had 43.3% dental providers, including dentists and advanced medical practitioners. Rural hospitals in 2024 had 21.4% general hospital beds per 10,000 residents. 13.5% of the residents provided health care due to cost. Rural facilities financial health. Rural hospitals at risk of closure. In August of 2025, 60% of Alabama's rural hospitals were at risk of closing, the seventh highest percentage among the 50 states. 48% were at immediate risk.
All right, time's expired. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen.
Aye.
Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
$27 ayes, 5 nays. Cloture petitions
Mr.
adopted.
President, I'd like to have the bill read at length, please.
All right. All right, Secretary, read the bill at length.
Relating to state government to establish the Alabama Centralized Grant Management Database within the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs, to require the department to maintain lists of all grants for which Alabama entities are eligible, and to require the department to maintain a registry of individuals and firms that may be available to assist in grant application. Section 1, this act shall be known and may be cited as the Alabama Centralized Grant Management Act. Section 2, the Alabama Grant Management Database is established within the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs. The department, through the implementation of the database, shall develop and maintain a centralized, publicly accessible online platform listing all available federal and state grant opportunities administered by state agencies for which Alabama entities are eligible. Publish and maintain a voluntary registry of qualified grant writers, consultants, and technical assistance providers who may be available to assist grant applications. Provide guidance to assist local governments, small businesses, nonprofits, and other eligible entities in identifying and applying for grants. Coordinate with state agencies to ensure grant information is timely and accurate. Submit an annual report to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House, and president pro tem of the Senate on the number of grants listed, number of users of the database, and any barriers to the administration of the database identified by the department. The Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs shall establish and maintain a voluntary register of individuals and firms who provide grant writing or technical assistance services. Individuals and firms who wish to appear on the registry shall submit relevant qualifications, experience, and contact information as determined by rule of the department pursuant to Section 4. The registry shall be made publicly available on the same online platform as the listing of grants pursuant to Section 2B1. The Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs may adopt rules to implement and administer this act. All state agencies shall cooperate with the department by providing the contact information and information pertaining to their respective grant programs necessary to carry out the purposes of this act. The database shall be funded through appropriations by the legislature. This act shall become effective October 1, 2026.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 363 passes. Thanks, Senator Chastain. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill number 466 by Representative Treadaway regarding firefighters.
Mr. President.
They are pending.
Mr. President.
Senator.
I move for adoption of the BIR, adoption of the BIR, and I'd like to speak to that motion.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you. HB 466, ladies and gentlemen, relates to firefighters and amends several different code sections, including 1143, 144, 3630-40, and 3630-41. It essentially does, excuse me, the following. It further provides for the disability and death benefits for firefighters, add Parkinson's disease to the list of firefighters' occupational diseases, and to provide a qualifying standard, to delete duplicative language, make non-substantial changes, technical revisions, to update the existing code language to current style. I'll read through the bill just so the members are aware of what it exactly does. Code section 1143, 144. A, as used in this section, the following words and terms have the following meanings unless contrary meaning is indicated by the context. Number one, benefit. Any monetary allowance payable by a city or from a pension system established for the firefighters of a city to a firefighter on account of his or her disability or to his or her dependents on account of his or her death, irrespective of whether the same is payable under a pension law of the state or under some other law of the state. Definition for city follows. It says any municipality of the state, regardless of its population. Number three, disability, a condition that renders an individual unable to perform the required duties of a firefighter. Number four, firefighter is an individual employed as a firefighter by a city. Number five, definition of firefighter's occupational disease, any condition or impairment of health caused by any of the following: hypertension, heart disease, respiratory disease, or cancer that manifests itself in a firefighter during that period in which the firefighter is in service of the city if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she was exposed while employed by the city to a known carcinogen that is reasonably linked to the disabling cancer, in which case the cancer shall be presumed to arise out of the course of the firefighter's employment. E, strikes AIDS and lists HIV. That's one of the technical changes. We go on to F, which is existing language regarding hepatitis. And then here's the meat of the change. G, definition of Parkinson's disease. It is Parkinson's disease that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the city if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she, while employed by the city, was exposed to a known toxin that is associated with an increased risk of Parkinson's disease, in which the case of Parkinson's disease shall be presumed to arise out of and in the course of firefighter's employment. You know, I know that, and I'm going to continue to read through here, but I know that my colleague, Senator Coleman, has been an advocate for this bill. She has worked very diligently to make sure that firefighters receive this updated protection as it regards to Parkinson's disease. The bill continues, this section shall apply to firefighters who, upon entering the service of a city as a firefighter, have successfully passed a physical examination that failed to reveal any evidence of a firefighter's occupational disease and who have completed at least 3 years of service as firefighters. B2 says, if a physical examination was not required at the time of entry into service, a firefighter who has completed at least 3 years continuous service as a firefighter next proceeding September 8th, 1967, that's previous language, of course, shall be deemed eligible for the benefits under this section. C1 continues, If a firefighter who is eligible for benefits under this section suffers disability as a result of the firefighter's occupational disease, his or her disability shall be compensated under any law that provides benefits for firefighters of the city who are injured in the line of duty. If a firefighter who qualifies for benefits under this section dies as a result of a firefighter's occupational disease, his or her death shall be compensated the same as that of a firefighter killed in the line of duty. Pursuant to Article 1, Chapter 30, Title 36, however, benefits for a firefighter who is ineligible for workers' compensation pursuant to Chapter 5, Title 25, or a firefighter who is eligible for any benefits under the State Employees Injury Compensation Trust Fund pursuant to Chapter 29A of Title 36 shall be governed solely by these provisions. That's new language there. Next, notwithstanding Subdivision 1, a firefighter who dies of cancer is provided in paragraph A5D within 10 years of the firefighter's last date of employment shall be considered to have been killed in the line of duty for purposes of Article 1 of Chapter 30 of Title 36. In the case of a firefighter's occupational disease, as defined in this section, the city must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the condition was caused by some means other than the occupation to disqualify the firefighter from benefits. That's all under one code section. It actually continues and goes in some more technical changes to the existing law, and then under 3630-40, disability, that definition actually changes a little bit. Disability under the new code section, or that code section that redefines it, is a condition that renders an individual unable to perform the required duties of a firefighter. Again, that's new language as it relates to the definition of disability. You know, it continues in Section G of that same statute. It makes a change, and again, we've got the heart of what we're changing here, and that is G. Under that section says Parkinson's disease that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the state, if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she, while employed by the state, was exposed to a known toxin that is associated with an increased risk of Parkinson's disease, in which the case of Parkinson's disease shall be presumed to arise out of and in the course of the firefighter's employment. Again, that's dealing with the state compensation as opposed to the other section that we just talked about. Page 7 of the bill, there is another change that is almost mimics or exactly as the first section I talked about, and that is on line 182 of the bill. It says, pursuant to Article 1, however, benefits for a firefighter who is eligible for workers' compensation pursuant to Chapter 5 of Title 25, or a firefighter who is eligible for any benefits under the State Employee Injury Compensation Trust Fund pursuant to Chapter 29A of Title 36 shall be governed solely for those provisions. As I said earlier, I know my colleague across the way has worked tirelessly on this for a long time. She has made it one of the bills that she has sponsored, she has advocated for. I know we've heard
I have.
from
I
her
would like to talk on it.
I know we've heard from her on this issue in the past and what she's had to say. I think she's got some folks in her district that have been that have reached out to her, and I know she is supportive of this piece of legislation. Senator, I'm going to just continue the changes on here. In the case of an occupational disease as defined in this article, the state must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the condition was caused by some means other than the occupation to disqualify the firefighter from benefits. In other words, that puts the burden then on the state to prove that the condition was caused by some other means other than the occupation. That's a benefit, I think, to the firefighters throughout the district and in the state. We want to make sure that they have an opportunity to claim those benefits if available. I mean, we've got a whole laundry list that the state already covers, and rightfully so, as an occupational hazard, and that includes hypertension, heart disease, respiratory disease, cancer, and now, fortunately, we're adding Parkinson's to that. And that's just, as I said, in an effort to honor and to try to make sure that that those firefighters receive the benefits that are available to them under Alabama law for their service to the state of Alabama and to the fire districts that they represent. You know, we'll have an opportunity to talk about this in just a little bit, but, you know, it doesn't take long, and you can pull up, firefighters face a significant higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease, up to 10 times the rate of the general population, due to chronic exposure to neurotoxin chemicals such as lead, stearin, and fire retardants found in, according to the studies shared by South Carolina Firefighters Association.
All right, time's expired on the BLR. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman.
Aye.
Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill number 466 by Representative Treadaway regarding firefighters.
Mr. President.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you. Mr. President, I stand here in support of this piece of legislation. I move for final passage of HB 466, and I'd like to speak to that motion.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you. As I was saying earlier, the high risk and indices, research shows a tenfold
All right, we have
increase.
a report from Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20. The debate on the pending measure, House Bill 466, shall cease at 7:02 on March the 31st, 2026.
Mr. President, as I continue, high risk and indices, research shows a tenfold increase of Parkinson's risk for firefighters, 30 cases per 1,000 compared to the general population of 3 cases per 1,000. And that's notes from a report from the New York State Senate. Chemical exposure, often in times that's chronic inhalation, and dermal exposure to toxins, including lead, benzodiazepines, flame retardants, are primary drivers of the disease, according to the Journal of Basic and Clinical Pharmacy. Early onset, sometimes you'll have firefighters that are frequently diagnosed in their 30s and 40s, obviously much too young, whereas the general population typically sees diagnoses after age 55. And there was information was recorded in a bill in the New York State Senate. Symptoms often commonly include symptoms reported by firefighters include hyposemia, it was a reduced sense of smell. Where are my doctors? Because I'm going to botch this. Micrographia, small handwriting, tremors, decreased walking pace, according to a survey discussed by the South Carolina State Firefighters Association and the Journal of Basic and Clinical Pharmacy. Throughout the state, the nation, there have been legislative and protective efforts Indiana was the first state to classify Parkinson's as a presumptive occupational illness, enabling easier access to benefits, and notes in the New York State Senate also clarify that. Other states like Alabama, which we're here today, considering similar legislation. Federal action, the bipartisan Parkinson Protection for Firefighters Act is being published to recognize the connection officially and provide accordingly. Challenges that firefighters may face, long-term care. Many firefighters, retired firefighters, face long-term health battles, often with only support coming from churches, family, local folks, and charities like Firefighters Charity. There are occupational hurdles involving this dreadful disease, proving that the connection to a specific fire event can be, make receiving disability compensation challenges extremely tough. As you know, proving a causal link sometimes between two things can be tough. And fortunately, this piece of legislation, I think, helps in that regard. The South Carolina Firefighters Association actually put out a pretty good piece of information. They've done some extensive studying on Parkinson's and the relation to firefighters, and as I said before, some of the challenges that are there and some of the research. As a matter of fact, back on September the 19th of 2023, there was a news article. Research shows a link between firefighting and Parkinson's. Fighting fire assumes a certain number of health hazards. Recent research indicates that Parkinson's disease should be added to the list of potential health risks associated with firefighting. According to the Mayo Clinic, and we all know the Mayo Clinic, I think it's pretty wide research, but Parkinson's disease is a progressive disorder that affects the nervous system and the parts of the body controlled by the nerves. Cleveland Clinic, another well-respected hospital and university area there, research area, describes it as a condition where a part of your brain deteriorates, causing more severe symptoms over time. Parkinson's disease affects nearly 1 million Americans, second most common degenerative neurological disease behind Alzheimer's. That's a travesty, and I know certain folks that have had both Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Assessment of Parkinson's disease symptoms and toxin exposures in firefighters. There was a survey, a cross-sectional survey, published in February of 2021, and the details of that correlation between firefighting and Parkinson's disease. The 2021 survey included 200 participants who entered in their number of years as a firefighter, number of working days per week, and the number of fires worked. This data showed a large number of entries that included those certain types of symptoms that we talked about earlier: micrographia, decreased walking pace. The survey ultimately concluded that firefighters have an increased risk for Parkinson's disease symptoms because of the toxin exposures that are frequently found in fires. Due to the near constant high level of exposures, firefighters experience a higher frequency of Parkinson's than the general population. We talked about some of that data earlier when we talked about 3 per 1,000 or 3 per 100 as opposed to 30. Retired North Charleston Deputy Chief Stephanie Zulab, I can't pronounce her last name, has Parkinson's disease. She joined North Charleston in 2010, and her fire service career spans across 2 decades. This is a quote from the chief. She said, "My first sign of Parkinson's disease was a change in my handwriting." And we talked about that being one of the symptoms. I was losing control of my fine motor skills to write neatly with my left hand. I would also randomly have tremors in my left hand and arm. I told my primary doctor during my annual physical, and she referred me to a neurologist, expecting it to be carpal tunnel or a pinched nerve. When the neurologist asked her to make movements with her hands, arms, legs, and feet, he compared the movements from her left side to her right. Stephanie's left side was slower than her right, and the neurologist diagnosed her with early onset Parkinson's. you can imagine how devastated she was when that happened. Another quote from her, she said, "I was tested for the genetic marker that identifies you as more likely to develop Parkinson's disease. I don't have the marker, which makes me think my environment caused this disease." Her proactive approach to her health care is a lesson on paying attention to your body and its cues. Like Stephanie, you can go through free, confidential genetic testing. This, of course, was in South Carolina. If you had concerns about Parkinson's, the Parkinson Foundation lists the 10 early signs of Parkinson's as tremor, small handwriting, loss of smell, trouble sleeping, trouble moving or walking, constipation, a soft or low voice, masked face, dizziness or fainting, and stooping or hunching over. On the legislative level, several state legislatures have taken an interest in protecting firefighters diagnosed with Parkinson's. As I said earlier, Indiana became one of the first states to include Parkinson's in its presumptive law when it passed Code IC 510-15-5.5. And that was enacted in May of 2009. So you see, we're quite a bit removed from what Indiana has done. Just thankful for Representative Treadaway and Senator Coleman's advocacy for this. Virginia established presumption for Parkinson's in 2017. Most recently, New York enacted a presumptive Parkinson's disease bill in July of 2021, and that was created in response to a study that showed firefighters' susceptibility to the disease. Under the legislation, any New York firefighter who suffered from a medical condition related to Parkinson's that wasn't present before joining the service, there's a presumption to be a related on-the-job of exposure. Also looks like New Jersey and Massachusetts did try to pass something but failed in the presumptive Parkinson's law in 2022 and 2019, respectively. The bill that New Jersey had that would have established a presumption for accidental disability retirement, that bill didn't pass, and in Massachusetts, the same thing ultimately, and that's disappointing for those folks in that area. I know that over the years there have been some lawsuits that have been filed relating to Parkinson's disease and the risk of getting that disease and the environmental exposures, the toxic exposures that those firemen have faced across the nation. As I said, it's much higher than it is in the general public, and toxin exposure is something that can't be avoided by firefighters. I mean, that's what they work with. Those are the materials that they're spraying, that they're using as part of their job, so it's not like they can do something to not be exposed to that. So, I mean, you know, you've put them in a position or a place where they've got to use those certain toxins, the fire suppressants that they use. By the way, we see this a lot of times, not only just in the paid fire community, but in those volunteer fire departments where men and women are out there, again, fighting fires, doing the deadly job of going out and suppressing those fires and having to use some of that, some of those materials that have toxins in them just as a part of their job. Studies show that chemical byproducts, including, as I said, carbon monoxide and manganese and lead, are some of those byproducts that are included in those toxins or those materials that they have to use when fighting a fire. So, you know, those heroes called to save on people from floods, earthquakes, man-made disasters, and tornadoes. They serve as medical workers, psychologists in order to provide instant comfort, and until other first responders arrive. In most regions, if your house were to catch fire, the firefighters that would respond would all be, in probability, be volunteers. As much as actually 75% of the world's firefighters are volunteers in communities across the globe. Most municipal fire departments are stretched dangerously thin. Financing is government at all levels. They're continuing to work to do the will of the people and to try to make sure that they are there and available when called upon in those fire situations. You know, we've already got this law and we've already had it, and it's just reassuring, quite honestly, that we're able to add Parkinson's disease to this list of diseases that would you know benefit those folks that are fighting fires and are out there working with us, working for us. I did notice that, and this was a pretty recent bill. It's actually in the businessinsurance.com website that had pulled up, and this was from March the 11th, so not that long ago. An Alabama bill that would expand disability and death benefits, specifically about Alabama, by the way, expand disability and death benefits for firefighters by adding Parkinson's disease to the state's list of recognized occupational diseases or illnesses was introduced Tuesday. Again, this goes back to March the 11th. HB 466 would amend several sections of the Alabama Code governing firefighter benefits and occupational disease presumptions. Under the proposal, Parkinson's disease would be added to the list of conditions presumed to arise out of a firefighter's employment. Now, as I said, and when I read through legislation, this bill actually, this business insurance article actually kind of mimics, alludes to what I said earlier, that Alabama law currently recognizes several firefighter occupational diseases, hypertension, heart disease, respiratory disease, certain cancers, HIV, and hepatitis. If Parkinson's disease meets the qualifying criteria under the bill, it would be presumed to have occurred in the line and scope of employment, meaning firefighters could qualify for disability benefits or death benefits for their dependents under existing state and municipal benefit programs. And remember, I broke it down. There were two different statutes there, two different code sections. One was municipal benefits and the other state benefits. To qualify, firefighters would generally need to have passed a physical examination upon entering service that showed no evidence of an occupational disease and completed at least 3 years of service. And that's important because we certainly don't, I mean, we want to be able to give those firefighters all the benefits that they need, that they deserve for doing our work, for working for the public. But at the same time, you know, we got to make sure that maybe they didn't already have some type of Parkinson's disease before they entered. So they'll go through this rigorous physical examination to make sure that they're not already have that disease. Employers of the state could rebut the presumption by demonstrating by preponderance of the evidence, and that's something we talked about earlier, that the disease was caused by factors unrelated to the firefighter's occupation. Now, I don't know under existing law whether or not how many claims are made for firefighters for any of those other diseases or illnesses that the law already covers, or how difficult that is to prove. I don't know the success rate. I'm certainly hopeful that if someone is fighting fires out there protecting the public, be it on the state side or the municipal or volunteer side, and they do contract this horrible disease. As I said, it looks like it's number 2 behind Alzheimer's in that regard, but horrible disease that they can get the benefits. And as I said earlier, I know Representative Treadaway and Senator Coleman have worked tirelessly to make sure that the firefighters across this state actually have that ability, and looks like we're getting one step closer to that now. You know, there are other articles. There are you know, some Washington D.C. articles. There was as I said, a bipartisan effort at the federal level, and this is from August of 2025 to help firefighters with the Parkinson's, diagnosed with Parkinson's, so they get the care they need. Matter of fact, it looks like, as I said, a bipartisan effort, and it was called the Parkinson's Protection for Firefighters Act of 2025 to provide medical coverage and increase support for firefighters who develop symptoms of Parkinson's. Despite clear evidence linking firefighting to an increased risk for developing Parkinson's, the federal government has yet to officially recognize the connection. And again, this was back in August of 2025. As a result, firefighters living with Parkinson's face needless bureaucratic barriers when seeking the care they need. And this is a Representative Congresswoman out of Indiana, which I said I think is one of the first in the nation to actually pass something, but this is at the federal level. This bill would change that by formally recognizing Parkinson's as a job-related illness for firefighters to access care they need and deserve. Again, I'm not sure where that piece of legislation went, but it certainly did get some looks like movement up in D.C. This is a quote from one of the House members that our firefighters put their lives on the line every day, facing extreme risk most of us will never fully understand. The science is clear. Chemical exposure and head trauma from firefighting significantly increases the risk of developing Parkinson's disease. The Parkinson's Protection for Firefighters Act ensures that these heroes aren't left to fight this battle alone. This bill is about honoring their service with the care and support they've earned. This representative went on to further state, firefighters are exposed to significantly more toxins than the civilian population. They put their lives on the line to protect and serve our communities. It's our responsibility to ensure that the medical issues that disproportionately arise as a result of their service are covered. Firefighters shouldn't have to fight to prove the link between their service and Parkinson's disorder, given the data. This is the least that we can do for them, for those who dedicated their lives to protecting and serving us. There was another congressman that went on, and they quoted him in this article. The risk that firefighters face don't end when the fire's out, and the science is clear. Repeated exposure to toxic chemicals on the job significantly increase their risk of developing Parkinson's. That's why I support federal legislation to establish a presumptive link. Our firefighters deserve more than praise. They deserve care, support, and the full backing of the country that they serve. Again, that's a quote that was from a congressman. I believe that was from Representative LaLota, and I do not know, should know maybe, but I don't know where that congressperson was from. The International Association of Firefighters General President Edward Kelly had this to say as I read this article. The research is clear. Firefighters face an increased risk of developing Parkinson's disease due to frequent, repeated exposure to toxins on the job. That's why Parkinson's Protection for Firefighters Act is so important. This bipartisan legislation will help ensure firefighters have access to the care and support needed following a Parkinson's diagnosis. The IAFF, and that again is the International Association of Firefighters, is proud to endorse this bill, and we're talking about the federal legislation now, and we're grateful to those representatives for their leadership on this critical issue. The sacrifices made by federal firefighters extend far beyond the immediate risk of responding to fires and other emergencies. This is from the national president, the NFFE. Many suffer from job-related injuries and illnesses, including Parkinson's, long after their federal service ends. NFFE is proud to endorse the Parkinson's Protection for Firefighters Act to ensure these brave men and women receive the workers' compensation benefits they deserve once they've been diagnosed with Parkinson's. And he goes on to say thank you to those.
Time's expired on the cloture petition. Secretary Caldwell.
Mr. Chair, I'm asking for a point of personal
Mr. Albritton.
privilege when this is over with.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott.
Aye.
Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, 6 nays. The cloture petition's adopted. All right, Secretary, call the long roll. Y'all want the bill read? All right. Okay.
Ms. President, so I have a procedural question because I actually just got kind of shushed. So we haven't been recognized all day. So if I'm asking for a point of personal privilege after it's over, when do I do that?
Yeah, after it's over.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then y'all wanted the bill read at length. Is that correct? All right. Thank you.
Section 1, Sections 1143, 144, 3630, 40, and 3640, 41, Code of Alabama are amended to read as follows. Section 1143, 144, as used in this section, the following words and terms have the following meanings. Unless a contrary meaning is indicated by context, benefit, any monetary allowance payable by a city or from a pension system established for the firefighters of a city to a firefighter on account of his or her disability or to his or her dependents on account of his or her death, irrespective of whether the same is payable under a pension law of the state or under some other law of the state. City, any municipality of the state regardless of its population. Disability, any condition that renders an individual unable to perform the required duties of a firefighter. Firefighter, an individual employed as a firefighter by a city. Firefighter's occupational disease, any condition or impairment of health caused by any of the following: hypertension, heart disease, respiratory disease, cancer that manifests itself in a firefighter during that period in which the firefighter is in the service of the city if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she was exposed while employed by the city to a known carcinogen that is reasonably linked to the disabling cancer, in which case the cancer shall be presumed to arise out of and in the course of the firefighter's employment. HIV that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter was employed by the city if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she was exposed to HIV while in the line and scope of his or her employment with the city. Hepatitis that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the city if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she was exposed to hepatitis while in the line and scope of his or her employment with the city. Parkinson's disease that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the city if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she, while employed by the city, was exposed to a known toxin that is associated with the increased risk of Parkinson's disease, in which the case the Parkinson's disease shall be presumed to arise out of and in the course of the firefighter's employment. This section shall apply to firefighters who, upon entering the service of the city as firefighters, have successfully passed a physical examination that failed to reveal any evidence of a firefighter's occupational disease and who have completed at least 3 years' service as firefighters. If a physical examination was not required at the time of entry into service, a firefighter who has completed at least 3 years' continuous service as a firefighter, next preceding September 8, 1967, shall be deemed a firefighter who, for benefits under this section, suffers disability as a result of a firefighter's occupational disease. His or her disability shall be compensated under any law that provides benefits for firefighters of the city who are injured in the line of duty. If a firefighter who qualifies for benefits under this section dies as the result of a firefighter's occupational disease, his or her death shall be compensated the same as that of a firefighter killed in the line of duty pursuant to Article 1, Chapter 30 of Title 36. However, benefits for a firefighter who is eligible for workers' compensation pursuant to Chapter 5, Title 25, or a firefighter who is eligible for any benefits under the State Employee Injury Compensation Trust Fund pursuant to Chapter 29A of Title 36 shall be governed solely by these provisions. Notwithstanding Subdivision 1, a firefighter who dies of cancer as provided in paragraph A5D within 10 years of the firefighter's last date of employment shall be considered to have been killed in the line of duty for purposes of Article 1 of Chapter 30 of Title 36. In the case of the firefighter's occupational disease as defined in this section, the city must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the condition was caused by some means other than the occupation to disqualify the firefighter from the benefits. As used in this article, the following terms shall have the following meaning. Benefit, any monetary allowance payable by the state for a firefighter on account of his or her disability or to his or her dependents on account of his or her death, irrespective of whether the same is payable under a pension law of the state or some other law of the state. Disability, a condition that renders an individual unable to perform the required duties of a firefighter. Firefighter, a person employed by a firefighter by the state. Firefighter's occupational disease, any condition or impairment of health caused by any of the following: hypertension, heart disease, respiratory disease. Cancer manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the state if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she, while employed by the state, was exposed to a known carcinogen that is reasonably linked to the disabling cancer, in which case the cancer shall be presumed to arise out of and in the course of the firefighter's employment. HIV that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is employed by the state if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she was exposed to HIV while in the line or scope of his employment with the state. Hepatitis manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the state if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she was exposed to hepatitis while in the line or scope of his or her employment with the state. Parkinson's disease that manifests itself in a firefighter during the period in which the firefighter is in the service of the state if the firefighter demonstrates that he or she, while employed by the state, was exposed to a known toxin that is associated with an increased risk of Parkinson's disease, in which case the Parkinson's disease shall be presumed to arise out of and in the course of the firefighter's employment. This article shall apply to firefighters who, upon entering the service of the state, have successfully passed a physical examination that failed to reveal any evidence of a firefighter's occupational disease and who have completed at least 3 years' service as firefighters. If a physical examination was not required at the time of entry into service, a firefighter who completes an exam by January 1, 2013 shall be deemed eligible for benefits under this section. If a firefighter who is eligible for benefits under Chapter 29A or any other law suffers disability as a result of a firefighter's occupational disease, his or her disability shall be compensated under law that provides benefits for firefighters of the state who are injured in the line of duty. If a firefighter who qualifies for benefits under this section dies as a result of the firefighter's occupational disease, his or her death shall be compensated as if the firefighter had been killed in the line of duty pursuant to Article 1. However, benefits for a firefighter who is eligible for workers' compensation pursuant to Chapter 5 of Title 25, or a firefighter who is eligible for any benefits under the State Employee Injury Compensation Trust Fund pursuant to Chapter 29A of Title 36 shall be governed solely by these provisions. In the case of an occupational disease, as defined in this article, the state must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the condition was caused by some other means than the occupation to disqualify the firefighter from benefits. This act shall become effective October 1, 2026.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman.
Aye.
Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 32 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 466 passes.
All right, Mr. President, is this the appropriate time to ask for a moment of personal privilege?
It is. You're recognized.
Thank you so much for that. Outside of what has happened today, I did also want to take the opportunity to thank the members for passing this piece of legislation. This is life-changing. I was made aware of a family, Jason Mahaffey and his wife, April. Jason, a former firefighter who suffers from Parkinson's, who was receiving roughly 30% of his pension after working, after being a first responder, after saving lives. He now did not have the ability to take care of his family in the manner that he deserves. His wife didn't have the ability to provide some of the basic services that he needed after being a first responder. So this bill, again, life-changing. Thank you for previously passing Senate Bill 332, where I am the Senate sponsor, and thank you to Representative Treadaway for his work as well and moving forward and making sure that we add Parkinson's to that list of disabilities so this family and other families in the state of Alabama can be made whole. So I just wanted to simply thank the body. I did not relinquish my ability to be able to talk about a bill, but that happened today. But at the end of the day, it's about getting this bill passed, and thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Senator Coleman, thank you for your leadership. All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 95 by Representative Lovern regarding elections. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Hovey.
I move for the BR using the long roll, and I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about a very exciting subject of post-election audits this evening. It's House Bill 95. House Bill 95 begins the process of a formal post-election audit in Alabama for the very first time. There was a pilot program conducted in 2022 that was successful, exposed some areas of attention that needed to be improved upon, found a few discrepancies, and so this bill really was originated from that pilot program, and Representative Lovern carried it successfully down to the House, quite successfully, and this bill requires the probate judge of each county to conduct a post-election audit after every county and statewide general election to determine the accuracy of the originally reported results. After every countywide and statewide general election, one precinct of a countywide or statewide race will be randomly selected by the canvassing board of each county which appeared on the ballot and which is not subject to a recount. Nothing in this section shall prohibit the probate judge from ordering the audit of an additional precinct and race, but it does require that at least one be selected. The canvassing board shall randomly select at least one precinct, excluding absentee and provisional ballots, and at least one statewide or countywide race to be audited by the probate judge. The post-election audit shall commence no earlier than 31 days following the statewide general election or the expiration of the time period for filing an election contest, whichever is less, and shall be completed within 30 days of commencement. So they can't drag it out. They'll have to finish that in 30 days. At the conclusion of the audit, the ballot shall be returned to the original containers and sealed. All other documents and materials related to the audit, including but not limited to inspector and poll worker oaths, poll watcher oaths, seals and testing materials for any tabulator used, and copies of the orders of the probate court related to the audit shall be placed in a separate container labeled Record of Audit. The inspector and other poll workers shall sign the containers and return them to the appropriate authority for storage with other records related to the audited election. The judge of probate shall report the findings to the Secretary of State, who shall make all results from the post-election audit public by posting results on the official website of the Secretary of State. The post-election audit report shall include all of the following: a description of any problems or discrepancies encountered, a description of the likely cause of any problems or discrepancies encountered, and recommendations for corrective actions. The Secretary of State shall then report all the findings of the post-election audit to the governor and the legislature within 30 days of the receipt of the audit. Poll watchers shall attend and observe the post-election audit in the same manner as for any other election, and appointments shall be made in the same manner as any general election. The judge of probate shall give notice to the public of the date, time, and location of the audit by publication in a newspaper of general circulation in that county or the county's official website. Accredited members of the media shall be permitted to be present and observe the audit being performed. The judge of probate may conduct the post-election audit by manual tally or by the use of ballot counters, provided that at least 30 randomly selected ballots are individually, manually examined and compared to the ballot counter results for each selected ballot. One key point of this piece of legislation is that all expenses incurred by any county as a result of the audit shall be reimbursed in full by the comptroller. This bill is not about changing results. It's about verifying accuracy of the machines used in our process. Audits were going to occur after the election and after the contest period, so no disruption of certification will take place. Audits are publicly observable by the media and poll watchers, so there's full transparency in the process. Ballots can be hand counted or reviewed on machines not used in the election. As the state will reimburse all costs associated with these audits, no burden shall fall on the counties. Again, this bill establishes a starting point and legal precedent for future improvements in our process. Without House Bill 95, Alabama has no regular post-election audit process. There may be some objections that say this is unnecessary. We've never had fraud. Our pilot test program in 2022 proved that to be false. We did indeed have some accuracy issues, and catching those in the future are only going to make our elections more valid. Some objections may say this doesn't go far enough. One precinct and one race isn't enough. But it's key to start this process. Establishing this process is the critical first step in making sure that we have validated elections. Probate judges may contend that this is going to cause more work for their offices, and while we will have to revisit a bit of their process, it's still limited in scope and shouldn't require that much additional effort. And again, key here is to point out that these costs will be absorbed by the state, not the counties. We do already reconcile absentee ballots and provisional ballots, but there is no, without a recount, there is no accounting of the results of the electric machines. This just adds an additional layer to complete that circle and make sure that all ballots cast are accounted for. The machines are indeed tested before the elections, witnessed by the poll workers. But the pre-election testing is not the same as verifying real ballots after the fact. I had a colleague, as this bill was discussed in committee, compare this process to a police officer's validation of a radar detector before and after a shift. This is no different. We want to make sure that the machines that we use and the techniques that we use are good both before and after the action. This bill proves that Alabama is willing to say trust, but verify. It turns a pilot idea into a permanent law. Our Alabama election handbook addresses electronic voting machines in several instances. This is the Alabama election handbook, the 22nd edition for 25 and 26. In Chapter 8, Section 3, voting systems are addressed. Every county and municipality in the state of Alabama uses paper ballots. Alabama does not certify or allow for use of any voting machine that has modem technology, and no voting machine in Alabama is capable of communicating by the internet or cellular network. An electronic vote counting system is a system in which votes are recorded on a ballot and subsequently counted and tabulated by automatic tabulating equipment at one or more counting locations. To become certified for use, an electronic voting counting system must meet the requirements listed in Alabama Code. Electronic vote counting systems must be certified by the Alabama Electric Voting Committee. The committee consists of 5 members. A representative appointed by the Secretary
Time's
of
up
State.
on the BR. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Mr. President.
All right, 25 ayes, 6 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President, I move that we.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Well, hold on just.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 95 by Representative Lovern regarding elections. Committee amendment pending.
All right, Senator Hovey.
Mr. President, I move that we table the committee amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Committee amendment's tabled.
Mr. President, I move for the final passage using the long roll, and I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, we were just discussing our electronic voting machines and the Alabama Electronic Voting Committee, and I was tickled to find out that we have a.
All right, we have a report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, House Bill number 95, shall cease at 7:50 on March the 31st, 2026.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Well, I was already talking about our electronic
All right, Senator Ho, you're recognized.
voting committee, and I'm so tickled to find out that we actually have a representative in the room. Had no idea that our good senator from Cherokee County is on that committee. But our electronic voting counting systems must be certified by that committee, and the committee consists of 5 members: a representative appointed by the Secretary of State, a representative appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 judge of probate who shall be recommended by the Alabama Probate Judges Association and appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and shall serve without pay or reimbursement for expenses. 1 member from the House of Representatives and 1 member from the Senate to be appointed by the presiding officer of each house. The judge of probate shall be the chair of said committee. The Secretary of State maintains the listing of certified electronic vote counting systems and provides the same to all county governing bodies of the counties of the state. There are currently 2 vendors with certified equipments for use. The governing body of a county or municipality is authorized to adopt and direct the use of electronic vote counting systems and is authorized to determine which type of equipment to utilize, as long as it has been certified by our illustrious Alabama Electronic Voting Committee. Moving forward, Chapter 8, Section 4.7 discusses this voting equipment further. Where electronic voting is conducted, voting equipment consists of an electronic voting machine for reading and tabulating votes with an attached receptacle for storing ballots. In municipal elections using paper ballots, there must be 1 voting booth or a compartment for every 100 voters. The judge of probate must have each electronic voting device tested before each election. Additionally, the inspector is responsible for testing each precinct ballot counter before the polls open on election day. A printout is produced to verify that the registers are set at 0. Procedures for this check will vary by manufacturer, but all equipment certified for use in Alabama must have a procedure to ensure that all votes register and the public counter is set at 0 before the polls open. All precinct election officials and at least 2 watchers of opposing interests sign a certificate indicating that the check has been conducted and that the equipment is in order. No voting machine may be installed or operated outside the interior of the enclosed building designated as a voting place. Additionally, no ballots shall be taken into or out of any voting place except in performing the authorized pre-election and post-election duties of transporting ballots. Any error must be reported to the custodian and the judge of probate. No vote can be tabulated on the equipment until the equipment is repaired or a substitute is provided. However, the polls must remain open and voters may deposit ballots in a ballot box or other suitable container. Once the polls close, these ballots must either be counted by hand or deposited into a working ballot counter. All this talk of elections and voting and tabulating votes reminds me, as we began to research for this bill, I reflected and looked back on my first voting opportunity. I was born October 27th of 1978, so my first opportunity to vote was in the 1996 general election. I turned 18 on October the 27th of that year, and the general election took place on November 5th. So even though there was only 8 days separating my birthday and election day, I was already registered to vote, and I remember being excited about that very first opportunity to cast my vote. Alabama didn't have much, the state of Alabama didn't have much in the way of state elections that year, but in 1996 we had a presidential election. I'm not sure if anyone remembers who was running for president in 1996. I do too, Senator. We had some big names. We had on the Democratic ticket, Bill Clinton. On the Republican ticket, we had Bob Dole. And on the Reform Party, we had one Ross Perot, our oil magnate from the great state of Texas. I remember a lot of marketing material about Ross Perot back in that election cycle, and appreciate his business acumen. But I did cast my vote for Bob Dole that day, Senator. I did not. But we had I wouldn't dare. So that starting in 1996, I voted nothing but Republican. After that very first vote cast, Alabama we didn't have any statewide elections in 96, but we did have several, all 7 of our congressional districts were up for re-election that year. And I lived in Auburn at the time, and we were and still are in Congressional District 3, and we had a tight race there between Bob Riley and John Roper. Bob Riley was a Republican, and that was his first successful election. I voted for Bob Riley in that 1996 election as congressman, and he served in that role from 1997 to 2003. 2003, he decided he was going to run for governor, so he decided he had had enough of D.C., and that may be a theme we hear over the next few months, but we had Congressman Bob Riley decide not to run for re-election in 2003 and run for governor. Interestingly enough, little point of trivia about Lee County and Congressional District 3, we had another citizen of Congressional District 3 run for Congress that year. One Joe Turnham ran on the Democratic ticket for Congressional District 7. And I think that's interesting. Mr. Turnham lived in Auburn at the time, but he was running for Congressional District 7, which encompasses the area of Tuscaloosa. But Mr. Turnham ran unsuccessfully for that seat, but just a little bit of trivia there for all of our congressional historians. Republicans held 4 seats after that race in 1996. Democrats held 3. 4 Republican seats were districts 1, 2, 3, my district, and 6. Those Democratic seats were districts 4, 5, and 7. So that was just a fun opportunity and exercise for me to go back and look at the very first opportunity I had as a fresh 18-year-old to cast my ballots, and have been very excited and felt privileged to do so ever since. But getting back to our election handbook, that was the only color commentary I really had for you, Senator, but we're going to continue our exploration of our voting machines. In chapter 8, verse 6, we address submitting the paper ballots. When the voter has completed the ballot, the voter must deposit the ballot into the electronic voting machine. The ballot clerk observes this process and may assist with the process if necessary, but in either event, the ballot should be fed into and accepted by the vote tabulating machine in the presence of the voter. As long as the machine is functioning properly, under no circumstances should a ballot clerk collect ballots to be fed into the machine later, even if the precinct is busy and lines are forming at the vote tabulating machines. If any voter makes a mistake or otherwise spoils a ballot such that it cannot be used conveniently or safely to vote, the voter may return the ballot and receive a replacement ballot. Spoiled ballots must be retained by election officials in a separate spoiled ballot envelope or other designated container. The ballot to be spoiled must be collected from the voter and marked or torn, then deposited into the appropriate spoiled ballot container before a replacement ballot is issued to the voter. so that at no point is the voter in possession of two ballots. Write-in votes may be cast in a general election for state and county officers, but not in primary or municipal elections. If a voter desires to vote for any person whose name does not appear on the general election ballot, the voter writes in the name in the proper place in the blank column and fills in the voting space by the name written. The name of a write-in vote must be physically written on the ballot. It is not valid to use a rubber stamp or stick-on label in lieu of actually writing in the name. Alabama Attorney General Opinion 81-00029, write-in votes should be counted only for living human beings. A write-in vote for a fictitious party, such as Mickey Mouse, will not constitute a vote. Just in case anybody wanted to get squirrely and pencil in Mickey Mouse. No fictional character. Write-in votes are counted only upon a determination that the total number of write-in votes for a specific office is greater than or equal to the difference in votes between the two candidates receiving the greatest number of votes. Alternatively, the write-in votes cast for a specific election may be counted upon written request of a voter who participated in the election. The request must be accompanied by a bond or certified check in an amount sufficient to cover the cost of counting the write-in votes. Such request must be submitted to the judge of probate for any county office or to the Secretary of State for state and federal offices by 5 p.m. on the first Friday following the election. While we're talking about voting machines and ballots, we really need to talk about poll watchers, which are an integral part of this process. Poll watchers may observe the conduct of the election. They may be present to observe the preliminaries at the opening of the polls at 7 a.m., observe the voters during the day, and see the ballots as they're counted at the end of the day. Poll watchers may also observe absentee ballots and affidavits when they are reviewed during the count in the absentee precinct. A poll watcher cannot wear any clothing, stickers, hats, etc. that identify the poll watcher with a particular party or candidate. A watcher cannot attempt to influence voters in any way. A watcher is generally allowed to observe all aspects of the voting process at a precinct, but the poll watcher cannot interfere or hinder the voting process. A watcher is allowed to check the number of ballots cast on the ballot counters, as well as to observe the signing of the poll list and to monitor voter check-in at the registration table. Poll watchers may not simultaneously serve as election officials. In addition, poll watchers must observe the general rules for the conduct of the polling place. They may not disturb or attempt to influence voters, campaign, or electioneer. While inside the polling place, they should refrain from wearing buttons, badges, or ribbons which have a candidate's name printed on them. Before the inspectors begin to count ballots, the poll list that was signed by the voters must be sealed in a special envelope included in the election supplies. In precincts that use electronic poll books, this is accompanied by shutting down the poll books. A certificate of result is a printout from the electronic voting machine detailing the election results recorded by that machine. Under Alabama law, several of each of these certificates are necessary as they must be provided to a number of different election officials as described below. After closing the polls and sealing the required records as prescribed above, the officials are to follow the manufacturer's instructions to lock the equipment against further voting and to obtain a printout of the votes of each office and ballot question. The paper should not be torn from the machine until after the first printout of the results has been made so that all printing during the day, from the initial test results before the polls open through the first complete printout of results will be on one continuous sheet or roll. All election officials should immediately sign the sheet. This printout, together with any necessary additions as outlined below, is the original certificate of result. Then, at least 4 more printouts of the results must be produced and torn out to be distributed as required by statute. The next step is to complete the certificates of result by adding any necessary information that is not automatically printed. This information may include the name of the precinct, the date, the identifying number of the tabulating equipment, the value on the public counter indicating the number of votes cast, the name of each candidate next to the total number of votes for that candidate, the number and short title of each proposition next to the number of votes for and against that proposition, and in general elections, only the number of write-in votes cast in each race on the ballot. In each election, a number of certificates of result are needed. First, the original certificate of result should be sent to the judge of probate for public inspection and use in election challenge. Another copy of the certificate of result must be posted in front of the polling place immediately following the count. In primary elections, this copy must be posted within 2 hours after closing the polls. In a primary election, the county executive committees act as canvassing boards, and a certificate should be sent to the chairs of each of these committees along with the voters' poll list for the primary. Also in primaries, a copy must be sent to the chairs of the state executive committees of the political parties. In any election, one copy of the certificate of result must also be preserved in case the original is lost or destroyed. This copy must be signed by the inspector and sealed in an envelope. The inspector must then write his or her name across the folds of this envelope. This copy must be delivered to the judge of probate. A copy of the certificate of result should also be sealed into the records of election container in both the primary and general elections. Placing large numerals on envelopes and corresponding numerals on the certificate of result sheets can help ensure that each envelope contains the appropriate sheet and that each county election official receives the appropriate envelope. A simple instruction sheet can be included with the supplies to indicate by number which certificate of results is posted, left in the machine, returned to the judge of probate, sent to the sheriff, sent to the county committee chair, etc. Not only does this permit a quicker tabulation of the results, but it should also prevent confusion. Within 2 hours after the polls close, the inspectors of each voting place must post their results in the county courthouse at a place designated by the judge of probate. In municipal elections, a signed statement of the votes must be placed in a sealed envelope along with a poll list signed by the voters and the list of registered voters and delivered to the city clerk by the returning officer. Additionally, a separate list of the vote totals must be attached to the outside of the ballot box once they have been counted and sealed. After completing the certificates of results, the election officials remove the voted ballots from the vote tabulating machines and then seal the voted ballots in a voted ballot container, box, or bag. As with the primaries, a separate records of election container must contain all the spoiled ballots, unused ballots, and ballot stubs, as well as the clerk's poll list and a certificate of result. The containers must be sealed and signed by all of the election officials. Additionally, the electronic memory packs from the vote tabulating machines must be delivered to the judge of probate. The inspectors take ballots, seal them securely, and label the bundle to identify the election and offices that were on the ballot. For cities using paper ballots, the sealed envelope containing the second poll list also goes into the ballot box. Compliance with this provision means sealing the ballots in a container on which is printed the date and kind of election. Any provisional ballots are labeled as provisional and sealed in a separate container. The ballot container is then sealed and labeled to show the nature of its contents. In practice, the container is securely fastened by locks and a label is affixed bearing a printed list of the contents of the container. The ballot containers are then turned over to the returning officer of that district or precinct, who must then deliver them, along with the other poll lists, certificates of results, and the list of registered voters, to the sheriff within 2 hours of departing the precinct. In municipal elections, the returning officer takes the election material and ballot box to the municipal clerk not later than 11 a.m. the day after the polls. A system of canvassing is an important aspect of any smooth-running election. The following example is a system that is useful to counties or municipalities that have their own computer facilities. Each precinct within the county has at least one electronic voting machine, and each machine has a data pack or memory card which contains all of the voting information compiled on that particular machine on election day, including the number of votes each candidate or ballot issued received. The data packs or memory cards are removed from the electronic voting machine at the end of the day and placed in an envelope which contains a computer-generated label that lists the precinct or beat and box number for that precinct. The envelope is then sealed and signed by all the election officials in that precinct and returned to the inspector of the precinct to the sheriff, who immediately delivers to the judge of probate at Election Central. The data packs or memory cards are then placed in a computer tabulator, which immediately transfers the vote totals from the precinct to the computer. The next data pack or memory card from another precinct is then placed in the tabulator.
All right, time's up on the cloture petition. Secretary, call a long roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Twenty-four ayes, 6 nays. Cloture petition's adopted.
Mr. President, I move for final vote.
All right.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to that. Oh, I'm sorry. There was a closed petition. I'd like to have it be read at length, please.
All right. Almost caught you sleeping.
No, you almost gave it to me.
All right. Secretary, read the bill.
This section shall be known and may be cited as the Alabama Post-Election Audit Act. Notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, the judge of probate of each county shall order a post-election audit after every countywide and statewide general election of all ballots in one precinct of a countywide or statewide race, randomly selected by the canvassing board of each county, as further provided in subdivision 2, which appeared on the ballot and which is not subject to a recount. Nothing in this section shall prohibit the judge of probate from ordering the audit of additional precincts and races. The order shall include the name of the precincts and the races to be audited. The order shall authorize the sheriff or other county authority to provide access to the ballot containers along with any other necessary election materials, including electronic data. The canvassing board of each county at noon on the second Friday after any county and statewide general election shall randomly select at least one precinct, excluding absentee and provisional ballots, and at least one statewide or countywide race to be audited by the judge of probate. The judge of probate at noon on the second Friday after any county and statewide general election shall select the date, time, and place of meeting to conduct the post-election audit and shall appoint an inspector and the appropriate number of other poll workers required to complete the audit in the same manner as for any other election. The notification and publication of these appointments shall be in the same manner as provided in Section 1782 Code of Alabama. Compensation for poll workers shall be the same as provided in Section 17812. To begin the audit process, the voted ballot containers subject to the audit shall be delivered unopened and still sealed in original containers to the inspectors in charge of the audit by the custodian of the ballot containers along with any other necessary election materials, including electronic data. The post-election audit shall commence no earlier than 31 days following the statewide general election or the expiration of the time period for filling an election contest, whichever is less, and shall be completed within 30 days of commencement. At the conclusion of the audit, the ballots shall be returned to their original containers and sealed. All other documents and materials related to the audit, including but not limited to inspector and poll worker oaths, poll watcher oaths, seal and testing materials for any tabulator used in the audit, and copies of orders of the probate court related to the audit shall be placed in a separate container labeled Record of Audit. The inspector and other poll workers shall sign the containers and return them to appropriate authority for storage with other records related to the audited election. The judge of probate shall report the findings to the Secretary of State, who shall make all results from the post-election audit public by posting the results of the official website of the Secretary of State. The post-election audit report shall include all of the following: a description of any problems or discrepancies encountered, a description of the likely cause of any problems or discrepancies encountered, recommendations for corrective or remedial actions. The Secretary of State shall report all findings of the post-election audit to the governor and the legislature within 30 days of receipt of the audits. Poll watchers shall attend and observe the post-election audit in the same manner as for any other election, and appointments shall be made in the same manner as any general election. The judge of probate shall give notice to the public of the date, time, and location of the audit by publication in a newspaper of general circulation in the county or in the county's official website. Accredited members of the media shall be permitted to present and observe the audit being performed. The judge of probate may conduct the post-election audit by manual tally or by use of ballot counters, provided that at least 30 randomly selected ballots are individually manually examined and compared to the ballot counter result for each selected ballot. All expenses incurred by any county and as a result of the audit shall be reimbursed in full by the comptroller. The Secretary of State may adopt rules and prescribe forms to implement this section. This act shall become effective immediately.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Twenty-two ayes, 7 nays. House Bill 95 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 259 by Representative Shaw regarding stablecoin.
Mr.
They are
President.
pending.
Mr. President, I move for passage of adoption of the BIR, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
All right. HB 259, it establishes a state licensing system in accordance with federal law for companies that issue or sell less than $10 billion in value of stable coins, ensuring customers protection and physical accountability. The Genius Act establishes the first comprehensive U.S. regulatory framework for payment of stablecoins and requires stablecoins to be issued only by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer. This bill allows many companies that already have money transmitter licenses, including many crypto companies that already issue stablecoin, to opt for a license issued by the state of Alabama instead of seeking the license that will be issued by the federal government. Many money transmitters have contacted the Alabama Securities Commission wishing to convert their license to a state license. The ASC has a history of direct engagement with applicants, providing practical guidance throughout the licensing process and during audits. This approach helps companies build a strong foundation for compliance, lowers the compliance costs for small businesses and startups, provides tailored oversight, less bureaucracy, complexity, shorter approval timelines, and enhances consumer protections. We already license many crypto companies. Stablecoins are already widely used for digital payments, remittances, and online commerce. State financial regulators already oversee large segments of digital asset industry. State licensing regimes can generate revenue through license fees, corporate taxes for state of Alabama licensed insurers, administrative assessments, and et cetera. The licensing framework must comport with the federal law. This bill does. And states have a short time frame, 1 to 2 years, to obtain approval from the Office of Comptroller of Currency for the state law. State issuers will be required to have a 1-to-1 backing of high-quality liquid assets such as U.S. dollars, bank deposits, and short-term treasuries. SCs are redeemable at par value. Issuers must publish monthly reserve reports verified by independent accountants and implement AML compliance and risk management programs. They are subject to regular audits and examinations from ASC. Enforcement provisions include criminal and civil penalties, and ASC agents have been investigating crypto companies and transactions for several years, and they're trained in this area. It can attract financial and technology companies, blockchain developers, and other payment companies. Banks and credit unions can issue stablecoins through a subsidiary. Signals Alabama is open to innovation. Holders have priority claims on reserves if companies become insolvent. This bill was requested and drafted by the Alabama Securities Commission based on a model rule from the Conference of State Banks. This bill is necessary to provide a clear legal framework for a burgeoning market that is already flowing into Alabama. The bill is authorized by and comports with the Genius Act, but we have a short window to adopt this or lose the opportunity. The bill authorized the ASC to regulate the issuance of stablecoin for those entities to sell less than $10 billion in value, and the state banking department is on board. This regulation is accomplished by the review and approval of applications, the issuance of licenses, and the regulation of the stablecoin market in Alabama. And the bill will attract financial and technology companies, authorize banks and credit unions to issue stablecoins through subsidiaries, and invite capital formation to. to Alabama while ensuring protections for consumers. I've been asked, what is a stablecoin? A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency that is designed to provide stability for transactions. Currently, cryptocurrencies are volatile and can experience dramatic price fluctuations in a short period of time. Bitcoin, for example, I think we've all heard of that one, can rise or drop by double-digit percentages in just a few hours. In light of this, transactions using Bitcoin can be risky. Imagine you want to buy a $5 cup of coffee with Bitcoin. $5 worth of Bitcoin may be worth $5 at the time of the transaction, but by the time you walk out of the coffee shop, that $5 could be worth $4 or $6. This uncertainty can make both buyers and sellers hesitant to transaction in crypto. Stablecoins aim to solve this uncertainty, attempting to combine the stability of cash with the benefits of crypto technology. On one hand, they operate on blockchains, which supporters believe provide greater security, transparency, cost efficiency, and speed. On the other, they try to reflect the value of the real-world assets like the US dollar. Proponents argue this combination makes stablecoins particularly useful as they act as a kind of bridge between traditional assets and the crypto economy. Another challenge the crypto industry faces is that it's relatively slow and expensive to convert dollars into crypto and vice versa. This can make it inconvenient and insufficient for crypto investors looking to trade in or out of crypto. Using stablecoins as a trading pair for more volatile tokens like Bitcoin can be a more efficient option for traders. This is because stablecoins are cryptocurrencies themselves. Excuse me. Currently, there are four main types of stablecoins. Fiat-backed stablecoins. These are stablecoins we mentioned above where the value is pegged to a traditional fiat currency. Fiat-backed stablecoins are run by centralized companies, which make their existence possible by holding reserves in the fiat currency. For example, a company A has $10 billion worth of their stablecoin in circulation. They will hold $10 billion or more in US dollars in their reserves. If their reserves fall below $10 billion, their stablecoin may depeg or lose its one-to-one value with the US dollar. Second type of stablecoin is commodity-backed stablecoins. These stablecoins are similar to fiat-backed stablecoins. Instead of flat currencies, however, they peg to commodities, typically gold, for example. If Company B has $10 billion of their stablecoin in circulation, they will need to hold $10 billion or more in gold in their reserves for the stablecoin to be usable. There's also crypto-backed stablecoins. Similar to the types of stablecoins listed above, crypto-backed stablecoins are pegged to other current cryptocurrencies. However, there are two key differences to note. First, crypto-backed stablecoins are often run by decentralized companies or organizations through smart contracts. Second, because cryptocurrencies are usually more volatile than other assets, these organizations typically hold more in their reserves than the amount in circulation. For example, if organization C has $10 billion of their Ethereum-backed stablecoin in circulation, they will hold more than $10 billion of Ethereum in reserves. This is called over-collateralization, which attempts to smooth out some volatility. Note that fiat-backed and commodity-backed stablecoin organizations can also choose to over-collateralize. And then the last kind is logarithmic stablecoins. Unlike types above, logarithmic stablecoins are typically uncollateralized. Instead, they run by computer algorithms. To illustrate how this works, let's assume an logarithm stablecoin price is pegged at $1. If this stablecoin price rises above $1, the logarithm creates new coins and puts them in circulation to deflate the price. If the price falls below $1, the logarithm burns or removes coins from circulation to increase its price. HB 259 establishes a state licensing system in accordance with federal law for companies that issue or sell less than $10 billion in value of stablecoins, ensuring consumer protection and physical accountability. The GENIUS Act establishes the first comprehensive U.S. regulatory framework for payment stablecoins and requires stablecoins to be issued only by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer. This bill allows many companies that already have many transmitter licenses, including many crypto companies that already issue stablecoin, to opt for a license issued by the state of Alabama instead of seeking the license that will be issued by the federal government. Many money transmitters have contacted ASC wishing to convert their license to a state license. The ASC has a history of direct engagement with applicants, providing practical guidance throughout the licensing process and during audits. This approach helps companies build a strong foundation for compliance, lowers the compliance costs for small businesses and startups, provides tailored oversight, less bureaucratic complexity, shorter approval timelines, and enhances consumer protections. We already license many crypto companies. Stablecoins are already widely used for digital payments, remittance, and online commerce. State financial regulators already oversee large segments of the digital asset industry. State licensing regimes can generate revenue through.
All right, time's up on the BR. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut.
Aye.
Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 259 by Representative Shaw regarding stablecoin.
Mr. President.
Senator Shellnut.
I'd like to move for final passage of HB 259, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
All right. Since I've detected a pattern that there's some colleagues in here that would like for the bill to be read at length, I'm gonna go ahead and start that process. Read this bill, so maybe it'll save them from maybe making that motion later. So here we are, HB 259, relating to cryptocurrency, to add a new chapter.
We have a
7B.
report from the Committee on Rules. Hold on 1 second, Senator.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, House Bill 259, shall cease at 8:32 on March the 31st, 2026.
All right, Mr. President.
Senator Shellnut.
I'd like to continue.
All right, continue on.
Cannot believe Senator Wagner would do that to me, interrupt me like that, Senator Wagner. Thank you, though. All right, going back to HB 259, relating to cryptocurrency, to add a new chapter 7B to Title 8, Code of Alabama, 1975, to prohibit a person from issuing digital assets as a payment stablecoin unless that person is a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, to prohibit the offer or sale of any payment stablecoin beginning in 2028 unless the payment stablecoin is issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, to authorize the Alabama Securities Commission to process and license applicants to become Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin Issuers, to authorize the Alabama Security Commission to enforce and implement this act. This Genius Act and any federal regulation adopted under that act, and to create civil and criminal penalties for violations, being enacted by the legislature of Alabama. Section 1, Chapter 7B, commencing with Section 8-7B-1, is added to Title 8, Code of Alabama, 1975. That's a good year. To read as followed, Chapter 7B, 8-7B-1. This chapter shall be known and may be cited as the Financial Innovation and Market Expansion Act. The intent of this chapter is to implement Section 4C of the Federal Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, 12 U.S.C. 5903C, governing regulation of payment stablecoins as the state level. SB-7B-2, for the purposes of this act, the following terms have the following meanings. 1, Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin Issuer, a stablecoin issuer licensed and approved by the Commission through the licensing process in Section 8-7B-5. Number 2, authorized payment stablecoin, a payment stablecoin issued by an Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin Issuer. Number 3, definition of commission, the Alabama Securities Commission. Number 4, comptroller, the office of the comptroller of the currency. Number 5, digital access service provider, a person that, in the United States and for compensation or profit, engages in the business of exchanging digital assets for monetary value, exchanging digital assets for other digital assets, transferring digital assets to a third party, acting as a digital asset custodian, or participating in financial services relating to digital asset insurance. The term does not include a person that engages in the business of developing or operating distributed ledger protocols, self-custodial software interfaces, or validating transactions through a distributed ledger. The term does not include a person that participates in a liquidity pool or other similar mechanism for the provision of liquidity for peer-to-peer transactions. That's 2 pages. I know I'm thrilling y'all. Number 6, the Genius Act, the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, 12 U.S.C. 5901-5916. Governmental entity, any state or local agency or instrumental thereof located in the state. Intentionality, a person acts intentionality with respect to a result or to the conduct described by a statute defining an offense when his or her purpose is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. Knowingly, a person acts knowingly with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when he or she is aware that his or her conduct is of that nature or that the circumstance exists. Number 10, open, public, or decentralized network. A blockchain network that is open to use by the public without permission of use by governing authorities, or a network that is operated using distributed ledger technology, where the data is stored in separate physical locations. Number 11, payment stablecoin. A digital asset or assets designed to maintain a stable value that is or is designed to be used as a means of payment or settlement. The issuer of the token. A is obligated to convert, redeem, or repurchase the token for a fixed amount of monetary value, and B represents or creates the reasonable expectation that the token will maintain a stable value relative to the value of the fixed amount of monetary value. Number 12, permitted payment stablecoin issuer. A person formed in the United States that is one of the following. A subsidiary of insured depository institution that has been approved to issue payment stablecoin under Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904. A non-bank entity approved by the comptroller pursuant to Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904 to issue payment stablecoins. C, an uninsured national bank that is chartered by the comptroller and is approved by the comptroller pursuant to Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904 to issue payment stablecoins. D, a federal branch that is approved by the comptroller pursuant to Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904 to issue payment stablecoins. An entity legally established under the laws of a state and approved to issue payment stablecoins by a state payment stablecoin regulator, including Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuers. 8-7B-3. A person may issue a payment stablecoin in the state unless that person is permitted payment stablecoin issuer. Beginning on July 18, 2028, no digital asset service provider may offer or sell a payment stablecoin to a person in the state unless the payment stablecoin is issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer. C, this section shall not apply to the following transactions. Number 1, any direct transfer of payment stablecoin between two individuals, each acting on his or her own behalf and for his or her own lawful purposes without the involvement of an intermediary. 2, any transaction involving the receipt of payment stablecoin by an individual between an account owned by the individual in the United States and an account owned by the individual abroad, which are offered by the same parent company. Number 3, any transaction by means of a software or hardware wallet that facilitates an individual's own custody of payment stablecoin. D, notwithstanding any provision of this chapter to the contrary, any determination regarding banking activities shall be the sole authority of the Alabama State Banking Department pursuant to Title 5. A1, the Commission shall receive, review, and consider for approval applications from any person that seeks to issue or sell payment stablecoins as an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer. And the Commission shall establish a process and framework for the licensing, regulation, examination, and supervision of such entities through the adoption of rules pursuant to Section 8-7B-8. Number 2, the Commission, upon receipt of a substantially complete application received under Subdivision 1, shall evaluate and make a determination on each application based only on the criteria established under this chapter and rules adopted pursuant to this chapter. B, the Commission shall consider the following factors when determining whether an applicant who submitted a substantially complete application shall be licensed as an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer. 1, the ability of the applicant based on the applicant's financial condition and resources to meet the requirements set forth under 12 U.S.C. 5903. Number 2, whether an individual who has been convicted of a felony offense involving insider trading, embezzlement, cybercrime, money laundering, financing of terrorism, or financial fraud is serving as an officer or director of the applicant. Number 3, the competence, experience, and integrity of the officers, directors, and principal shareholders of the applicant, its subsidiaries, and parent company, including A, the record of those officers, directors, and principal shareholders of compliance with laws and regulations, and B, the ability of those officers, dictators, and principal shareholders to fulfill any commitment to and any conditions imposed by the Commission in connection with the application at issue and any prior applications. Whether the redemption policy of the applicant meets the standards under 12 U.S.C. 5903. Number 5, any other factors established under federal regulations pursuant to the Genius Act or rules adopted pursuant to this chapter which are necessary to ensure the safety and soundness of the Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin issuer. C, the commission shall render a decision on a substantially complete application submitted under subsection A no later than 120 days after receipt of the application. D, 1, for purpose of this section, an application shall be considered substantially complete if the application contains sufficient information for the commission to render a decision on whether the applicant satisfies the factors described in subsection A. Number 2, no later than 30 days after receiving any application, the commission shall notify the applicant as to whether the commission considers the application to be substantially complete, and if the application is not substantially complete, the additional information the applicant must provide in order for the application to be considered substantially complete. Number 3, an application considered substantially complete under this subsection shall remain substantially complete unless there is material change in circumstances that requires the commission to treat the application as a new application. E1, the commission may only deny a substantially complete application received if the commission determines that the activities of the applicant would include any conduct that would authorize the commission to suspend or revoke a license under section 8-7B-9. The issuance of a payment stablecoin on an open, public, or decentralized network shall not be a valid ground for denial of this application. F, if the commission denies a substantially complete application received under subsection A, the commission no later than 30 days after the date of denial shall provide the applicant with written notice explaining the denial with specificity, including all findings made by the commission with respect to all identified material shortcomings in the application, including actionable recommendations on how the applicant should address the identified material shortcomings. G, the denial of the application under subsection E shall not prohibit the applicant from filing any subsequent application. 8-7B-5, the provider is not required to obtain any other license or charter except for the requirement under this chapter to perform the activities permitted in sections 8-7B-3. No later than 180 days after the approval of an application and afterwards on an annual basis, each Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin issuer shall submit to the commission a certification that the issuer has implemented anti-money laundering and economic sanctions compliance programs that are reasonably designed to prevent the Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin issuer from facilitating money laundering. In particular, facilitating money laundering for cartels and organizations designed as foreign terrorist organizations under USC 1189, and the financing of terrorist activities consistent with the requirements of the Genius Act. A, an Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin issuer shall comply with 12 USC 5902 and any regulations adopted by federal governmental entities implementing the Genius Act. B, the commission, through the adoption of rules pursuant to section 8-7B-8 or other means of notice, shall identify the federal laws and regulations applicable to Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin issuers. The commission shall ensure that the minimum federal requirements apply to all Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin issuers in the state. 8-7B-8. A, 1, the commission shall adopt rules to administer and implement this chapter. These rules may include provisions that govern the recovery of the cost of administering and enforcing this chapter by imposing and collecting fees, fines, penalties, and costs associated with applications, examinations, investigations, and other actions required to implement this chapter. How much time do I have remaining, Mr. Brett? 4 minutes. That's the longest 20 minutes of my life. And y'all's too, I bet. Number 2, the rules adopted under subsection A shall include the following. A, the establishment of a secure system for processing payments made using payment stablecoins. B, the technical integration of payment stablecoin payment systems with state accounting and payment systems. C, security and fraud prevention measures. D, the creation of educational material regarding the use of payment stablecoins. B, the commission may conduct an examination or investigation of an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer or otherwise take action authorized by this chapter or by a rule adopted or order issued under this chapter as reasonably necessary or appropriate to administer and implement this chapter. Federal regulations implementing the Genius Act and other applicable state and federal law. In performing the examination or investigation, the commission may, 1, conduct an on-site or off-site examination of the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer as the commission may reasonably require. 2, conduct an examination in conjunction with other state agencies or federal government agencies. 3, accept the examination report of another state agency or federal government agency or a report prepared by an independent accounting firm, which upon being accepted by the commission shall be considered an official report of the commission. And 4, summon and examine under oath individuals or employees of an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer and require the individuals to produce records regarding any matter related to the condition and business of the licensee or an agent of the licensee. C, an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer shall provide, and the commission shall have full and complete access to all records the commission may reasonably require to conduct an examination. The record must be provided at the location and in the format specified by the commission, provided the commission may utilize multi-state record production standards and examination procedures when such standards will reasonably achieve the requirements of this section. D, unless otherwise directed by the commission, a licensee shall pay all costs reasonably incurred in connection with an examination of the licensee or the licensee's authorized delegates. E, information adopted during any examination under this chapter may be disclosed only as prescribed in Section 8-7B-15. F, in the course of the examination or investigation under subsection B, the commission may do any of the following. 1, make such public or private investigations within or outside of this state as it deems necessary to determine whether I, any license under this chapter should be granted, denied, suspended, or revoked. 2, any person has violated or is about to violate any provisions of this chapter or any other rule or order issued under this chapter. Or 3, any enforcement measures are necessary to be imposed on an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer under this chapter. 2, require or permit any person to file a statement in writing under oath or otherwise as a commission may determine as to all the facts and circumstances concerning the matter to be investigated. 3, publish information concerning any violation of this chapter or any rule or order adopted or issued under this chapter. 4, administer oaths and affirmations.
All right, time's out on the cloture position. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut.
Aye.
Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to have the bill read at length, please.
All right, hold on. All right, so we're already on the, you want the bill read at length? Okay. 26 ayes, 7 nays, the cloture petition passes. All right, and then appropriate time, read the bill for the second time.
Thank you.
Be it enacted by the legislature of Alabama, Section 1. Chapter 7B, commencing with Section 8-7B1, is added to Title 8, Code of Alabama 1975, to read as follows, Chapter 7B 8-7B1, A. This chapter shall be known and may be cited as the Financial Innovation and Market Expansion Act. B. The intent of this chapter is to implement Section 4, C, of the Federal Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. HB 259 engrossed page 2 Stablecoins Act, 12 U.S.C. 5903, C, governing regulation of payment stablecoins at the state level. 8-7B2 For the purposes of this act, the following terms have the following meanings. 1. Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin Issuer. A stablecoin issuer licensed and approved by the Commission through the licensing process in Section 8-7B5. 2. Authorized Payment Stablecoin. A payment stablecoin issued by an Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin Issuer. 3. Commission. The Alabama Securities Commission. 4. Controller. The Office of the Controller of the Currency. 5. Digital Asset Service Provider. A person that, in the United States and for compensation or profit, engages in the business of exchanging digital assets for monetary value, exchanging digital assets for other digital assets, transferring digital assets to a third party, acting as a digital asset custodian, or participating in financial services relating to digital asset insurance. The term does not include a person that engages in the business of developing or operating distributed ledger protocols, self-custodial software interfaces, or validating transactions through a distributed ledger. The term does not include a person that participates in a liquidity pool or other similar mechanism for the provisioning of liquidity for peer-to-peer transactions. 6. Genius Act. The Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, 12 U.S.C. 5901 to 5916. 7. Governmental entity. Any state or local agency or HB 259 engrossed page 3 instrumentality thereof located in the state. 8. Intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct described by a statute defining an offense, when his or her purpose is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. 9. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when he or she is aware that his or her conduct is of that nature or that the circumstance exists. 10. Open, public, or decentralized network. A blockchain network that is open to use by the public without permission of use by governing authorities, or a network that is operated using distributed ledger technology, where the data is stored in separate physical locations. 11. Payment stablecoin. A digital asset or assets designed to maintain a stable value that is, or is designed to be, used as a means of payment or settlement. The issuer of the token, A, is obligated to convert, redeem, or repurchase the token for a fixed amount of monetary value, and B, represents, or creates the reasonable expectation, that the token will maintain a stable value relative to the value of a fixed amount of monetary value. 12. Permitted payment stablecoin issuer. A person formed in the United States that is one of the following, a subsidiary of an insured depository institution that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904. B. A non-bank entity approved by the controller, pursuant to HB 259 engrossed page 4 Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904, to issue payment stablecoins. C. An uninsured national bank that is chartered by the controller and is approved by the controller, pursuant to Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904, to issue payment stablecoins. D. A federal branch that is approved by the controller, pursuant to Section 5 of the Genius Act, 12 U.S.C. 5904, to issue payment stablecoins. E. An entity legally established under the laws of a state and approved to issue payment stablecoins by a state payment stablecoin regulator, including Alabama Qualified Payment Stablecoin Issuers. 8-7B3, A. No person may issue a payment stablecoin in the state, unless that person is a permitted payment stablecoin issuer. B. Beginning on July 18, 2028, No digital asset service provider may offer or sell a payment stablecoin to a person in the state, unless the payment stablecoin is issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer. C. This section shall not apply to the following transactions. 1. Any direct transfer of payment stablecoin between two individuals, each acting on his or her own behalf and for his or her own lawful purposes, without the involvement of an intermediary. 2. Any transaction involving the receipt of payment stablecoin by an individual between an account owned by the individual in the United States and an account owned by the individual abroad which are offered by the same parent company. HB 259 engrossed page 5. 3. Any transaction by means of a software or hardware wallet that facilitates an individual's own custody of payment stablecoin. D. Notwithstanding any provision of this chapter to the contrary, any determination regarding banking activities shall be the sole authority of the Alabama State Banking Department pursuant to Title V. 8-7B4, A. 1. The Commission shall receive, review, and consider for approval applications from any person that seeks to issue or sell payment stablecoins as an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer, and the Commission shall establish a process and framework for the licensing, regulation, examination, and supervision of such entities, through the adoption of rules pursuant to Section 8-7B8. 2. The Commission, upon receipt of a substantially complete application received under subdivision 1, shall evaluate and make a determination on each application based only on the criteria established under this chapter, and rules adopted pursuant to this chapter. B. The Commission shall consider the following factors when determining whether an applicant, who submitted a substantially complete application, shall be licensed as an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer. 1. The ability of the applicant, based on the applicant's financial condition and resources, to meet the requirements set forth under 12 U.S.C. 5903. 2. Whether an individual who has been convicted of a felony offense involving insider trading, embezzlement, cybercrime, money laundering, financing of terrorism, or financial fraud is serving HB 259 engrossed page 6 as an officer or director of the applicant. 3. The competence, experience, and integrity of the officers, directors, and principal shareholders of the applicant, its subsidiaries, and parent company, including A. The record of those officers, directors, and principal shareholders of compliance with laws and regulations, and B. The ability of those officers, directors, and principal shareholders to fulfill any commitments to, and any conditions imposed by, the Commission in connection with the application at issue and any prior applications. 4. Whether the redemption policy of the applicant meets the standards under 12 U.S.C. 5903. 5. Any other factors established under federal regulations pursuant to the Genius Act or rules adopted pursuant to this chapter which are necessary to ensure the safety and soundness of the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer. C. The Commission shall render a decision on a substantially complete application submitted under subsection A, no later than 120 days after receipt of the application. D. 1. For purposes of this section, an application shall be considered substantially complete if the application contains sufficient information for the Commission to render a decision on whether the applicant satisfies the factors described in subsection A. 2. No later than 30 days after receiving any application, the Commission shall notify the applicant as to whether the Commission considers the application to be substantially complete and, if the application is not substantially complete, the additional HB 259 engrossed page 7 information the applicant must provide in order for the application to be considered substantially complete. 3. An application considered substantially complete under this subsection shall remain substantially complete unless there is a material change in circumstances that requires the Commission to treat the application as a new application. E. 1. The Commission may only deny a substantially complete application received if the Commission determines that the activities of the applicant would include any conduct that would authorize the Commission to suspend or revoke a license under Section 8-7B9, A. 2. The issuance of a payment stablecoin on an open, public, or decentralized network shall not be a valid ground for denial of an application. F. If the Commission denies a substantially complete application received under subsection A, the Commission no later than 30 days after the date of denial, shall provide the applicant with written notice explaining the denial with specificity, including all findings made by the Commission with respect to all identified material shortcomings in the application, including actionable recommendations on how the applicant could address the identified material shortcomings. G. The denial of an application under subsection E shall not prohibit the applicant from filing any subsequent application. 8-7B5 A provider is not required to obtain any other license or charter, except for the requirement under this chapter, to perform the activities permitted in Section 8-7B3. HB 259 engrossed page 8 8-7B6 no later than 180 days after the approval of an application, and afterwards on an annual basis, each Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer shall submit to the Commission a certification that the issuer has implemented anti-money laundering and economic sanctions compliance programs that are reasonably designed to prevent the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer from facilitating money laundering, in particular, facilitating money laundering for cartels and organizations designated as foreign terrorist organizations under 8 U.S.C. 1189 and the financing of terrorist activities, consistent with the requirements of the Genius Act. 8-7B7, A. An Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer shall comply with 12 U.S.C. 5902, A, and any regulations adopted by federal governmental entities implementing the Genius Act. B. The Commission, through the adoption of rules pursuant to Section 8-7B8 or other means of notice, shall identify the federal laws and regulations applicable to Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuers. The Commission shall ensure that the minimum federal requirements apply to all Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuers in the state. 8-7B8, A. 1. The Commission shall adopt rules to administer and implement this chapter. These rules may include provisions that govern the recovery of the cost of administering and enforcing this chapter by imposing and collecting fees, fines, penalties, and costs associated with applications, examinations, investigations, and HB 259 engrossed page 9 other actions required to implement this chapter. 2. The rules adopted under subsection A shall include the following: A. The establishment of a secure system for processing payments made using payment stablecoins. B. The technical integration of payment stablecoin payment systems with state accounting and payment systems. C. Security and fraud prevention measures. D. The creation of educational material regarding the use of payment stablecoins. B. The Commission may conduct an examination or investigation of an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer or otherwise take action authorized by this chapter or by a rule adopted or order issued under this chapter as reasonably necessary or appropriate to administer and implement this chapter, federal regulations implementing the Genius Act, and other applicable state and federal law. In performing the examination or investigation, the Commission may: 1. Conduct an on-site or off-site examination of the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer as the Commission may reasonably require. 2. Conduct an examination in conjunction with other state agencies or federal government agencies. 3. Accept the examination report of another state agency or federal government agency, or a report prepared by an independent accounting firm, which, upon being accepted by the Commission, shall be considered an official report of the Commission, and 4. Summon and examine, under oath, individuals or employees HB 259 engrossed page 10 of an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer and require the individuals to produce records regarding any matter related to the condition and business of the licensee or an agent of the licensee. C. An Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer shall provide, and the Commission shall have full and complete access to, all records the Commission may reasonably require to conduct an examination. The records must be provided at the location and in the format specified by the Commission, provided the Commission may utilize multi-state record production standards and examination procedures when such standards will reasonably achieve the requirements of this section. D. Unless otherwise directed by the Commission, a licensee shall pay all costs reasonably incurred in connection with an examination of the licensee or the licensee's authorized delegates. E. Information obtained during any examination under this chapter may be disclosed only as prescribed in Section 8-7B15. F. In the course of an examination or investigation under subsection B, the Commission may do any of the following: 1. Make such public or private investigations within or outside of the state as it deems necessary to determine whether I. Any license under this chapter should be granted, denied, suspended, or revoked. 2. Any person has violated or is about to violate any provision of this chapter or any rule or order issued under this chapter, or 3. Any enforcement measures are necessary to be imposed on an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer under this chapter. 2. Require or permit any person to file a statement in writing, under oath, or otherwise as the Commission may determine, HB 259 engrossed page 11 as to all the facts and circumstances concerning the matter to be investigated. 3. Publish information concerning any violation of this chapter or any rule or order adopted or issued under this chapter. 4. Administer oaths and affirmations, subpoena witnesses, compel their attendance, take evidence, and require the production of any books, papers, correspondence, memoranda, agreements, or other documents or records which the Commission deems relevant to the inquiry. G. In case of refusal to obey a subpoena, upon application by the Commission, the Circuit Court of Montgomery County may issue an order to the person failing to obey the subpoena requiring the individual to appear before the Commission or the officer designated by it, to produce documentary evidence if so ordered, or to give evidence touching the matter under investigation or in question. The court may hold any person who fails to obey an order of the court in contempt of court. H. No person is excused from attending and testifying or from producing any document or record before the Commission or any officer designated by it, in any proceeding instituted by the Commission, on the ground that the testimony or evidence, documentary or otherwise, required of the person may tend to incriminate him or her or subject him or her to a penalty or forfeiture. No individual may be prosecuted or subjected to any penalty or forfeiture using or based on information he or she offered after asserting such privilege, except that the individual so testifying shall not be exempt from prosecution and punishment for perjury committed in so testifying. From HB 259 engrossed page 12, prosecuting any person compelled to testify or provide evidence, if the Commission has sufficient evidence, derived from other sources not discovered, derived, or revealed from such compelled testimony or evidence, to sustain a prosecution for a violation under this chapter. I. The Commission may prescribe additional enforcement procedures under subsection A, to ensure compliance with the Genius Act. J. The Commission shall submit an annual report to the Legislature which shall include the current list of authorized payment stablecoins, the volume of transactions and cost savings, assessment of risks and safeguards, and any recommendations for legislative changes. The report shall be made publicly available on the Commission's website. K. This chapter shall not apply to an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer to the extent that federal law precludes or preempts or has been determined to preclude or preempt the application of the provisions of this chapter to any Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer. L. In addition to any other exempt positions as otherwise allowed by law, the exempt positions in the Commission shall include up to 3 highly trained, highly specialized securities professionals. 8-7B9, A. The Commission may suspend or revoke a license if the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer, 1. Violates this chapter or a rule adopted or an order issued under this chapter, HB 259 engrossed page 13, 2. Does not cooperate with an examination or investigation by the Commission, 3. Engages in fraud, intentional misrepresentation, or gross negligence, 4. The competence, experience, character, or general fitness of the issuer, person in control of an issuer, key individual, or responsible individual of the authorized delegate indicates that it is not in the public interest to permit the issuer to issue a payment stablecoin, 5. Engages in an unsafe or unsound practice, or 6. Is insolvent, suspends payment of its obligations, or makes a general assignment for the benefit of its creditors. B. In determining the severity of the violation, the Commission may consider the size and condition of the issuer's payment stablecoin issuance, the magnitude of the loss, the gravity of the violation of this chapter, and the previous conduct of the person involved. 8-7B10, A. If the Commission determines that any person has engaged in or is about to engage in any act or practice constituting a violation of this chapter or a rule adopted or an order issued under this chapter, the Commission, in its discretion, may do any of the following: 1. Issue an order, with or without a prior hearing or notice, against the person or persons engaged in the act or practice, directing them to cease and desist from engaging in the act or practice. 2. Issue an order appointing a receiver or conservator over HB 259 engrossed page 14 a respondent or the respondent's assets. 3. Order restitution or disgorgement against any person who has violated this chapter or any rule adopted or order issued pursuant to this chapter. 4. Bring an action in the Circuit Court of Montgomery County to enjoin an action or practice and to enforce compliance with this chapter or any rule adopted or order issued pursuant to this chapter. Upon a proper showing, the court may issue a temporary restraining order or permanently enjoin any unlawful act or practice. B. The Commission shall not be required to post a bond for any actions taken pursuant to subsection A. 8-7B11, A. Any person aggrieved by an order or denial issued under this chapter shall be entitled to a hearing, as authorized for contested cases, pursuant to the Alabama Administrative Procedure Act, Chapter 22 of Title 41, if the aggrieved person, within 28 days after delivery of the order or denial, submits a written request for a hearing before the Commission. The order shall disclose the right to a hearing upon written request within 28 days after delivery of the order. If no timely request for a hearing is made, the order shall constitute a final order of the Commission. B. Any appeal from any final order of the Commission shall be made to the Circuit Court of Montgomery County and shall be governed by the provisions of the Alabama Administrative Procedure Act, Chapter 22 of Title 41, pertaining to judicial review. 8-7B12 The Commission may enter into a consent order at any time with a person to resolve a matter arising under this chapter or a Rule HB 259 engrossed page 15 adopted or order issued under this chapter. A consent order must be signed by the person to whom it is issued or by the person's authorized representative, and must indicate agreement with the terms contained in the order. 8-7B13, A. It is unlawful for any person, in connection with the offer, sale, or purchase of any stablecoin, directly or indirectly, to knowingly, 1. Employ any device, scheme, or artifice to defraud a person, 2. Make any untrue statement of a material fact or to omit to state a material fact necessary in order to make the statements made not misleading in the light of the circumstances under which they are made, or 3. Engage in any act, practice, or course of business that operates or would operate as a fraud or deceit upon any person. B. 1. A person that knowingly violates subsection A shall be guilty of a Class B felony. 2. The limitations period for any prosecution under this section does not commence or begin to accrue until the discovery of the facts constituting the deception, after which the prosecution shall be commenced within 5 years. C. A person that intentionally makes a false statement, misrepresentation, or false certification in a record filed or required to be maintained under this chapter or intentionally makes a false entry or omits a material entry in such a record is guilty of a Class C felony. D. A person that intentionally engages in an activity for HB 259 engrossed page 16 which a license is required under this chapter without being licensed under this chapter and who receives more than $5,000 in compensation within a 30-day period from this activity is guilty of a Class C felony. E. A person that intentionally engages in an activity for which a license is required under this chapter without being licensed under this chapter and who receives $5,000 or less in compensation within a 30-day period from this activity is guilty of a Class D felony. F. The enforcement of this chapter shall be vested in the Commission. It is the duty of the Commission to enforce this chapter and to investigate, prevent, and detect violations of this chapter. The Commission is vested with the rights, privileges, and powers conferred by law upon district attorneys, including the power to appear before grand juries and to interrogate witnesses before such grand jury. A district attorney may empower the Commission to proceed on his or her behalf in any proceeding under this chapter. G. In any proceeding under this chapter, intent or knowledge need not be alleged and proved in prosecutions of violations involving unlicensed issuers. H. A proceeding under this chapter shall not preempt or foreclose any criminal action or liability which may arise under any other criminal provision. 8-7B14. A. The Commission may assess a civil penalty against a person that violates this chapter or a rule adopted or an order issued under this chapter in an amount not to exceed $100,000 per day for each day the violation is outstanding, plus HB 259 engrossed page 17 the state's costs and expenses for the investigation and prosecution of the matter, including reasonable attorney fees. All assessments collected under this section shall be deposited in the State General Fund. B. The Commission may assess an administrative charge for the actual cost of any investigation resulting from any violation of this chapter, a violation of any rule or order issued under this chapter, or the cost of any examination made by the Commission pursuant to this chapter, to the person or persons subject to the investigation or examination. All charges assessed for costs shall be deposited in the Alabama Securities Commission Fund in the State Treasury to be drawn upon by the Commission for its use in the administration of this chapter. C. For the purposes of determining the amount or extent of an administrative assessment, if any, to be imposed under this section, the Commission shall consider among other factors, the frequency, persistence, and willfulness of the conduct constituting a violation of any provision of this chapter or any rule or order issued under this chapter, and the number of persons adversely affected by the conduct. D. The administrative assessment under this section is in addition to any other penalty, remedy, or sanction that may be imposed under this chapter. 8-7B15. A. Except as otherwise provided in subsection B. All information or reports obtained by the Commission from the applicant, licensee, or authorized delegate and all information contained in or related to examination, investigation, operation, or condition HB 259 engrossed page 18 reports prepared by, or on behalf of, or for the use of the Commission, are confidential and are not subject to disclosure under Article 3 of Chapter 12, Title 36. B. The Commission may disclose information not otherwise subject to disclosure under subsection A. To representatives of state and federal agencies, provided the agency submit an undertaking to maintain the confidentiality of the information in a record. C. This section shall not prohibit the Commission from disclosing to the public a list of persons licensed under this chapter or the aggregated financial data concerning those licensees. 8-7B16 In any insolvency proceeding of an Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer, including any insolvency proceeding administered by the Commission, the following shall apply. 1. The claim of a person holding any payment stablecoin issued by the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer shall have priority, on a ratable basis with the claims of other persons holding the payment stablecoin, over the claims of the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer and any other holder of claims against the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer, with respect to required payment stablecoin reserves. 2. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, any person holding a payment stablecoin issued by the Alabama qualified payment stablecoin issuer shall be deemed to hold a claim. 3. The priority under subdivision 1 shall not apply to claims other than those arising directly from the holding of payment stablecoins. HB 259 engrossed page 19 section 2. This act shall become effective on October 1, 2026. HB 259 engrossed page 20 House of Representatives read for the first time and referred to the House of Representatives Committee on Financial Services, 15 Jan 26 read for the second time and placed on the calendar, 0 amendments, 05 Mar 26 read for the third time and passed as amended yeas 97 nays 1 abstains 3, 10 Mar 26 John Treadwell Clerk.
Call the long roll, please. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
$33 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 259 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 61 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 342 by Senator Chambliss regarding education, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the short roll, and I'd like to speak the motion.
All right. Short roll or long roll? Any objection to using short roll? Long roll? All right. Secretary, call the long roll. Call what? He didn't.
Let's speak to the motion if you don't want to speak.
You gonna speak? You want to speak to the motion?
I said speak to the motion.
All right. You're recognized.
Okay, thank you. You know.
Well, it's been a long day, and several folks have asked me, what have we accomplished today? We passed 8 local bills this morning, 8 local bills, and that, as you all know, all politics is local, and we have passed 8 general bills, and now we're on the 9th general bill. So a good day, a productive day. My bill deals with choice, the CHOOSE Act, and before I get to what the meat of the bill is, we got to know what the CHOOSE Act is to know what we're doing to modify the CHOOSE Act. So with that, what I'll do is we'll start talking about the CHOOSE Act, and then when we get to my bill, then we'll know what it is that we are actually modifying. And choice is one of the most important things that we have in life, that we've been granted by our Creator. We have the right for choice, to choose. We choose where we live. We don't choose where we're born, probably, most of the time. Maybe our parents choose, but we don't get to choose that. But along the way, we make choices about what we do at school, what we want to learn, what type of vocation we want to go into, what our interests are, what our hobby. We choose our hobbies. We choose our friends. We choose our soulmates, our spouses. Choice is a very, very powerful thing. And that is the premise on which the CHOOSE Act is founded. It gives choice to those dealing with education matters. So to get to my bill, Senate Bill 342, that modifies the CHOOSE Act, we need to kind of know what it is that the CHOOSE Act does. So I'm going to go through the CHOOSE Act, and then by the time we get to my bill, we will have familiarized ourselves with the CHOOSE Act so that it will make sense. So as you all know, the CHOOSE Act relates to education, and this bill was passed, I believe it was 2024, and yes, 2024. It was the 21st Act of 2024. So it's a couple of years old at this point, and anytime we have major legislation like this, a year or two in, we see things that need to be tweaked, things we didn't anticipate, things that changed, things that people made choices that we didn't anticipate and consider. So that's what we're here to talk about today. And the CHOOSE Act establishes a refundable income tax credit to offset the cost of qualifying educational expenses. And as we know, the cost of education continues to rise like any other thing that we deal with. But that reminds me of a manager that I had when I was in high school. And I worked at a local retail big box, and he called me into his office one day, and I thought I was in trouble because when I was in school, I unfortunately got to go to the principal's office a fair amount, and I thought I was being called into the principal's office, and it had that same feel. But my manager, he asked me a question, and I didn't really know where he was coming from. I didn't know where he was headed, but he asked me, what is one thing that you can obtain in this life that once you obtain it, no one can take it away from you? And as a 18-year-old at the time, I had no idea what he was talking about. So I said, I don't know, sir, what is that? And he said, your education. Once you obtain an education, there's no one that can pull that out of your brain and remove that education from you. So his point was, choose to obtain your education. And that has stuck with me. That was, wow, next year will be 40 years ago. So at least 40 years, that has stuck with me, and it made an impression on me that I needed to choose wisely. I needed to choose wisely when it came to obtaining an education. So when we have these income tax, refundable income tax credits, we have to have someone to administer those credits. So the CHOOSE Act actually directs the Department of Revenue to establish these education savings accounts, and then the parents can access these funds to direct the education of their students, only the participating students, only those that choose to take this path, and they can use these going through the education service providers and participating schools. So, participating students, participating schools, that implies a choice. The schools, first of all, have to decide if they're going to participate in the CHOOSE Act. There are schools out there that have chosen to be a part of the CHOOSE Act. There are those who have chosen not to be part of the CHOOSE Act. And as in most things in life, no decision is a decision. So those that don't choose to be a participant are not a participant. There's a process, and we'll probably get into that as we move along. So also participating students. So not only do you have to have a participating school, a school that's made a choice, you also have a student or a student's family that has made a choice that they are going to participate in the CHOOSE Act. This bill, Act 2014-21, the CHOOSE Act, also establishes program requirements for parents of participating students. So there's our word, participating. I have a feeling that we're going to be talking about or mentioning the word participating for a good while tonight. Participating implies a choice. Otherwise, it would just say students or all students or every student, but it says participating students. My guess is that will be a defined term that we come to shortly. So this bill, this act, the CHOOSE Act, also specifies powers and duties of the Department of Revenue. As we mentioned a minute ago, you have to have a department that is the overseer, that keeps count, who keeps track of what's going on through the CHOOSE Act. In the first 2 years, there were certain requirements of who is eligible, who's not eligible, how much is available. So the Department of Revenue was the one that was tasked with that duty. So this bill specifies those powers and duties, the powers and duties of the Department of Revenue in administering the CHOOSE Act program. And one of the main things that we wanted to do is we wanted to be sure that whatever was adopted was written to prevent fraud or other misuse of CHOOSE Act program funds. That is very, very important. As we know, with most every government program.
All right, time's up on the BIR. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
$32 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 61 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 342 by Senator Chambliss regarding education.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 342 by Senator Chambliss. Replace lines 94 through 96 on page 4 with the following.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the amendment. I'd like to
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the amendment.
All right, Senator Chambliss, you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
Oh no, I've lost.
Could you tell us what the amendment does?
I lost my place. I'm gonna have to go back and start over where we were. I've lost my place. Yeah. No. I was right here.
Could you tell us what the amendment does?
So, let's see. Yeah. To prevent fraud or other misuse of the CHOOSE Act program funds, to establish the CHOOSE Act fund. So once we have the agency, we also have to have the policies and procedures of the agency, and then we would also establish the CHOOSE Act fund. So we'd keep those funds segregated. So the language of the amendment is that participation of a CHOOSE Act student in an athletic activity, and remember we talked about participation, so that is a choice, whether they participate or not. This is not a mandatory program, but the participation of a CHOOSE Act student in an athletic activity when the determinative factor is his or her status.
All right, got a report from Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule number 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill 200 and 342 shall cease at 9:33 on March the 31st, 2026.
So this
Mr. President, can I speak to the motion?
This paragraph does not preclude
Senator Chambliss, you're
rules.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
At least they need to ask, can you speak to the motion? Let's at least go through the process.
Already did that.
No, you did
I
not.
don't have to do it
This
twice.
is a new petition.
That's my mic, Mr.
This is a new
That's
petition.
my mic.
This is a brand new
This
petition.
paragraph
You
does
don't
not
just get to speak on your own without
rules,
actually going through the
policies,
process.
Or practices in an interscholastic athletic association, including those governing academic eligibility. But I lost my train of thought there. So participation of a Choose Act student, participation, again, that's a choice. So if they choose to participate in athletic activity when the determinative factor is his or her status as a Choose Act participating student. Again, that word, participating. This paragraph does not preclude rules, policies, or practices of an interscholastic athletic association, including those governing academic eligibility, transfers, or residency that are applied without regard to whether the student is a Choose Act participating student. So, we'll break this down a little bit. This Choose Act amendment, and again, we probably need to back up to the bill and come through the bill, then come through the act, then the bill, then the amendment for it to make sense. So let me get back in my train of thought there, and then we will, that'll all make sense when we get to it. Because right now it doesn't make a lot of sense because we don't know the context of what we're talking about. So we have gone through the summary, synopsis of the bill, and now we're on section 1. And this act, Act 2024-21, is known as the Creating Hope and Opportunity for Our Students Education Act of 2024. And I mentioned that was 2024, a couple years in. And then those words, if you take the first letter, it spells out Choose Act, the first letter of each of those words. So, Section 1, not a big deal, just naming the bill. Number 2, Section 2, as used in this act, unless otherwise specified or unless the context requires otherwise, the following terms have the following meanings. So we see that in a lot of bills, not every bill, because every bill may be, some bills may be modifying an existing section or existing act and just have one section there. But this particular bill being a new act at the time, we have definitions, and that is common in a lot of bills. So the first definition that we have to have here is, what is the academic year? We're definitely not talking about a calendar year because that would begin in January in the middle of the school year. We're not talking about a fiscal year because that has different times that it starts and ends depending on the particular organization or entity. But what we're talking about, because this is dealing with academics, is the academic year. And that is defined as the 12-month period beginning on July 1 and ending on the following June 30th. So that would coincide with some businesses and organizations' fiscal year, but it's not dealing with a fiscal year. I think double meaning would be, but most schools would use that as well. But it is a 12-month period beginning July 1, ending on the following June 30th. And that makes a lot of sense so that each school year would be all in the same fiscal year or academic year. And you wouldn't have a budget in the middle of the school year starting or ending and then starting in the beginning during the school year. So the department is the Alabama Department of Revenue. We've talked about that No need to belabor that point. We all know about our friends at Department of Revenue, provide a valuable service for this state in many, many areas, and even in a lot of areas that we don't even think about sometimes. The next is the Education Savings Account. That is also abbreviated as ESA, Education Savings Account. And that's an account in which funds are deposited by the department for the parent of a participating student to pay qualifying expenses to an education service provider. So we have several new terms in this definition. Obviously, an account, we know what an account is. That's the general meaning of the word. Funds, general meaning, are deposited by the Department of Revenue, because that's the previous definition, for the parent of a participating student. Again, I bet if I looked ahead, yep, there it is, participating student. We'll get to the definition of that shortly. So anyway, they'll deposit these funds, for the parent of the participating student to pay qualifying expenses. So what are qualifying expenses? I'm guessing that there's probably a definition of qualifying expenses. Absolutely, there's a definition of qualifying education expenses, so we'll know what that means very shortly. Moving on to the education service provider. What is an education service provider? It is a school, including a participating school, organization, vendor, individual other than the parent of an eligible student, approved by the department to provide educational goods and services, including goods and services designed for use by homeschool students and to eligible students. So a lot to unpack there, but we have to know who these providers are. These monies are not just going to anybody, they're going to specific providers, and they have to, as enumerated here. So the next definition is an eligible student. Now that makes me think, there's an eligible student and a participating student. So I'm assuming, we'll find out as we go through this, but I'm assuming that you have to be an eligible student before you can choose to be a participating student. I kind of think that's where we're headed, but let's not jump to conclusions. We may jump to a conclusion that's incorrect. So we need to read these definitions to really know that we are staying on track and not getting outside the scope of the bill. So an eligible student. An eligible student is a child aged 5 to 19 years who resides in the state. They have to live in the state. He has who has not graduated high school, or a child aged 5 to 21 who resides in this state and qualifies for services under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA for short. So there's two categories there of eligible students. Both of them start at age 5. One goes to 19, one goes to 21, and those are enumerated there. But we're not done. It says Individuals with Disabilities Act of 1975 or Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. So there's an or there. You can be in that category either under IDEA or Section 504. So that's an important determination or distinction as we look at this definition of eligible student. The term eligible student does not include students receiving scholarship funds or a tax credit under the Alabama Accountability Act of 2013. And it goes on, title and code in 1975, that sort of thing. It also does not include a child who is enrolled in a private school as defined in sections 16-28-1. That is not a participating school. So you can be a school, a private school, and not a participating school. So that term, the term eligible student also does not include a child who is not lawfully present in the United States. So we need to, obviously they have to be lawfully present, they have to be living in the state of Alabama, and then they are, between those ages, an eligible student. So a parent, what is a parent? It's interesting that we have to define what a parent is. We all know what a parent is, but that's not the way the law works. We have to identify what terms mean, and when we don't do that, it's subject to interpretation, and sometimes people choose different meanings than what the intent of the bill was. So we have to define even common terms. In the CHOOSE Act, Act 2024-21, a parent is a resident of this state who is the parent. I didn't think we could use the term in the definition, but here we did. A resident of this state who is the parent, guardian, custodian, or other individual with authority to act on behalf of an eligible student. Now, we know what an eligible student is because we just went through that definition. And just in brief, a child aged 5 to 19, resides in the state, not graduated high school, or age 5 to 21 who resides in the state and qualifies for services under IDEA or Section 504. So we know what an eligible student is. Now the term parent, the term does not include an individual who's not lawfully present in the United States. Common sense, we understand that. Participating school. Okay, we've had this term several times, so we need to know exactly what this term means. Participating school is a state of Alabama education service provider, state of Alabama education service provider that is accredited, and it is a public K-12 school or accredited private school, including a church school, a parochial school, or a religious school that provides education to K-12 students, and that is approved by the department. So, at some point, these schools, private, church, parochial, religious, have to choose that they're going to be a participating school. And my guess is we'll find somewhere in here some type of process that they have to go through to be selected as a participating school. And they are selected or approved by the department. We know what the department is because we've already talked about the term. The Department of Revenue is the department. The school must be accredited or in the process of obtaining accreditation as determined by the department by one of the 6 regional accrediting agencies and or the National Council for Private School Accreditation, COGNIA, the American Association of Christian Schools, the Alabama Christian Education Association, the Alabama Independent School Association, or one of their partner accrediting agencies. Okay, so we have several different agencies that accredit. An accrediting process, if you've never been through that, it is a pretty long, drawn-out, formal process, and it is there to ensure that students are being educated properly according to the accrediting agency. Okay, and those agencies, I've just listed those, the National Council for Private School Accreditation, Cognia, I'm not familiar with that one, but I'm sure many of you are, the American Association of Christian Schools, the Alabama Christian Education Association, the Alabama Independent School Association, are one of their partner accrediting agencies. Okay, so that is a participating school. And once again, the CHOOSE Act, it implies that you have to choose to participate. The next term is a participating student, an eligible student who is approved by the department to participate in the program and receive services from an education service provider. Well, do we know what education service provider is? Yes, we do. That was definition number 4. I thought we did. Approved by the department. We know what the department is. We know what the education service provider is. So that one is a pretty simple definition. Is a participating student is an eligible student. We know what an eligible student is. We know who the department is, and we know who the education service provider is. So that one makes a lot of sense. That one is fairly easy. So the program, what is the program? The program is the creating hope and opportunity for our students' education. So you take the first letter of each of those words, and it spells CHOOSE, CHOOSE Act. So that is pretty self-explanatory. The program is the CHOOSE Act. So the next term is qualifying educational expenses. We can't just use this money on anything because these funds are for education only. Qualifying education expenses. Expenses incurred by a parent of an eligible student in one or more of the following categories. Letter A, tuition and fees at a participating school. So not just anywhere, it has to be a participating school. And the money can be used for tuition and fees at that participating school. Letter B, you can use CHOOSE Act money for textbooks. So tuition and fees together, textbooks. Letter C, fees for after-school or summer education programs provided by a participating school. So fees for after-school or summer education programs. Sometimes we have to do a little extra and get caught up. But once again, it is has to be provided by a participating school. You can also use CHOOSE Act funds for private tutoring. Letter D, private tutoring. This makes me think of a teacher that I had. I believe it was in the 8th grade, and no, I think it was 7th grade. And I was struggling with what we called word problems or story problems, where you have a narrative. It's not just a mathematical problem. The narrative describes a situation, and you have to take the information out of that situation and figure out what is relevant to solving the problem, what is irrelevant to solving the problem, and then how you arrange those items that are relevant to the problem and how you use that to solve the problem. So I was struggling with these problems, story problems. But one of my teachers noticed that I was struggling, and he asked me to stay after school one day. And I didn't know what for, but essentially what he did was tutored me in how.
Secretary, call the roll. Time's expired.
Mr. Albritton.
I'd like to have a bill ready to
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Oler. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton.
No.
Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 25 ayes, 7 nays. Cloture petition's adopted. All right.
Read bill. Yes, please.
You want the bill read at length?
Yes, sir.
All right. Secretary, read the bill.
Got an amendment?
Yeah, so the amendment, call
Okay,
long
all right.
roll on the
You're right.
amendment, and then we'll do the.
Got you.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Chambliss amendment's adopted. And then we have a request for the bill to be read at length.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Right.
All right.
Renew my motion.
All right, Secretary, read the bill at length, please.
Section Amendment 1975 to read as follows. The legislature finds and declares the following. The CHOOSE Act was enacted to expand educational opportunity in Alabama and enhance the ability of Alabama parents to choose K-12 educational setting that best meets the needs of their children. 2, recognizing the importance of interscholastic athletics, the CHOOSE Act contains an athletic eligibility non-discrimination provision that states nothing in the CHOOSE Act shall affect or change the athletic eligibility of student athletes governed by the Alabama High School Athletic Association or similar associations. Interscholastic athletics are a vital part of a complete education promoting teamwork, discipline, leadership, personal growth, and community engagement. Participation in interscholastic athletics, like participation in other extracurricular activities, improves students' academic performance, school engagement, and social outcomes. Denying CHOOSE Act participating students the opportunity to participate in interscholastic athletics based solely on his or her status as a CHOOSE Act participating student undermines the CHOOSE Act's promise of meaningful educational choice. It is essential to provide robust mechanisms to enforce the CHOOSE Act's athletic eligibility, non-discrimination provision, and otherwise ensure that a student's CHOOSE Act status does not limit his or her ability to participate in interscholastic athletics. For purposes of this section, the following terms have the following meanings. CHOOSE Act participant, a CHOOSE Act student, the parent of such a student or a participating school. CHOOSE Act student, a participating student regardless of whether he or she has begun receiving services from an education service provider. Interscholastic Athletic Association, an association that regulates interscholastic K-12 athletic events, including the Alabama High School Athletic Association, the Alabama Independent School Association, or any similar association. The term also includes any of the association's officers, agents, servants, employees, member institutions, and any other person working in concert with them. A CHOOSE Act participant may bring a civil action against an interscholastic athletic association to enjoin any of the following actions by an interscholastic athletic association: adoption, enforcement, or implementation of a rule or other policy or practice that limits or impedes participation of a CHOOSE Act student in an athletic activity based solely on his or her status as a CHOOSE Act participant student. Punishment of or any adverse action against a CHOOSE Act participant for a CHOOSE Act student's participation in an athletic activity pursuant to a court order, even if the court order is later vacated, stayed, reversed, or found to lack jurisdiction, if the court order was issued pursuant to paragraph A or to enforce the prohibition in section 16(6)(j)(3)(i) prohibiting discrimination against CHOOSE Act students with respect to athletic eligibility. Retaliation against a CHOOSE Act participant for advocacy or support of a CHOOSE Act student's participation in an athletic activity pursuant to paragraph A or section 16(6)(j)(3)(i). The following rules shall govern an action for injunctive relief brought pursuant to this subsection. The CHOOSE Act participant may seek a temporary restraining order, preliminary injunction, permanent injunction, or any combination thereof pursuant to the principles of equity governing such forms of relief, providing a court shall prioritize allowing participation in an athletic activity by a CHOOSE Act student over preservation of the status quo. Upon presenting sufficient evidence that an interscholastic athletic association has taken or will likely take action enumerated in subdivision 1, a CHOOSE Act participant shall be conclusively presumed to have established irreparable harm, that the CHOOSE Act participant has no adequate remedy at law, and that the requested injunction would serve the public interest. Upon presenting sufficient evidence that an interscholastic athletic association has taken or will likely take an action enumerated in subdivision 1, a CHOOSE Act participant shall be presumed to have established that the balance of the hardship favors issuance of an injunction unless the interscholastic athletic association establishes otherwise by clear and convincing evidence. Under the subsection, a court may award relief regardless of when the action described in subdivision 1 was taken by the interscholastic athletic association. In addition to any relief sought pursuant to subsection C, a CHOOSE Act participant may bring a civil action against an interscholastic athletic association to recover the CHOOSE Act participant's actual economic damages proximately caused by action enumerated in subdivision 1 taken by the interscholastic athletic association, provided such civil action shall be brought within 2 years from the date of the action at issue. Venue for an action brought pursuant to this section shall be proper in the circuit court of the county in which the CHOOSE Act participant resides, attends school, operates a school, or in the circuit court of Montgomery County. In an action brought pursuant to this section, the court may award cost and reasonable attorney fees to a prevailing CHOOSE Act participant. The court may award cost and reasonable attorney fees to a prevailing interscholastic athletic association as provided in the Alabama Litigation Accountability Act. This shall become effective immediately.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
Thirty ayes, 2 nays. Senate Bill 342 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambliss. On the, all right, Secretary, call the no committee report. So next thing we got on is House messages. Call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 541 by Representative Yarbrough and others regarding primary elections is referred to the Committee on State Government Affairs.
Mr. President.
Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
I'd have the title read, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to primary elections, to establish the Safeguard Voter Engagement SAVE Act to require electors to register their party affiliation in order to vote in primary elections, and to provide deadlines to register party affiliation, to amend Section 1713.1, 1713.7 Code of Alabama, to prohibit electors registered with a political party from voting a different political party ballot at a primary election of primary runoff election, to require the Secretary of State to retain certain voter history information as a public record, to amend Section 17.352 to require the Secretary of State to revise the voter application form to allow for party registration, to repeal Section 1713.1, which prohibits crossover voting between a primary election and subsequent primary runoff election, to require political parties to publish qualifications for candidates on the website of the political parties, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to the update existing code language to current style. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 626 by Representative Witt regarding economic development.
Mr. President.
Referred to the Committee on Tourism and Marketing. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
I'm sorry. I'd like to have the title read, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to economic development, to amend Section 1199.2 and 1199.4 as last amended by Act 2026-104 of the 2026 regular session, and Sections 1199.5 and 1199.6 to allow major 21st century manufacturing zone to be located within a tax increment district without regard to the size of the tax increment district, to allow ad valorem tax revenues collected within the tax increment district to be used to reimburse costs incurred by a public entity to acquire land within the major 21st century manufacturing zone prior to the creation of the tax increment districts, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update existing code language to current style. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 513 by Representative Witt regarding the Department of Commerce is referred to the Committee on Tourism and Marketing. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding the Department of Commerce to amend sections 4129-282 and 414126 Code of Alabama to provide that Alabama Industrial Development Training Institute within the department is exempt from the state procurement law and review by the Contract Review Permanent Legislative Oversight Committee. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 499 by Representative Bracey regarding constables is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
I'd like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to constables, to authorize the legislature to further provide for the number of constables in the county and to further provide for conditions constitution a vacancy in the office of constable. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 568 by Representative Sells regarding the Department of Workforce is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 629 by Representative Stringer regarding Mobile County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator
I'd
Singleton.
like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To alter, rearrange, and extend the boundary lines and corporate limits of the town of Mount Vernon in Mobile County. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 625 by Representative Robertson regarding Claiborne County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Claiborne County to provide for the electronic filing of business personal property tax returns and to authorize the Revenue Commissioner to establish procedures. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 622 by Representatives Smith and Bedsole regarding the city of Jemison with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the city of Jemison to further provide for the sale of draft beer in the city. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 624 by Representatives Lawrence and Jackson regarding Wilcox County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator
I'd like to
Singleton.
have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Wilcox County to amend Section 1 of Act 2006-370, 2006 regular session to further provide for the probate recording fee and to repeal Act 1996-18, 1990 regular session, and Act 2001-365, 2001 regular session relating to the probate recording fees. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 501 by Representative Bracey regarding the city of Pritchard with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd like to have that title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the city of Pritchard to establish a procedure for the establishment, operation, modification, renewal, and dissolution of self-help business improvement districts. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 500 by Representative Bracey regarding Mobile County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Mobile County to further provide for the office of Constable. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 498 by Representative Bracey regarding the city of Pritchard with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the city of Pritchard located in Mobile County to further provide for the abatement of repeat overgrown grass and weed nuisances, to provide for abandoned debris on private property to be declared a public nuisance under certain circumstances, to provide for the abatement and removal of inoperable motor vehicles as public nuisances from private property, to provide the procedures for the declaration of a public nuisance, to provide for the collection by the municipality of the cost through the addition of the cost to ad valorem taxes and for enforcement by the county tax collecting official, and to provide for liens on the property under certain conditions. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 502 by Representative Bracey regarding the city of Pritchard in Mobile County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
It's Bracey Day. Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the city of Pritchard in Mobile County to authorize the city of Pritchard to file an expedited quiet title and foreclosure action in circuit court to establish